Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot.
Uy, grabe!
Saving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
Welcome everyone! Dito na tayo ngayon sa ating Day 8 of our group station CFS SEA Masters Summer 2026. Kami ang inyong mga kasama dito on the panel desk, Mochi and Bipolar nga pala, na kung saan tuloy-tuloy lang ang action at tuloy-tuloy ang ating mga istorya. Kamusta ka naman, Bipolar?
It's been fun, no? It's still the same old background pero sa'yo nagbago naman. But it is gonna be one hell of a week na naman may kita natin dito, Mochi, kung saan painit ng painit yung ating laban. And dito na natin may kita na yung the shift in standings, kung saan na nga ba talaga dapat pumesto yung ating mga teams or where we will calibrate them in terms of firepower. Kasi ngayon, Mochi, parang first few weeks natin, nararamdaman natin, ang init ang laban, ang daming bagong kwento na parang pwede ibuga sa ating mga viewers. Pero ito, malapit na natin makita yung pinaka-peak form ng ating mga teams.
For sure. At I do think no na dito sa ating mga laban dapat lang na i-recall natin kung ano nga ba yung mga nangyari from last week because there has been numerous things that should be pointed out here. Siyempre, idagdag na natin dyan no, ang ating Rosy teams na talaga nga na mga pinakita nila that they are indeed improving. And that has been showed here against matches wherein they managed to reach ang ating 10-5 and 10-7 score. Not only na ito ay isa sa kanilang best map port, they're also ensuring no, that they're polishing it and they're studying about it.
Yun ang ano, Mochi, looking at this matchup, it was, baka magugulat kayo if you weren't here last week na 12 points ang nag-garner ng ating players mula sa veteran up against matches sa team that we call basically the wall pagdating dito sa playoffs or even the group stage kasi nakikita natin ngayon 10-5 on sub-base and 10-7 on port. And alam naman natin yun, port is a map where veteran really does prevail and does a lot of their homework in. And this is basically the mainstay pagdating sa ating mga Rosé teams. But nakita mo yun, even in sub-base nahirapan ng ating matches, but in port, they were also almost defeated, no, just from the sheer potential ng ating players mula kala AV9, kala Shock, kala Drones, kay Twintism of all players were really, really good. So, hopefully, hindi lang ito makita natin for these dudes pero mag-elevate palalo yung firepower nila.
Twintism specifically performed so well alongside the EV9 despite of all the pressure that they're suffering upon against matches and again, veteran keep doing you. So let us see ano naman ang susunod nating match dito. It has been Taring Bawi versus Virtus Pro. Well, if we earlier pointed out how veterans have been improving, things like Taring Bawi were the ones who are actually being demolished, no, as of the current time, no. This is quite of a welcome dito, no, trying to fight against the best dito sa Philippines.
I feel like the keyword dun sa sinabi mo, Mochi, no, welcome. Kasi this is just the first time na nakikita natin ang buong Taring Bawi in the entirety of Masters. And eto na, it was a quick one. Nakita natin dito yung Bib, Cetra, everyone from Virtus Pro really just enabled themselves to a point na parang hindi namin to papupuntuhin sa port. Pero they did get one round. Pero parang, uy, wait lang. VP tayo bakit natin bibigyan to ng chance na makapuntos pa sa mapa ng Ankara? Anong 50-50 na mapa? Anong BL side, GR side? Lahat kami kaya namin yan. And you can see, no, the improvements for Virtus Pro also showing up here with their set plays.
True. And again, no, Taring Bawi, I hope that they're okay so far after
Hopefully, yeah.
getting that quite of an experience here against Virtus Pro. But last but not the least, our ender for that time is this fight from Team Stallions and FERVID. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to panel for this one. Dadu's been able to take over, but it appears Bipolar that this is definitely jam-packed and there were a lot of eyebrows raised during this series.
Yeah, yung matchup natin dito, no, Mochi, it was a lot to digest. Coming in from sub-base wherein nabigyan nga dito ng ating STS ng hometown court advantage. Pero sabi ng FERVID, kaya namin yan eh. We're also a team that is capable of doing something. And since we know sub-base a lot, why not open it up? And nakita naman natin, it was basically there's some similar words here na kailangan ko sabihin na parang naguluhan tayo kasi parang how is this happening towards Stallions with a lineup that is so good and so fresh. Pero nakita naman natin yun, even if Kano was frying, talagang napapanalo yan ng FERVID. 8-10 score lang. Pag naman sa Ankara, it was a different side. Pero nung nag-overtime, di na talaga pinapuntos din ng STs. Because just like what Sneaky Fragas mentioned beforehand, na parang in terms of overtime, their win rate are gonna be impressive. At yun na nga, it was a big series last week.
Yep, and those big series also had big impacts dito no sa ating standings. Kaya naman it's just right for us to have quite a refresher and see how it affected the overall rankings that have so far. Because there's been already the reappearance of Team Stallions alongside with Virtus Pro no, finally no, na parang nanggaling sila from 6-7. But right now, nasa second and third na sila right now. Comeback Friends still chilling dyan sa ating first rank. Unfortunately though, Attras will be falling behind quite a bit, but again, it's just 2 matches lang naman ang kanilang napagdadaanan dito. But again, matches paunti-unti nilang pinagsusumikapan na umakyat dyan. Although again, one mistake will be ending their run. At idagdag pa natin yung run differential na sobrang risky talaga dito, Bipolar.
Yeah, especially with matches losing or winning up against veteran no, or the Rosette teams na in a very close fashion, they'll have to they'll have to grind up in the next few weeks 10 times para makaabot dito sa ating 5-4-3 spot natin. But Comeback Friends, hopefully they retain that number 1 spot no, because this week would be one hell of a banger para sa ating mga teams, just because look at that, Virtus Pro and Stallions trying to climb up in the standings.
True. And I think it's just right for us to also acknowledge ang ating mga top performers during that week, especially that D is now currently on our second spot here, followed by Aiden, Yetcha, and Ninkyu, which are actually primary players to look out for na meron tayo dito from matches no. After lots of doubts, after lots of questions being asked as Yetcha's performance been on the down low during our first the first part of our second week. No, talaga namang binawi niya yon. Ninkyu is still being Ninkyu after all of the very explosive executions na ginagawa niya at inaambag niya dito for the team.
Yeah, we might see some reoccurrence ng ating top performers every week na medyo marami matches or at least one player always gonna be in the top 5 just because, just like what we said, kailangan nila mag-grind up, kailangan nilang pumasok, kailangan nila dito mag-dominate ng scene. And with Ninkyu and Yetcha having a good performance so far, hopefully it keeps on continuing. But yeah, CBN is gonna be still CBN on number 1. But D, I feel like he has a chance to possibly claim number 1 in the next week.
I won't be surprised as well, especially with how stable he is in terms of the plays na ginagawa niya ngayon and especially the performance. But now, first to watch out, I feel like the only person that we need to put our eyes on is si Bright. Let's acknowledge yung performance ni Bright dito. No, I know it's just a single match na kung saan naglaro siya, but it's nice na finally we saw Bright, their 6th man, actually performing, and the performance again, no, parang hindi talaga pang 6th man lang.
Yeah, well, last time na nakita natin to si Bright, it was up against the Rosette team, but do not falter everybody. Bakit nga ba, why did Bright get this kind of stat line no, for us to watch him out in the next coming weeks or next coming games? Just because his map awareness is pretty much insane. One of the top tier right now sa ating tournament, just because paano nga pa siya nakakuha ng total of 24 kills? It was always flanks, it was always lurks, it was always in front of your face as well. So Bright, amazing man. Despite this being one of your first matches lang or first few matches sa Masters, you definitely gave up a very good show. But yeah, Yotib and Yobib and as well as D, etc., alam na natin yan. These players will always be giving us a performance na talagang top tier.
Yeah, it's actually already quite of a constant, no? Nakikita natin yung mga mukha ng mga players natin from Team Stallions, Virtus Pro, and now FERVID, no? It's actually pretty fresh. And kahit na lagi natin to binabanggit from time and time again how D has been able to perform so well, no? It's nice na we're seeing them more and more often. Pero here's a quick of a contrast, no? Ang ating player natin in subject, which is Yoteb, with the stats from his previous team, no, during Cardas and after joining Execration. Ano ba ang magkakuha nating key takeaways dito sa stats niya, Bipolar?
you know what, baka ipapansin dito ng ating mga viewers or ng buong community yung mga down red arrows natin, no? But please do think about this in this kind of sense. Yes, in nung Kerdas, palaging kinakailangan si Yotib na mag-pop off. Palaging mag-clutch up ni Yotib in Kerdas form. But coming into execution, why is he below 0.1 in KD, kill per is in terms of other stat lines as well? Well, hindi niya na kailangan dito mag-over-exert ng effort just because he is now in a form na pwede na siyang gumawa ng milagro without him overstepping more than he can. I would like to parang kung isipin mo the recent changes sa FERVID nung nandiyan na sila, we talked to him before na parang, napadali yung trabaho kasi nga meron na ako mga heavy fraggers. Meron na mag-step up na hindi natatakot. Well, that also applies towards Yotib. So, I guess, if you think about it, yes, hindi naman umangat dito yung stat line ni Yotib, pero he's still the same Yotib as before. Even might be, nag-elevate pa nga dito yung lakas ni Yotib.
Yeah, couldn't agree more with what you had mentioned. I think there's a lot of merit that in terms of the statistics na meron tayo dito, no, some of that is majority being contributed by the teammates, no. Lesser responsibilities, lesser pressure, more avenue to just focus on sa kung ano ang role na naka-assign talaga sa kanya. So, right now, no, by the way, guys, we are going to also highlight some of the plays na meron tayo dito, no, from last week, and you guys may choose kung sino doon sa mga players na yon yung gusto nyo. And by that, you guys have the chance to win 100 e-coins. And all you have to do is to like and follow ang ating official Facebook page and as well as YouTube of CrossSFIRE Philippines. And be sure to share the play that you chose, may it be from Cetra, from D, check nyo na lang kung ano yung nandyan sa ating page, and ensure that it is shared publicly with the hashtags CFS Master Summer and hashtag Play of the Week. I do think, no, double check na lang din ang ating mechanics dyan. Meron naman tayong pub map or post specifically for this giveaway as well. And again, quick reminder, ilagay nyo rin sa inyong caption kung bakit yun yung play na dapat maging play of the week talaga, no? Bakit deserve nun na ma-recognize? And with that, may naging chance na manalo with 100 e-coins. So let us check out our schedule for today. Let us see who would be the teams who will be facing up against each other, because I do know that this day isn't for the weak.
Yeah, this day is for warriors and fighters, Mochi, because we have our first match here. It's gonna be FERVID versus Acceptance, wherein it also might just be a sniper battle, just because we'll be looking at our eyes upon Heck and how FERVID will try to dominate in these kinds of maps. I would be surprised kung makakita tayo ng port dito, especially these two teams know how to play it. But for Attras and MATTJESS, this is again a testing for MATTJESS kung fluke nga lang ba nanalo last time, or is it gonna be round, or is it gonna be a journey ender na, no? And since it is just the third matchup dito at Attras, di pa natin nakikita yung full form nila. So let's see kung kaya na nga ba nila malabas yun up against MATTJESS. But of course, it is also another third match highlight of the day. It's gonna be Execration versus ComebackFriends. And I guess what? Mamaya pag-uusapan natin yung marami, kasi marami rin players yan na nagkasama na dati.
For sure, no? There's a lot of reunions that will happening later on, no? That we will be discussing more in particular as we head on to their particular match as well. So, again, first match natin for today, sisimulan nito ng FERVID and as well as Team Acceptance, wherein, again, Team Acceptance is still on the plan of proving themselves dito, no, para maka-advance sa ating playoffs. But FERVID, it appears that they've already been able to establish that, and they just have to continue what they got started.
Yeah, you know, coming up to this point, no, parang Acceptance ngayon, marami na rin sila nag-garner points, marami na rin silang matchups na nakita natin from easy to medium into hard. Nakita na yan ng Acceptance, but let's talk about FERVID a little bit more here. FERVID has been phenomenal pagdating dito sa ating Masters, kung saan nakikita natin in the top echelon of standings in terms of player performances. May kita mo dyan A7J and D on that top spot, or even si Lance, no, kasi right now he's in a golden form kung saan he has 1.46 in KD, and again you have the Brothers of D and as well as A7J na hindi mo talaga may kita na, uy, yes, IGL si A7J, pero he's also one of those IGLs, just like KLB, just like KLR, just like Vincent, na kayang pumatay every time despite him in a role that demands a lot. But Gracie for second calling has also been helping a lot, no? Pagdating dito sa Fervid para lang makuha nila mismo yung bigger yung grand scheme of things. But MZ, man, who would have known that MZ right now would be in a good form kung saan malapit na siyang makakuha ng 1.00 KD. MZ man, iba. Kapag hindi gumagana si D, hindi gumagana si Dracifer, MZ is always there to be the one head on first sa action at hindi siya takot kahit ano pang team ilapag mo dito sa Fervid.
Yeah, we can definitely say na here for MZ is the player to rely on or shoulder to rely on if something is not entirely clicking for the team. And dagdag na rin natin siguro to Dracifer from time and time again, not just the fact na he's been able to secure multiple titles, na nakakakuha siya ng mga MVPs natin, how he's been able to clutch certain rounds that are seemingly impossible to actually make work, no? Dracifer also shares some part in terms of shot calling, especially when it comes to mid rounds, no? So malalaki yung daring natin dito despite the fact na hindi natin masyado na highlight si MZ and si Dracifer so far kasi what we have here for Fervid, it's always D, it's always us, it's always A7J, you know, doing all of the power plays, but in fact, no, those won't be possible at all if Dracifer and as well as MZ won't be present dito sa kanilang team. So just a quick recap sa kung anong meron dito sa ating schedule. We have 3 matches already of matches starting Bobby and as well as Comeback Friends, where they managed to garner that win and just gave 1 map away from matches during their series. And right now we also have Team Stallions where they lost, but this is not just a loss, no, Bipolar. We witness what is the possibility, no, the what ifs, no, the thought ga of Fervid actually with the potential of actually winning this series, no? At idagdag na rin natin dyan siguro, pwede nating isingit yung mga hot takes ng ilan sa ating mga analysts nung nandun tayo sa ating podcast yesterday.
Yeah, oh my goodness. You have to check out the podcast no, na ginagawa dito ni Sneaky Frog, ni Ellen, as well as ni Salvatore para makakuha niyo in deep sites na mga hindi pa natin nasasabi minsan dito sa ating broadcast. No? Check that out as well. So big shoutouts to them. But you know what, Fervid, parang naisip ko nga, Mochi, yes, baka sinasabi nyo na baka, uy, natalo ng STS yung Fervid. But we do have to say, this parang practice form na yun ng Fervid versus STS, Mochi. So, if you think about it, it's also just a starting point. Hindi pa yun yung mismong end ng buong Fervid. It really is just the, parang magsisimula pa lang yung race na itong dalawang teams na to.
True. Couldn't agree more what you have mentioned, no? And that's just a testament of kung ano yung current na status ni Fervid right now. Paano pa in the near future, right? So now let's talk about Team Acceptance because we already know what this team is capable of. Specifically, heck, they have their IGL and as well as their sniper wherein all of the things na kaya niya ibigay dito sa team na to, lahat binubuhos niya na talaga, right? And we also see some really good hero plays here from Silent and as well as Ajax, staying actually as a backup role here, being able to supply that for the team in its own. But unfortunately, when it comes to the teams that are a tier higher than them, unfortunately, things become unbalanced, Bipolar.
Yeah, nagiging inconsistent yung ating mga players coming in from Acceptance, but still, no, the firepower is there. The sheer talent na binibigay ng ating dalawang young guns coming in for Acceptance, Dre, and as well as Sting. Just look at the stat line itself, and it speaks so much to a point na nakakabingin na dito yung lakas ng ating dalawang players kapag Acceptance ang naglalaro. So later on, pagdating dito ng FERVID matchup nila, kailangan natin abangan kung masya-shutdown nga ba si Sting, maggagana nga ba dito si Dre, or will they be relying on Heck for getting these like opening picks sa ating mga early rounds. Kasi last time na nakita natin dito ang Acceptance having a rough time, it was always Heck, it was always Silent, trying to come back with the OG mindset and with the veteran mindset na parang, uy guys, we're still a powerful team, kailangan lang natin bumawi, but we only have a little bit of energy to do that. Kailangan pa rin dito gumana ni Ting, kailangan pa rin gumana dito ni Dre. So all ups to them, but again, Acceptance is Acceptance, so Fervid needs to accept that they have a tough fight ngayon.
Yeah, for sure. Although, again, it would matter a lot, no? Yung mga first few rounds dito ng Team Acceptance, that would be their deal breaker. Pero ito ang ating quick schedule and summary sa mga tinapatan ng Team Acceptance natin so far. We have a good balance din in terms of loss and wins, no? Balance as it should be. 3-3, wherein they lost against the VP, Attras, and as well as Comeback Friends, which is understandable. And they also won against MATTJESS, Bobby, and as well as Veteran, which is also understandable here by Polar. I feel like the biggest challenge talaga nila dito, no, is itong tatlong susunod na laban
Yes.
nila, which is yung today, yung FERVID, followed by Execration, and as well as Team Stallions.
Yeah, ito na yung major exam ng acceptance, no? Parang midterms pa lang tong first natin, finals, tapos ito na mismo yung parang licensure exam ng ating players mula sa acceptance. These last 3 fights
Exactly.
mean a lot, and hopefully they win a couple of that, kasi if not, well, just like MATTJESS, no, their run in terms of master will end here sa group stage. But big eyes to them, kasi palagi naman natin nakikita acceptance at fighting all throughout sa ating mga matches.
True. And right now, let us talk about kung sino nga ba yung mga players na pagtatapatin natin dito, no, for each team, and how we can actually contrast them in terms of the performance. Both young guns, both with pretty much nakikisabay sa flow na power at talima dito by Polar. We have D and as well as T.
Yeah, in a world of veterans and as well as in a world of tenured players sa Masters, you have D and Ting trying to show that the olds are now out of the game. The new guns are gonna be dominating the scene, no? You have D and Ting in a great form kung saan may kita mo in terms of their stats, not just here sa nakita nyo, but there are basically more than a top 50, I believe, in terms of entire performance ng ating mga players, no? So, big eyes on these two. Ang pinagkaiba lang talaga nito is Ting is not a headshot machine. D is, pero Ting has that different flavor na, uy, bakit nandiyan na si Ting? Bakit nakagawa na agad siya ng big plays kahit na hindi namin siya nakita? Well, he is a backup player nonetheless. Kahit na attacking role niya dito, he still has that kind of prowess kahit na sa magkaiba sila ng role. So, big eyes on those two.
And I feel like that is also quite of a really great contrast, no? Di talagang aasahan mo siya or pag talagang i-expect mo, no, that he would be doing something na nakakagulagulantang, no, for the team. But in contrast, Ting is more of a silent performer here.
Yes.
Hindi mo naakala meron na pala talaga siyang naiaambag dito sa team before you even know it. And after they secure the round. Pero let us now talk about our map veto here. What would be the maps here wherein FERVID, no,
Yeah.
or Acceptance will be having that advantage. It seems like we will kick it off with the map of Subbase. Susundan ito na ng Ankara, and we have Eagle Eye as our decider here by Polar.
Okay, I like na dinudge dito ng Acceptance yung entirety of port na pinili lang dito yung Ankara just because they can easily penetrate itong hotel natin and even what do you call this? Yung ating A side kapag nasa BL side sila, but they will start on the GR side. But again, let's address the fact, no, na nasa Subbase agad dito yung first map natin. And FERVID has been so good in this map. Yes, they lost last time sa STS, pero Acceptance, they need to have a great GR side here. And dahil dito sila magsisimula, they need to expect na second mid is gonna be the pressure na ginagawa ng FERVID dito. We saw multiple times from the recent matches ng FERVID na si Lance ang gagawa ng entryway sa second mid. Meanwhile, A7J and as well as itong si MC gagawa ng gulo on the luwag side or even Dracifer, no? That mid contention, itong second mid contention as well as itong control room natin will be the peak of bloodbath, will be the battlefield ng dalawang teams na to. And if Heck doesn't do a lot of powers there, or if hindi niya masya-shutdown dito yung entryway ng BL side ng FERVID, mahihirapan sila doon. But Eagle Eye, I feel like it almost gonna be a 60-40 split, Mochi. So parang, let's just say it's a 50-50 pag umabot tayo ng decider.
True. And I feel like what's also worth noting din dito, no, sa mapa ng Subbase, Team Acceptance would probably be so prone being overpowered here by FERVID. So I feel like they should be a bit on the guard, especially in the first few rounds na magkakaroon tayo dito, no, for Subbase. But again, I feel like it's also time for us to reveal our predictions, especially that this is gonna be all across the board in favor for FERVID. But for Sticky Frog, he has the thought that there might be a map being garnered dito, no, ng Team Acceptance. But I feel like there's already quite a fun, obvious reasoning dito, no, bipolar, just backed by recent history and as well as data na meron tayo dito acquired from our teams and who is much more well-rounded, no, in comparison to each other. Well, FERVID talaga ang may kalamangan doon.
I mean, I don't doubt naman dito na makakakuha yung map ng ating makakuha ng map yung ating Acceptance, no. I was thinking nga na baka pwede nga itong 2-1 just like Sticky. Pero kasi it's FERVID, no? Parang simula pala na match sila, pasabog na, no? But yeah, big eye or at least bigger weight para dito sa ating acceptance. So hopefully, they are much ready, lalo na't nagbubuhat naman dito sa Ekpala.
At ready na rin ba kayo malaman kung sino nga ba ang nasa top 1 ng ating prediction rankings right now? Well, check natin dyan sa ating gilid. We have, dito pala. Ooh!
Mochi, you're there!
Wait, nagulat
Mochi, you're
ako.
there!
Wait, nagulat ako. Parang di ko ina-expect yun.
Congrats,
But we have top 1
Moch.
here. We have Ramon. Thank you. Congrats din, Polar EP 3 and 5 here dito, no? 73.80% for Ramon, which is extremely high. We also have top 2 and top 4 here for Salvatore and as well as Sneaky Frog. And the Polar and I are here. Finally. Yippee. Congrats
Mochi,
to us, I guess.
Let's not talk about top 1, top 2, top 4. It's only us. And kami naman palagi
It's only
nakakasama. No?
us.
So it's just a good trip. Pero Ramona, he's been doing his research. He's been doing his board reviews. So I feel like Ramon needs to tell us his secrets na Mochi para umangat-angat naman yung panel desk natin.
What if let's make this us against Salvatore and Sneaky Frog? Huh? I think that's also a really good idea. But let us check out what our community has to say about this specific matchup that we have right now here as well. We have FERVID and as well as Acceptance, wherein 70% is gearing towards FERVID winning against Acceptance na 30% lamang. Which is, again, understandable, no? Given na yan ng mga historya na meron tayo dito sa parehong teams natin.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big fight for Acceptance, especially if they can prove that they can beat FERVID kahit 2-0 pa yan, kahit 2-1 pa yan in favor of Acceptance. That just means they're just gonna be a better team going into the next couple of matches pagdating dito sa group stage. And if you saw yung journey dito ng Acceptance, paunti na ng paunti yung matches nila. So this is still a starting point kapag nakalaban nila yung mga top 1 and top 2 teams natin. But for FERVID, again, despite the community having their backs, kailangan pa rin nila dito mag-perform in a S-tier kind of level because Acceptance is no joke of a team kahit na marami dito nagto 2-0 or 2-1.
Definitely. And just right now, again, wala tayong i-underestimate dito. But
Of
right
course.
now, we are not gonna be relying on estimations, but just mere facts and observations. Let us welcome ang ating mga casters dito sa ating desk right now in order na talakayin natin, no, kung ano nga ba yung mga puntos na kailangan nating ilapag para dito sa dalawang teams natin. Let us welcome Sneaky Frog and as well as Salvatore. Hi guys, welcome. Good afternoon. And Sneaky Frog, it seems like you're having quite a
Smile,
good
boys.
start of your day
Smile.
so far. Do you have any insights dito sa particular matchup natin, which is FERVID versus Team Acceptance?
Well, natutuwa ako na nakabalik na ako sa top 4 where I belong dun sa
Nice.
prediction ranking natin. And honestly, yun nga, no, I'm trying to make a shoot for that number 1. And kaya Ramon, watch out. Pero yun nga, no, for the FERVID Team Acceptance series, I was actually really hoping na may specific na map na mapipili dito. That's why I did go for the 2-1 at nakuha ko yung mapa na yun, Mochi. Subbase making an appearance dito sa series na to wasn't really a surprise in all honesty kasi knowing naman yung good maps dito ng FERVID, they obviously beat them on Subbase, no? Or beat Stallions on Subbase dun sa kanilang respective na series. But I am also wanting to consult yung nangyari dito sa week number 1 where Team Acceptance went on a kind of a streak pagdating nga dito sa Subbase, no? They went 10-8 up against MJ dito sa week number 1 and they also went neck and neck up against itong CBF, no, which I would think na is the team that is closest dito sa ating FERVID at this very moment in terms of, you know, stylistically and everything. However, yun nga, no, I still am banking dito sa FERVID considering na ayun nga, overall yung form nila mas naging solid, no, for the past few weeks. And para sa Team Acceptance, it's kind of been a roller coaster. You know, 1 week you are going neck and neck up against MATTJESS, and then the other week na 2-0 ka dito ng Attras, you know, 10-4 and 10-2. So yun nga, no, Acceptance is it really is a gamble every time na papasok sila dito sa mapa natin. And if you are gonna predict them, pare, you really, you know, do not know what's gonna happen kasi di mo alam kung anong form yung ilalagay nila today. But if we see the exact form na nakita natin from Silent and Heck, and Dre starts to step up, and, you know, Ting being the head-to-head player, ayun nga, maybe we expect something galing dito sa Acceptance.
Exactly. I feel like that just further amplifies yung puntos na lalapag din namin ni Bipolar dito kanina, no? Wherein parang 50-50, masyadong balance ng ating standings or rather yung history natin dito for Team Acceptance, which makes it a bit more harder to lean towards them dito na katapat nila ngayon ang FERVID. But how about you, Salvatore? Good afternoon. Ano naman ang iyong insights dito sa tapatan natin ngayon?
After din sa ating panel no. Honestly, yung bigat ng mga pangalan ng mga teams, parang nawala na kaagad yung novelty niya ever since Execration and as well as FERVID na nakikipagdikdikan talaga no. And I kinda love the gamble na meron nga tayo na FERVID is also a team na pwede nga rin talagang mapatalsik ng Acceptance considering the names na meron talaga ang FERVID. And I kinda like the detail na etong dalawang teams na to may mga pinagkuhaan silang momentum definitely no, from the Acceptance win against MATTJESS, so, and especially dun sa mahaba-habang series nila with a veteran itong FERVID. Grabe naman yung galit nga nila from their tough loss against Team Stallions, at alam mo talagang jet plane to papuntang kalangitan for both FERVID and Acceptance in order for to get that W. No? At isa sa magandang benchmark talaga is definitely Subbase. At buti na nga lang inopen nga to ng both Acceptance and FERVID. That's why we're going there right now. In terms of gameplay, no, parang hindi na nga natin makikita yung okay, dahil FERVID sila ang mananalo. It's definitely an even game. At ayan ang nire-respeto ko sa Acceptance. They still have the gameplay enough para masabi natin contender pa rin sila. But let's wait and see. Again, lahat ng matches talaga ng Acceptance is definitely a benchmark or just a preview kung gaano nga ba talaga sila ka-solid. So, good luck to both teams.
And again, no, parang lalo lang na-solidify yung fact na despite seeing all of these potentials, lahat ng mga strengths na nakita natin sa ating mga teams, no, stability is yung topmost priority natin dito, especially na hindi biro yung mga schedules din natin dito, and as well as every single one of them has a chance na makatapat kahit sino man yung mga teams na meron tayo dito sa ating group stage. And I guess it's just right to also lay down ang ating mga pointers dito for either of our teams, but let us start it with FERVID's D. That Demon Slayer, ika nga nila, no? Because currently, he already racked up 102 headshot kills out of 143. So, I think it's just right that I get my calculator, pero you can just discuss that muna ngayon, Bipolar.
I mean, D has been in the top 10 of our basically in our headshot percentage, no, pagdating dito sa ating mga players in Masters. And I don't necessarily, I cannot really say any kind of weakness mula dito kay D Parang ang sinasabi lang dito ni Tracer and A7J, D, go kill, and then we will come back towards whatever you got in those kinds of engagements, no. And ito yung yung kakaiba kay D na parang kahit sinong itapat mo sa kanya na kahit anong itapat mo sa kanya, it's always gonna be an instant headshot despite Kano on the other side, kahit na nandito si Obi on the other side. Parang in a way, may point in time na tayo na aangat si D na pwede na siya maging number 1 headshotter sa buong CrossFIRE Masters natin, or even kahit sa anong tournament natin. So yeah, FERVID having this kind of performer, well, I cannot doubt na FERVID can easily take the number 1 or number 2 spot pagdating sa pinakadulo ng ating standings.
True. And biro mo, no, 71
interrupt, no. I feel like one of the main reasons why is MZ. I feel like MZ is not getting enough credit dito sa team na to.
Yeah,
that's why D has had like an uptick dito sa ating dito sa ating team. No? I have a feeling na just MZ kind of going in. I know he's going like 6 and 16 no from time to time, pero nababawi naman yan with D's fragging in return. So I feel like MZ, you kinda get a bit of credit here dito sa success dito ni D, and I feel like this is the right addition to do so.
I would like to add a little bit more point, no? I feel like some people would say na kapag nakalaban na, pag yung favorite team nila nakalaban na dito for FERVID, na they will want to have na magka-bad game dito si D. I feel like that's far from reality, man. Na never magkaka-bad game dito si D. I don't wanna jinx it, pero this guy, man, can never be in a bad performance. D is such a raw talent na in this kind of young age, na you have to look out for him every time. And I feel like Acceptance doesn't even have any kind of players na ma-shutdown dito si D. So yeah, let's see kung papalag pa rin dito si D.
But really, there's some people who are wishing that he would perform bad. That's interesting and weird. Pero grabe, no? Kinumpute ko lang din kung ano nga ba yung totality na tong stats na nandyan sa baba right now. It is 71.33%, guys. Yung ating stats ngayon, KD, with the headshot rate, which is insane. But let's now head on to our next point which is FERVID and Acceptance looking to vie for a better playoff spot because of course no, yun yung inaasam-asam natin dito. FERVID, baka nga mataas pa nga yung chance no na parang ang maging point natin dito is yung fact na magkaroon sila ng mas mabilis na standing, parang yung pagkakatalo na dito is seeding. But let's see, is this actually a mismatch though? Especially, dito muna tayo, no, in a micro level, sa mapa ng sub-base, Nikki Frog.
I don't think it's as big of a mismatch as people think, no. I feel like ayun nga, we have to, point out the obvious, no. Ayoko naman sabihin na just because you're from Cebu, you can play sub-base. We already saw what happened dun sa isang araw natin. Obviously, ayun nga, I feel like both of these teams, meron silang tamang experience dito sa mapa na to, and that's kind of the obvious thing to point out. But at the same time, I feel like yung macro ng FERVID has got to be one of the most annoying pagdating sa mapa na to. And Acceptance really has to kind of control themselves dito sa mapa na to kasi yun nga, no, FERVID, they're gonna poke and prod, bigla may lalabas dito sa woods pero bigla palang babalik dito sa outer, tapos may lalabas ng passage, tapos biglang lalabas pala, hindi pa pala mag-comment. All of a sudden, it's an A-take at si A7J nasa vent. So, that's the chaoticness na kailangan mong isipin, no, kung kayo nasa side ng Acceptance kasi ayun nga, as much as I would love to say na ayun nga, no, Heck is amazing at sniping dito sa mapa na to, and at the same time Silent does a really good job of finding flanks, no, pero ayun nga, FERVID, they are gonna be baiting those kinds of moves as nakita natin dun sa STS na series where they were also trying to punish moves instead of over-aggression dito na nagti-3-man swing sila ng players sa isang side ng mapa just to kind of get them off of the server, no. And I would want to see yung attempt dito ng Acceptance trying to counter that kind of play.
Yeah, that's true, no? Kanya-kanyang diskarte kung paano nila pipilayan itong kanilang opposition. And now, let us hold on to this point wherein, since nabanggit mo na rin yung pangalan ni Heck dito, do you think that Heck can keep up with Lance Salvatore, especially with the current status na meron sila ngayon as a team?
Well, the numbers do prove it, no? Pero kung ako naman tatanungin mo kasi, Lance had a pretty hard time sa kanyang mga competition for the past 2 weeks. Kumpara mo naman dito kay Heck, who already had matches up against our Rosea teams and as well as that standout performance laban nga sa matches, no? So to answer the question, it will absolutely depend on the backup players, no? Merong Heck and Silent, merong MZ, and as well as kay Lance. Depende na nga lang kung paano nga nila i-open up yun. Pero for an absolute question, feeling ko talaga, men, we have to forget we have to forget, no? Kailangan na natin kalimutan ang mga nangyari noong nakaraan. We have to embrace the present. That being si Lance, no? So I feel like there's going to be more leniency sa FERVID na makuha talaga yung success rate mula kay Lance, considering na gano'n nga ba talaga siya ka-high fragger, no? So very much debatable kung sino nga ba talaga yung mas effective in terms of like delivering yung kalakasan nga nila for very crucial rounds. Pero kasi in terms of clutches, feeling ko makikita mo talaga si Lance on the better end, at makakita pa tayo ng mas magandang resulta as Lance has been proving us, literally everyone na nanonood, na Lance is currently one of the best snipers dito sa ating tournament.
Couldn't agree more what you have mentioned, no? Healing even way back, no? Na talagang naaalala pa natin, baka nag-iipon pa lang siya ng confidence, ng kumpiyansa, pero right now, nandiyan na siya. And I guess it's just right, no? Simulan na natin ang laban. Let us set up ang ating arena and let's hand it over para sa ating casters, Diggy Frog and as well as Salvatore. Retrakan na!
Battle lines have been set sa kanya-kanya mga fortress dito lang sa ating Cebuano Derby as we head into sub-base. Akalain mo nga naman, Sneaky, to open things up dito sa ating araw ng Huwebes. We have two Cebuanos battling it out in a map na all too familiar para nga sa kanilang dalawa. Na kahit tayong dalawa, Sneaky, di rin talaga natin maturo sino nga ba talaga yung mas nakakalamang, because this is literally their own playing ground.
Yeah, man, you also had the fair point, no, about yung backup players and the snipers for the past few times. I feel like these snipers, especially as of recent, na mas sumasama na dito sa mga rifles, they have become kind of like traders now dito sa mapa natin where papasok dito yung entry and then Lance is gonna be right behind itong mga players natin. And I've seen that a lot dito sa FERVID, no, considering yung kanilang pagka-mix and match ng kanilang mga strategies from time to time. Pero I feel like para sa Acceptance, so the expectations already there na si Heck na nakahawak dito sa shutter and or sa CR at the same time. And FERVID is gonna be trying to attack that, no, in my opinion. Baka makakita natin madalas na dumaan ito si A7J sa vents or maybe papuntang second mid. I feel like yung objective siguro ng FERVID is to try and poke in prod sa simula ng round and maybe cut off a rotation sa gitna nga nito, no. So would be interesting to see kung paano i-counter dito ni Acceptance kasi not gonna lie, yung last na panalo nila dito sa mapa na to, I think Heck was just peak in second mid and he was just hitting pare.
See, no? Makikita naman natin maya-maya kung ano nga ba yung magiging turnout nun. Considering na medyo meron tayong margin of returns pagdating sa mga performances. Let's take a listen dito sa ating call.
CR lang isa. Ayun, spot dito. Ningo na.
Panting ko.
Naka-third.
Gate.
Kaya.
Side. Usa. Hop na.
Uy, hindi na sneaky, no? Alam nila kagad na merong nasa gate. Pero pinagtarian na kagad to ng FERVID as they went into luwag. A7J, good pick sa may window. It's a quick 4v3.
Yun nga, MZ sa loob ng CR dito. Actually, on the outside, getting silent na nasa CR at this very moment. Acceptance. Ito yung sinasabi ko, Salvatore, the cut off on the rotation. A7J spotted though on the outside.
Nice clear.
Sayang yung tago na yun, pare. That could have netted him 2 kills, pero at the end of the day, it's still FERVID with the C4 plant. MZ and Lance, the entry and the sniper para nga dito sa kanilang team, Dre, and as well as itong si Ting. Ting has been pretty clutch recently, no? So posible to, pare.
Definitely possible, no? Considering na ang lakas lang naman talaga ng FERVID dito, no, is definitely from Lance hitting that huge shot. Wala dito si Sikip. Sika medyo off position dito si Dre. Depende na nga lang kung makakalap pa si Dre, and already had the formula para makapasok kahit half-blinded nga siya. Gonna get the headshot. MZ playing time pero hindi papabor sa kanya hanggang di pa siya nakakuha nga ng kill. 1v2 now. Ting getting some space. Spray down. Wala dito sa AK-47. 5 seconds left on the clock. Saktong-sakto lang. 4 segundo para sa Acceptance retake. That's all they need. As Acceptance gets that amazing round start.
Yan ang gusto ko makita, man. Just coming back into yung ating Thursday afternoon games. Got our first dead round in the second round ng ating laruan. So Acceptance, obviously, with the first round, no, pare, napakagandang retake from the two players of Dre and Ting here. And ayun nga, I like yung patience na display doon ng Acceptance, no, to kind of just wait out itong CR natin, wait out the smokes and kinda, you know, play with their auto nades instead na papasok sila or lulusob sila dito sa loob ng site and kinda just dying, no? So, very smart plays coming in galing dito sa side ng Acceptance. And at the same time, para dito sa FERVID, no? Kung di lang na spatan dito si A7J, pare, pakaramdam ko, that would have been a dub.
Yeah. Parang ano no? Parang di ko alam anong information yun, Sticks. Pero ang ganda ng pagkaka-clearing as if na parang alam niya talaga kung nasaan si A7J. Which is kinda nice na naisip ng Acceptance na it's not just going to be a stack para sa FERVID sa loob ng site. They really want to get as much space as possible from the layers na meron nga talaga sa mapang yun. Dracifer! Amazing double kill from his headshots. Pero gagawa nga din ng milagro dito. Hopefully ang Acceptance to recover some fallen comrades. Pero di na nga sila papayagan ng FERVID as they make it a 4v1. Heck now, trying to do some work pero kulang-kulang pa sa dami ng armas na dala ng FERVID. And they convert the dead round. Grabe nga naman FERVID with a huge push dun sa may truck.
Yun nga, men. Dire-diretso lang yung Acceptance dito sa MR. Pero FERVID playing it smart. They weren't fully challenging itong Acceptance natin, especially in the MR dito sa may lababo. You do have the slight advantage, no? Especially pag maganda yung spawn nyo. Pero grabe yung kalat dun ng FERVID, no? As soon as they realize na, okay, may 4 na nagpo-push dito sa MR, Dracifer, pumunta ka dito ng fork, may babantay dito ng passage para sa'yo, and just try to tap heads from outside angles. So, very nice clear para dito sa FERVID. And yun yata yung attempt dito, no, Salvatore, to throw a curveball na medyo maaga-aga dito sa laruan natin from the side of Acceptance. And you can't really blame them for doing that.
Nice call actually. Para i-testing ng FERVID. Okay, we can definitely do ulit itong passage pati MR. Then again, it's always a coin flip pero sa mayroong macro ang FERVID, usually it always goes to the better end of the stick. Nga lang, no, MZ, huge contest dito lang sa ating second mid pero Ajax, good hold, 50 HP na nga lang siya. Tingnan natin kung makakatutok nga ba siya ng maayos. A7J now priming himself pero that one slight hint of hesitation. Baka nga magkaroon sila ng clue na nilalaro lang ng FERVID ang second mid. Ayun na nga, good pick para kay A7J to avenge MZ. Iwan pa rin ang C4 Lance now. Anti-flank, hindi niya nagagawa ng maayos at nahuli nga siya ni Silen. Quick 3v4 here inside of second mid. FERVID. Alam naman natin na usually ine-entry nga nila pero ngayon pre parang nangihinayang sila.
Yun nga. CrossFIRE trying to send it dito sa Vents, having no idea na naandun si Hecty. Will be getting silent. And onting pagkakamali from the side of FERVID, and all of a sudden it all crumbles, no? And I was expecting na mapapunish nila yung nagawa dito ni Ajax dito sa second mid, considering na, it was a 5 versus 4 and sobrang out of position niya dito sa mapa natin. But really good on silent, no? Na as soon as nahulog dito si Ajax, nag-push siya dito ng woods para may additional pressure at hindi sila mawala ng spot dito. Problema nga lang, A7J harap-harapan dito sa kalaban. Thing will be going down, he needs a one tap, and that he gets! Heck na lang! USP sa sala, pero yung TRG makakatira ba? A7J tamang upo lang at sakto ang kanyang ulo sa box. Heck, aakyat at bababa agad dito pare. FERVID with the second round and a good surround dito sa A-side pare.
Yeah. Grabe no, like FERVID despite the numerous picks na kinuha ng Acceptance, A7J, yung paghawak niya ng CR paid off nicely, no? Lance!
So
Grabe nga naman yun, paano nga nangyari yun? Silent now, getting the kill. As he take down the captain of FERVID. I'm gonna honestly say na that was honestly a good pick para sa side ng Acceptance. They need to convert this round considering na wala na nga silang pangmalayo ang labanan. May nakapasok nga ng Ventsting. Good clear. They find the lurker. That is MZ. A7J. Can they convert another 2v4 sneaky? Pero medyo alanganin nga. Silent now clearing. And they get the shot in over to A7J. Silent. Nabuhay pa rin kahit 1 HP na nga. It's all duels para sa Acceptance. Look at the presence of mind to clear the angles. At nakita mo Acceptance. Ang ganda ng payout.
Yeah, and yun yung benefit of having Silent on your team, especially pag mainit siya dito sa mapa natin. Him being the main A player, alam niya, parang nararamdaman niya kung kailangan niya mag-push ng woods o hindi, and when to put additional pressure sa backline ng mga players dito on the side of FERVID. And ang ganda ng synergy niya with itong si Ajax pare. Kasi si Ajax, I feel like they're taking turns na nagpo-poke and prod dito sa woods para aningin itong FERVID. And kung ganyan yung sistema nila pare dito sa A-side, and yun nga, FERVID might have to get some additional steps bago sila makakuha ng side dito pare. Kasi ayun nga, kailangan mo nila hanapin si Silent dito.
Kagandahan talaga doon, no? Acceptance. Parang hindi sila tumigil sa pagkuha talaga ng space, knowing na it's usually the riskiest way para makakuha ng round. Pero kasi, you can never go wrong with the Acceptance players eh. Una sa lahat, Dre. Amazing shooter eh. No? Ajax, man, kanina pa ito matama. And Silent, na parang siya yung nagiging mediator eh. No? Kung may mapipilas, maaasahan mo si Silent na kunin nga yun. FERVID, a split na ngayon pa lang natin makikita mula ka sa kanila after entering a site. Nasami puwersa nga talaga sila na parang Gundam lang din talaga pre. Eto na ka. FERVID now going for MRN as well as passage, pero nakapag-set up ng sandwich ang Acceptance at napakasarap naman ang palaman na to. FERVID clearly out of the picture, pero teka lang D. Makuha niya ba yung pick na to? Heck, amazing quick scope at nawalang bisa ang adjustment ng FERVID sa kanilang entry ngayon sa loob ng B. Silent, hinahanap na nga ang kalaban at si MZ. Ligaw na ligaw sa sarili niyang pagtanim. Acceptance. Binabawi na nga lahat pre, 3-2.
Yeah, I think laking benefit rin, no? Yung nasa perma-vents lang tong si Heck. Kasi meron siyang option na pwede siya mag-drop sa likod papuntang passage or drop papuntang second mid. Depende kung anong parte ng mapa na kailangan ng suporta dito. But at the same time, ayun nga, no, it's really good distractions from the side of Team Acceptance. Granted na maganda yung plano dito ng FERVID. Papasok sila sa passage and they're gonna clear every single player there. Eh, ayun lang. May onting backup plan pala ang ating Acceptance team. And even on that retake pa rin, napakaganda ng kanilang synergy. But having Heck online so early, no? Dito sa Acceptance ay napakagandang news yan, pare. That means may tatapat dito kay Lance and he's not gonna get, as free of a game as before, pare.
Martin? Those calls na nagmamatter para sa Acceptance na they struggled with the mid-rounds during Impact and Swiss. Pero it took 3 weeks of regulation dito sa groups para makita na nga natin ang pinakamalaking adjustment so far sa loob ng kanilang sub-base gameplay. Ito nga pala yung sub-base na tinalo nga nila. MATTJESS considered one of the best. Pero Acceptance clearly the challenges in the early round, pero mga nagiging 50-50 nga talaga, and so far they got the bad side of the coin. FERVID Puro nga sila pangaaning. Pero itong Acceptance, di nga sila kumagat, which is a very good detail. With the exception talaga ni Ajax, another split entry na naman, Sneaky.
Yun nga, entry on the side, traded dito sa mid-wall. Heck, nasa loob ng DR. Napainom, napatira rin dito, pare. MZ is gonna go down to the USP. Napakabilis galing kay Heck at napaka-precise as well. Headshot para sa kanya, pero si Silent also just as deadly. Finally taking out itong si Lons as D takes out his teammate. Pero
Ooh, D!
head-to-head kumbaga hinihingi natin, pare. And D really good with those headshots.
Sabi men, cranium to cranium dapat ang palitan nyo yun. Pero Acceptance settled dito sa ating torso at braso. Silent really wanted to spray. MD, di mo masasabing miraculously. Alam naman natin kung ano talaga yung capability ng bata na ito. No? In considering ang laking harang ni Silent doon sa shatter, no? May advantage nga siya doon. Napatagos pa nga ni Dion. And now Acceptance, clearly the 1v1s. Parang medyo mahirap at medyo malabo pag na-convert nga nila yun. So Fervid, should they be forcing 1v1s? Feeling ko kailangan lang talaga nila linisin yung mga entries nila. Kasi parang alam mo yun, that one slight hint na kung nasaan si Heck, naaaning kagad sila, natatakot, di mo lang kung magagaling ng Vince o magagaling ng DR, kino-contest ba nila yung second mid. Feeling ko yun yung nagpapa-hesitate dito sa Fervid. Kung nakukuha nga nila yung mga, yung mga primary kills. Pero kasi may mga mini-min-max nila na okay, ito lang yung minimum space na makukuha natin, tas ito lang yung maximum kills na makukuha natin. Definitely from that split wala sa MR at Passage. Kailangan nila eksperimentohan, no, Fervid, with some adjustments right now na hindi umubra the first time. Naging 1v1, which is a bad sign here for Fervid na hindi nga nagiging maganda entries nga nila. Probably a rush would be a good formula para sa Fervid.
Yeah, A-side looking likely. Second mid, kalat na kayo mga players natin. Ting will be transitioning within. Dito sa Vince, pero A7J naglalakad. And it just so happens na katawan mo patatamaan na doon dito sa Vince. And Lons will be getting silent as well. 3 versus 3, pero di pa tapos dito si Tracifer. Sa loob ng A-side, na-clear na siya ng dalawa. Meron pang dalawa na paparating. Dito sa luwag natin, Dre and Ting. Getting the headshot finally. Meron ng onting space dito sa luwag. MZ, hinarap niya na nga dito sa metal box. Si Dre at si Ting. That's gonna be another one para kay Dre. At si Ting mahuhulog na lang sa crosshair ni Dre. 18 seconds is plenty of time para makakuha ng defuse. And another retake para sa Acceptance. Napakaganda ng reaction nila dun, no, Salvatore, with the Vents climb galing kay Ting. And at the same time, them just leaving alone itong second mid natin. No? Sinulo na lang nila, men.
Second time in this series, no, Sneaky, no, Acceptance really showing na kung sa lahat meron silang strong side, so kailangan respetuhin yun ng Fervid. Pangalawa, the Vince, pre, na dapat blacklist ang umaabuso nito. Pero GR, kitang-kita mo kung paano na ma-maximize to ni Heck and as well as si Ting. The retake is so beautiful, pre. Parang pwedeng may lumabas na luha sa mata ng kahit na sinong nanonood. Because it was just beautifully executed wala sa kills pa lang ni Heck. And definitely yung presence ni Dre para makabalik nga siya dito sa ating laro. Started off slow, pero nakita mo nga naman na old habits don't die talaga. He's still gunning for the headshots kahit gaano pa kahirap yung angle. And Acceptance clearly respecting right now na Fervid anytime soon pwede nga sila mag-rush, still playing inside of the sights ang Acceptance.
Yan, napansin ko nga, Salvi, Fervid are kinda VPing it dito sa subbase. You know what I mean? Yung testing sila ng onti, pare. And then as soon as they get an inch of information, dun sila a-action agad. Pero Ting will be catching Lons na gusto lang mag-smoke dito sa shutter. Dre, napakaganda na kanyang hold dito sa LR and will be getting a double kill. Tracifer, di man lang nakadaan. Silent, nagwawala na sa smoke. And MZ will be trying triple kill para sa kanya pero nawalan na ng bala. Oh my goodness me. Acceptance. Nga yung sinasabi ko dito, Salvi. I was just about to say, feeling ko, Fervid gusto nilang labanan sa loob ng site with their quote-unquote superior team fighting, pare. Pero tinatapatan lang dito ng Acceptance with their own kinda early peaks. Pero Silence down.
Silent down, 4v5. Ito nga pala yung side na nahihirapan ng Fervid i-close out ang laban nga nila against Stallions, no? And it's showing right now, another BL lead somewhere. Kailangan na lang i-drawing to ng maayos in order for them to get a good execute. Di na umubra ngayon para sa side ng Acceptance. Yung papucho-pucho nga nilang pagtingin sa loob ng MR. Dre, another good start para sa Acceptance dueling Pero heck, hinahanap na nga ang kontrata na buhay dito ni MZ para mapirmahan na Acceptance, declaring the lead sa first half pa lang, and FERVID with the struggles.
Yun nga, men. And a really nice job para sa Acceptance, especially para dito kay Heck at Silent, no? Isa na namang week na makikita natin na, pamalakasan yung kanilang crossfire na nilalagay nila dito sa mapa, especially on the map like sub-base, right? We low-key expected this, Salvatore. We already saw this dun sa overtime up against CBF. We already saw this with the win up against itong MATTJESS. Now, we know what the strength looks like para sa Acceptance. Pero hindi ko in-expect na ganun na way na matatalo tong FERVID, pare. Dun sila sa site na tatalo, kumbaga. And ayun nga, I feel like even FERVID is surprised na ganito kaganda yung fighting ng FERVID, especially galing dito kay Silent, who's been absolutely rabid dito sa mapa natin. And you would also love to give compliments dito kay Ajax na he's literally the only guy going aggressive sa buong team dito ng Acceptance in terms of yung kanilang woods control, and feeling ko na-aaning doon yung FERVID bago pa sila makakapasok ng second mid. Low HP na dito si MZ, low HP na dito si D, and they do a really good job between these wooden doors, pare.
And hindi ko lang alam kung ako, pero parang nakukulangan ako sa util ng FERVID. Like, they have smokes, they have flashes, pero parang wala akong nakikitang nades na pang-clear na mga malalakas na angles sa pwedeng kunin na Acceptance in the first half. Okay, boxes, that's obviously pinakamalakas na pwedeng kunin ng GR. Yung missile, may yung DR, parang there's not really much presence ng FERVID na gusto nga nilang aningin tong Acceptance sa okay, hindi kami magpaparamdam masyado. Gusto namin tahimik kami as much as possible para ma-trophy ang Acceptance. Ganun ba yung iniisip ng FERVID? Sana hindi, kasi it did not pay off dito sa ating first half. And now Acceptance with a major lead. Tapos sa tutok pa ni Dre with the assurance na si Ajax makakuha ng trade, and Silent being silent, there's going to be an even huge blessing para sa side ng Acceptance na makuha nga nila ang pabor sa kanilang pag-BBL, no?
Dagan, rip.
Nawagtang.
Event plus yun.
Yun nga. Mostly dagan lang narinig ko, pare. Kasi, that means run. So, there's a whole lot of running dito sa mapa natin, especially on the man on screen kanina na si Silent. And now it's Acceptance's turn na mag-PL side dito ng Salvador, and it seems like they are taking the same route na kinukuha dito ng FERVID. Kind of silence at the start of the round. I wouldn't say na this is fully, yung Fei default dito sa sub-base, pare, considering na medyo malalim sila dito sa MR. But feeling ko, they're trying to draw yung mga moves dito ng FERVID, no? From time to time, nagpipick sila kagaya ng ganyan. Galing kay A7J. And then, look at that 2-man, pare. Instant 2-man para hanapin sana yung kill dito, pare. So, gusto ko ng pakiramdam ko, Acceptance, they really want to make every single fight unfair para sa FERVID kung papasok sila dito.
Well, it's kinda tough, no? To honestly think na paano natin pahihirapan ng FERVID when they already have the distinct advantage, no? The unwritten rule na pumasok ka talaga ng sub-base, makuha mo yung GR, you don't have anything to do rather than hold. So, talagang nilagay na sa'yo, pagka-spawn mo pa lang, you already have passage control and as well as second mid. Kakalabanin na nga lang yun ng Arctic o kaya siguro ng isang magandang shot mula sa baka player na naka-ABR.
It was dead.
Tanong Acceptance, paano mo pag-iihiwalay ng depensa ngayon ng FERVID? There's not really a split going on. Kung sakaling sumama nga dito sila Ajax, pero here comes the entry. Dre, nice space taken para mawala si A7J. Smokes, wala pa nga tinatawag sa may shutter, so pwede pa itong ilaban ni Lance na nag-reposition na nga dito lang sa may baba ng 2F. Silent and Ting wants to make a split para ma-throw off ka si Lance, pero nasa nakabay entry. Ajax nagparamdam na maaga, but Dre and Heck hearing sa basic shots. Double from Dre and Silent with the lurk. Acceptance, ganun daw umentry, sabi ng Acceptance, at natutunan kagad ng FERVID na hindi madali ang sub-base.
Dude, big shout out to Ajax, man. Sending it dito sa site for the sake of information para sa mga players na nasa loob ng LR. And a very nice anchoring point ang nagawa nila doon kanina, Salvatore. Pero Ajax kanina pa nagpaparamdam sa second mid, paparamdam siya ulit dito sa BL side. Lance is already out. And ito yung kinakatakutan ko dito, man, on the side of FERVID Acceptance. It's the pakaramdam ko that was already pre-planned galing sa kanila. And si A7J spotted na siya kanina dito sa kanan ng LR. So, as soon as they got LR control, hindi nila masyado minadali. They actually used yung kanilang angles within 4 box and within 2F para i-clear ang ating side. So, very nice teamwork from the side of Acceptance and a very nice flank galing kay Silent. Pakaramdam ko natagalan sila din sa LR, Salvi, kasi inaantay nila din si Silent na baka punta sa kanyang posisyon, men.
Laki ng bawi, no? Considering na Acceptance, ang nasa isip nga nila, okay, split, passage, MR. Kaso itong FERVID, ang naisip nila, okay, LR lang talaga eh. Bahala na lang kung may pumasok ng passage kasi pwede naman tayo mag-reposition in order to get coverage, no? And ang FERVID, parang nawalang bisa tuloy yung ginawa ni D, pati na nga rin ni Lance. Kasi nga, Acceptance, grabe men yung pagkuha talaga ni Silent sa isang magandang push dun sa second mid. And Ajax is, okay, samahan ko si Dre? Samahan ko ba ito si Hek? Di pre. Samahan ko sarili ko. Poprotekta ako sarili ko in the case na kung tatargetin nila ako, merong magagawang play si Dre on his own. So that's a huge trust para talaga sa kanilang IGL na tawagin yung play ng split na yun. So definitely gumagana ang iniisip ng Acceptance, which is just either bulldoze the mid round o kaya hanapin nila yung isang magandang ingay para makapag-reposition si Lance, mabuksan ng second mid at maka-entry nga sila. A7J, good pick para nga kay Silent, pero dyan pala magsisimula execution na Acceptance habang may inalay nga silang isa pero di na nagigibaganda ang returns ng Acceptance as they're already now down 2. Pero may bawi ngayon si Ajax is doing a lurk of his own. 2v3 now, Heck. Tumatalon-talon dito si Dracifer ng di man lang tumitingin sa direction ng maayos. A7J left all alone in the 2v1.
And look at that spread, no? Galing dito sa side ng Acceptance, pare. Pero bago yan, A7J still with an attempt of a 1 versus 2. EPR sa kanyang kamay. Meron pa player na nasa loob ng 2FX. Spotted, spray down. 1
Piso
HP.
dalawa.
Ajax has to be careful. Pareho na sila piso dito. A7J seeing Heck go on the second floor. Pre-fire possible. Pero 15 seconds. Ajax na mismo ang papas lang sa kanya dito sa loob ng LR. 8-3 Acceptance. They are getting it. At sakto timeout so we can kind of further the point dito no Salvatore. I feel like yung ginagawa ng Acceptance, they do a really good job of really, paano mo masasabi ito? Counting their angles or parang coordinating yung kanilang mga pushes, pare. Let's just say may magpupush ng LR. Tapos may fight na nangyari dito sa LR, papasok dito ng DR. And once a DR player dies, doon naman na action yun nasa passage. Then once na nakakuha dito yung passage, biglang may lalabas na naman ng LR dito, pare. It really creates this illusion of confusion, no? Dito nga sa loob ng B-site natin. And it parang iniisip kasi ng FERVID na obviously medyo uhaw sila sa trades, diba, Salvi? So they will be sending a player to try and get a frag back, pero hindi pala doon nalabas yung isang player, men, nasa kabila pala.
Pre, parang execution, yeah, definitely isa sa mga bagay na if not, yun talaga yung bagay na nagpapalakas sa Acceptance ngayon. But let's talk about A for a bit, eh. No? Doon muna tayo sa mga bagay na parang kinikilala natin sa mga players. Heck, grabe ka, sana ganyan ka palagi, no? Heck, sana ganyan. No? Sa lahat ng laban nyo, parating na ang VP at Stalin sa direction nyo, sana yun yung makita nga natin. Pero syempre, sa FERVID muna natin makikita ang kalakasan nga ba talaga neto ni Heck. Pangalawa, Silent, pati na nga rin si Ajax. The original duo, no? ng Acceptance. Silent doing his thing sa EBR, I guess you can respect that, no? Pero si Ajax, that sudden adjustment na mag-double Arctic para dito sa side ng actually nagpalit na talaga sila ng barrel, pero it's the role na kinukuha ni Ajax during the mid rounds. Definitely it's taking a huge toll para sa FERVID stability, no? Like, di mo alam saan magagaling si Ajax, ano nga bang barrel yung dala niya, at paano nga nila guguluhin ang FERVID in the process. I feel like may malaking epekto doon si Ajax tsaka si Silent. Not really on the entry ni Dre, kasi Dre, maaasahan mo siya doon, eh, no? That's his role. Pero yung paggampan talaga ni Silent at ni Ajax para maging consistent yung dalawang plays ng FERVID to open up the second half is definitely, no, props for rewards para sa side ng Acceptance. Kasi mahirap para gawin ni Silent yung play sa passage. Paano pa si Ajax na pwede nga siyang mahuli sa CR? Pickers advantage ng tao na nasa loob ng CR at nagagawa ng Acceptance yun, no? Those very good duels ng Acceptance, kaya nila nagagawa tong execution na yun.
Yun, just like what I said, pare. I feel like very similar sa nakikita natin to from some of the Brazilian teams. Pero A7J will be getting Ajax. Ajax, alay nga lang siya dito, though. He's gonna create this uncertainty, no? Unless may mag-reclear dito sa second mid, they really have no idea if it's fully clear or not, at least dito sa may side ng pinto. But at the same time, since wala ng pressure ang ating kabilang side, pwede pa yun! And Heck using the Sausaw lineup para makuha ang leg dito kay Lons on the KLB spot. Pero hindi siya makakabawi, pare. Here comes the second punch. EBR dito ni Silent. Dracifer spotting in na nasa loob ng missile. Tamang sayaw, pero USB na-forward na nga dito. Ting with a very nice trade. 3 versus 3. Di pa tapos ang labanan. Si Ting naman ibababa dito sa side D versus Ting, the head-to-head. Can they get each other's domes here? Sting around the corner. Nakita na nga dito si D. Reloading. Dre nasa CR pala? What? Distraction na pala yung nasa side Salvatore. It was a flank the entire time.
At napakagaling naman ni Ting na i-delay yun ng maayos, no, pre? Nasa tamang wisyo ka ba siya? Napikan niya yung taong nasa sikip gamit ang USP. Acceptance. Wala na atang kinikilalang malalakas dito sa loob nga ng sub-base. Basta mapunta sa kanilang mapa na to, mawawala lahat ng advantage nila sa mundo. Merong anomalyang nangyayari sa balanse ng mundo, Sneaky. Walang tumatama kay Lance. Pumapalya ang FERVID GR. MZ, A7J adjustment. Kinakalaban ng kanilang mga tao na nasa lababo, pre. Walang naipapalag. Pero Ajax, this is the planting of the seed. Psycho Warfare lang nila ang FERVID. At pwedeng makalibre ng marami. Si Ajax, kakashout siya ng marami dito pag nakuha niya yung 2F player, pre. Lance nakita. There goes the headshot. Nagkukubog na nga sila sa reposition pero nahuli si Ajax. And there goes the shot from Silent. Kailangan niya nga panlinisin ng bias kasi piso na nga lang si Dre. He needs to get at least 2 para maging 2v1 nga to. D, nakuha na nga ang pwesto but D with the headshot. Wala munang seremonyas para sa Acceptance. FERVID. Napulot na nila lahat ng kalat para makuha yung round.
Yun nga, finally we get to see that confidence kind of dito sa FERVID that was kind of missing the entire game na nasasala sila with the wall dance, nasasala sila dito with their own. Pero Trey, spot naman yung ulo dito sa loob ng MR. Tracifer as well on the outside. Di siya takot na mag-peek. Galing sa pass, Ajax coming out. Pero nandito naman si Ajax, Silent with his own double. Teka lang, Salvi na paikot pa yung mundo.
Sabi ko nga sa'yo, pre, may gumagalaw sa balanse ng mundo. FERVID, what is happening? Walang presensya sa first and second half. Hindi dapat to nangyayari, guys. Acceptance. Merong pagbabagong anyo dito para kay Silent, Lance, and MZ na lang natitira for FERVID, and they're still yet to gather information kung nasaan nga ba Acceptance. There is still a possibility, Sneaky, na mag-split pa sila for the individual play. Pero Acceptance, they would be needing at least one member alive, no? Para mas maging malakas pa. But right now, Acceptance, that is the least of their worries. At least maggrupo-grupo na nga lang sila, mas lalo mahihirapan ng FERVID.
Yep. Acceptance, no? Tamang dikit na lang sila dito sa Alvi. They do have the numbers advantage. It's a guaranteed trade if ever gusto nila pumasok. Pero Lance could be the equalizer para sa kanyang team. One shot, and you're done.
Double kill.
Never mind, that's 2 for 1, pare! Oh my goodness, heck! Ayaw nang subala dito. He does spot Lance, pero Lance is also trying to play the crouch game, pero tumama pa rin doon si Heck. How does that happen? MC spotted. Darkroom missed, pero Heck gusto pang bumalik dito na machine room, USP in hand. Umakit na ka dito si MZ, pero saan mag-challenge si Heck instead? Silent jump papuntang vent. Medyo nasuspetsahan niya na baka dumaan ng passage itong si Heck thanks to that jump. Hindi yata nag-shift itong si Heck, no? So, will be a bit confusing kung saan siya papunta dito. Pero nasa harap mo na pala, MZ, and that will be the ender dito sa ating sub-base. A 10-4 smacking ng FERVID. Acceptance with absolute strength. They just elbow drop yung buong FERVID team, pare.
FERVID imploding sa loob ng sarili nilang map-pick at wala nang mas satisfying pa na ego check sa estado ng FERVID kundi matalo sa sarili nyong piniling map, no? With the utter confidence na piliin ng sub-base kasi bakante. Here is Heck. Back in his prime, tumatama ang kanyang Arctic at si Silent na hindi mo makita sa mapa na para bang si Elvin, no? Grabe, Acceptance, proving na wala tayong kinikilalang agwat sa ligang to. And I love those odds para sa Acceptance, no? Na wala talaga silang kinikilalang Diyos sa sub-base, and for damn sure, wala silang alam dito sa FERVID na ano bang klaseng FERVID na makikita natin ngayon, basta alam namin mas maganda yung tutok ng Acceptance. So from Dre's entries, Ajax lurking, Silent hitting the shots, wala nang mas magandang formula pa sa Acceptance na lahat ng gulong gumagana.
Kumbaga para yun nga, it seems like Team Acceptance do not believe in the hierarchy ng ating liga, no? And naging topic na rin natin yan, Salvatore, dito sa ating podcast where it kind of feels like the entire league, wala nang two-horse race, wala nang sinasabi natin na top 4 or top 6. I feel like the entire top 8 can definitely compete papunta nga dito sa ating playoffs. And yun nga, sinabi ko nga last year, yun nga, that could have probably been the best year of Filipino Crossfire, but I feel like And wala pa tayong kalahati dito, Ben. Hinihigitan na nga, no? So, I feel like it's already a really good showing para sa Team Acceptance. It also shows a lot of growth para sa kanila kasi, ayun nga, no, for the past few weeks, they have been trying to find their stability time and time again. And I feel like nakuha na nila yun dito sa mapa ng sub-base. Problema ka lang, no, Salvi, there will be a few questions or at least question marks papunta nga dito sa map number 2 considering na Ankara is gonna be a whole lot bigger. And it is a map na FERVID is also very familiar with, no? So, Team Acceptance, granted, nanalo kayo sa map number 1. The fight's not gonna get easier in map number 2.
Definitely, no? Parang nababaliktad na nga ang FERVID Destiny dito. Kung sila ang reverse sweep, sila naman ngayon ang nakangailangan mag-reverse sweep para makuha nga nilang series ka na to. But, you know, Ankara is still something of a map na pwede pa rin makuha na Acceptance. Malalaman nga natin mamaya, pero ibabato muna natin sa ating panel para makita nga natin ang kanilang reaksyon. Kasi nga, kagulat-gulat nga naman talaga ang pinakita na Acceptance. Mochi and Bipolar, kamusta kayo dyan?
Ayun, ganun po yung gulat namin. Maraming
Yes.
salamat sa ating mga casters and dude! Kung papasulatin tayo ng reaction paper dito, Bipolar, I feel like kaya natin to pahabain hanggang 3 pages. Kasi ganun lang din naman katindi yung naging performance dito ng Acceptance. And naaalala mo, yesterday, nag-podcast si Sneaky Froggy Salvatore and as well as si El, ang kanilang +1, no? At binanggit nila that FERVID has struggles facing up against sniper-centric teams.
Yeah.
At eto, binigyan na ng ebidensya ang kanilang pointer na yon, which is insane.
Yeah. Yun ang Mochi, no? I mean, ang saya panoorin ng matchup na yun. Even on sub-base of all maps. Isipin mo yun, we gave them a challenge again. I feel like we always have to give challenges towards these teams. Kasi palagi tayo pinapakitaan dito ng ating parang sagot dun sa mga challenges na yun. With Heck being on this vent side, ang dami niyang ways para mapuntirya dito yung GR side ng Acceptance. And with Heck frying every front body from multiple corners, wala magawa dito ang FERVID. But big ups to Ajax, man. Big ups to Dre as well. Talagang headshot city for him. Meanwhile, ang buong FERVID, hindi sila makahinga. And when it was on the switch of the sides, grabe yung teamwork dito ng Acceptance. They had multiple areas covered with multiple people. Kung isip mo rin, last time na nakita natin Acceptance from like 2 maps ago or 2 series ago, medyo kalat. Medyo parang kapag last 3 players na lang natin nakikita yung buong Acceptance na, oy guys, it's a team game. We have to play as a team. Pero ngayon, holy mother of God, that BL side was so peak na hindi man lang di ako nakakita ng butas doon. Pero for Vida, they're trying to, naging passive sila dito sa GR side nila. It was almost parang, put your backs up against the wall and wait for the action na ibibigay ng ating Acceptance. But what else can we say? What a round ender from Heck. Kahit na namatay dito ng 2 beses yung kakapi niya from a singular bullet given by Lance, the experience and the veterans of the player to go for the clutch na pumasok pa mismo dito sa may events, I believe, talagang napanalo niyan. But now, look at Dre, I'm telling you, headshot city. 15 kills and 14 headshots. We're in
That's
100% rating. Again, it's just beautiful to see.
Exactly. I think beautiful is an understatement. This is magnificent, Bipolar. 100. And other than that, I love how the rest has been able to, again, closely work with each other. Kung dati, binanggit mo na nga rin, pag nagkakabawasan sila, nagkakaroon ng kakulangan, nahihirapan sila na responde sa isa't isa dahil masyado silang malayo, no? There are some comms na hindi nila nare-release sa isa't isa. Pero that is quite the opposite that we have seen dito, no, sa kanilang laban ng sub-base. And here for FERVID, no, nice try, no, let's see if there would be an answer back pagdating sa ating mapa na Ankara, pero I think ito muna ang ating i-highlight ngayon. With 1.67 KD, Dre has been able to mark that 100% rating up, ensuring that every single round, there's automatically a -1 against FERVID. I cannot fathom how Dre has been able to perform up to this caliber against the team who managed to take off a map or get a really close fight against Team Stallions, Bipolar.
Alam mo, Mochi, ito yung sinasabi natin, even before the show started, sinabi natin here on the panel desk na kailangan maganda dito ng FERVID because despite Acceptance already in a tie game sa kanilang journey right now sa group stage, well, they are still a tough team to beat. At pinakita doon dito ni Hek at pati ni Dre ang lakas sila on
So
sub base. No?
good.
Iba talaga kapag Kurt yung pangalan mo, sinasabi ko sa inyo. But nonetheless, FERVID now, they need to come back or it's gonna be a 2-0 for Acceptance.
That's true, and that is why aalamin natin mamaya kung meron pa nga bang bawi ang FERVID dito or will Team Acceptance create that statement at mapo-force na lang itong i-accept ng FERVID. Malalaman natin yan maya-maya. ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets the double. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
Welcome everyone, and now we're back dito pa rin sa ating unang laban for today. It is FERVID Esports versus Team Acceptance, where earlier on there is quite of a really exciting and surprising result from the map of Subbase, where they managed to rack up that win against FERVID. And reminder, this is the very same FERVID na almost nang tumalo sa Team Stallions nung isang linggo. Ano kayang expectations natin for our next map here, Bipolar?
Our expectation will be met with a beautiful performance, Mochi. Yan na may kita natin dito sa Ankara. And again, sinabi ko naman, no, na starting point lang naman yun for FERVID. So let's give him a little bit of,
Of
for
course.
a little bit of leeway. Kasi yung STS matchup na yun, that's not really the end. But for Acceptance. Man, oh man, I love to see that kind of playstyle ulit, no? Parang calculated, simula pa lang ng paggalaw ng mga models nila dito sa buong Crossfire, no? Na parang Acceptance knows what they're doing and they're accepting that anyone can be defeated. And they are the ones to be the ones to give those defeats pagdating dito sa ating mga players. So, if they go up into a 2-0 scoreline up against FERVID, well, Acceptance, feeling ko yung 30% ng pumupuso kanina sa community pulse will be now becoming 100%. Kasi kakaiba yun, Moch. Isipin mo, heck, Silent Ajax, Dre, and Ting. Kahit na si Ting hindi masyado dito nag-overpower, no, there's multiple plays that you should look out for kapag nasa Acceptance. Kakaiba ang playstyle nila dun sa Sunrise. But now, on Ankara, let's see, no? They'll be starting on the BL side, I believe. But let's check na lang pag dumating ni Casters.
And gusto ko lang to ilapag before natin ibata sa ating mga casters. I love that Team Acceptance took everything that we said into heart, no? Kitang-kita yung kanilang improvements. Pero other than that, it's time para ilapag na tayo para sa ating mga casters. Diggy Frog and Salvatore, take it away.
Maraming salamat dyan sa ating panel. No? Well said for both Bipolar and then Mochi. There's a steady improvement para talaga dito sa side ng Team Acceptance. And Sneaky Frog, bilang nanonood din ng mga ibang liga natin dito lang sa ating CFS, no? Parang meron talagang nationwide effect ngayon ang mga top teams na nakakaranas ng pag-aabot talaga ng 3 sets at dinudurog na lang ng mga nasa outside ng top 4. No? Na parang AG, tinatalo na lang bigla dito ng E-Star, Baisha Gaming and Evolution Power losing their own bouts. Team Liquid na pinapaabot sa 3 sets. Rock Esports, parang nakikipagdikdikan sa 9Z nga ngayon. This is nothing different sa nakikita natin from both Acceptance and as well as FERVID. At kita-kita mo nga naman talaga, it's not just from the other regions. Alam mo talaga na Philippines is now a legit contender na hindi na lang tayo tumitingin sa dalawang teams na nasa taas.
Alam mo, Salvi, pakiramdam ko, hindi similar yung pakiramdam nito yung sa 2025. I think it would do a disservice. Tara, let's roll back one more year. This feels like 2024, especially at the end of it, no? Siyempre, hindi pa malakas yung Ubek nung time na yun that they went undefeated sa group stage. But this is kind of the similar vibe nung nanalo yung Evolution Power sa main stage. Paalala lang, no? They were the 4th seed nung time na yun, pare, at sila pananalo ng buong CFS. I think no one was really looking at Mino and the boys to win the entire thing, no? Pero nagawa nga nila yun. So, hopefully, we do see the exact same story as well pagdating sa liga natin. And hopefully, maybe, just maybe, pagdating nga sa series na to, no? Kasi yun nga, I feel like the Team Acceptance win up against itong FERVID potentially, pare, would definitely, you know, make yung standings natin topsy-turvy and create yung create more confusing conversations para nga sa atin dito. And speaking of international, no, yun nga, Team Acceptance, I feel like they've been watching a lot of Brazil recently. Pansin ko lang sa subbase nila, pare.
Isang malupit na podcast na usapan nga yun. Pero speaking of podcast, ito pre, mga nagpo-podcast na ang FERVID at Acceptance.
Wala mid. MBIG. Relax lang.
Smoke ka na.
Smoking kasi kan mid ah. Ato ka pa dool di. Kisak pa na ba ka dira? Tiya kapat.
There it is. There's the talks. And Salvatore, may isa akong gusto makita galing sa Acceptance dito sa mapa na to. I want to see the exact same thing na pinuproll off nila dito sa subbase. Na, you know, nagpo-poke and prod sila dito sa mapa to and expecting na may biglang lalabas ng TB, may biglang lalabas ng HM at CA at the same time. I want to see those crunches, no, paminsan-minsan para sa Acceptance kasi pakaramdam ko yun yung nagpapaaning dito sa FERVID and also, you know, the cheeky individual peaks from time to time. I really do not want to see them, you know, kind of sitting like this the entire time, pare. Pero, baka tester round pa lang naman to. You know, they're just trying to feel out kung anong ibibigay dito ng FERVID, pare.
Pretty tough call, no, na mag-poke and prod dito sa GR. Well, it's Ankara. It's kind of rewarding pag mayroon ka talagang napilas ng maayos dito, no, from the bouts, from yellow all the way to vents. At ito na nga rin sa magandang halimbawa dito, no, batteries all the way to HM. Pwedeng i-force to ng FERVID kasi they love to play EAHM o HMTB. Natin Acceptance. They do have a good amount of numbers. Dito naman sa loob nga ng B site, first contact technically dito si Ting kung magpapa-second mid nga sila. Si Hek, wala pang kaalam-alam. Wala siyang kasama ka dito other than Ting himself. At tinan mo naman yung rotation dito. May iwan si Lance bilang anti-rotation. Ting nahuli na nga at nandun si A7J bilang pansalubong. Pero si D, nasa na nga ba yung kill na yun? Finally, they take him down. Hek ngayon, nagkukumahog para baka mag-reposition at napakatagal umikot na Acceptance. Nagulat na lang sila. Wala na silang dalawang players for defense.
Ayun nga, Lance already on the overlook ng ating B-side. Granted, hindi nakaplant sa kanya pare, pero pwede siyang pumilas na napakadaming gusto mag-rotate na papasok ng site. Quick scope. Dito kay Silent. There we go. Bit late, pero di makikita na kay headshot dito kay Dre. And the USP drop shot. Ayun nga, bit delayed lang para dito kay Lance. So first point, para dito sa FERVID. Salvi, not gonna lie, I didn't like the reaction dito ng Acceptance. So pakiramdam ko mas maganda sana if they went the two-man clear papuntang CA at may control pa sila HM. May control pa sila sa ano ng HM dito, no? But they're really uncertain kung may tao nga dito sa LA. They had no info.
Yun yung pinakamahirap na rito na i-pull off no? Tatlo talaga na nasa loob ng A-site Ajax. Wow! Ayoko na, Sneaky.
No.
Kita,
wala pa, men.
ayoko na.
Paplum pa lang yan.
Di, ang kapal na talaga dun.
May
Imagine.
May manifest sa taas, I think. I don't know. Actually,
di ko alam.
Pangalan nga dun sa taas. Pero, CA control.
Pero ito pa rin, another round na ang depensa na naman ng FERVID is 3-2 na walang nakahawak ng HM. Si Ajax bilang nagpapatrol, not really the best bout no? Parang feeling ko dapat Arctic player pa rin yung nandyan. Pero
Lipat niyo si Ting pare. Punta niyo sa A, tapos si Ajax na lang nasa B, no? Gawin nila yung double snipe sa B.
Iwan nila si Hek, di ba? Parang kaya naman ni Hek He's good for one. A force 4v4 is always good para sa GR side, no? Pero FERVID, I feel like it's technically still a good call, pero hindi kasi sure kung ano pwede kakalabasan nito for Acceptance. Could be a 3v5.
There it is. Flashes, nades, everything. Tinapan na dito sa top A. Ito na yung kalat ng FERVID. Silent instantly spotted dito sa top A. Cannon stairs, Ajax, quick scope, kahit bulag. MC mamamatay na rin. Dre will be getting D at naubos na dito yung FERVID sa loob ng site. And Hek will be getting that last one. I love yung move doon ni Dre. I really love yung move doon ni Dre sa Alvi kasi hindi siya nag-full commit papunta dito sa top A natin, and para kay Ajax, he just dropped down. Hindi na objective kumbaga na hanapin tong player dito sa top A, instead is to try and distract him and create a bit more of a harder fight para sa kanila dito pare. Pero speaking of a hard fight, Hek facing 4 dito sa hotel.
Okay, may entry nga rin dito si Dre Cipher na nagulat na lang din si Ting na naglaho na nga siya. Dre, discipline! Grabe nga naman na parang nasa kumbento. Dre, tahimik pero grabe ang ingay. He's only good for 2. Okay na yon para sa Acceptance. What a play by Dre. Ajax now cutting the rotation and A7J is down 2v1 na lang. Lance needs to secure a 2K para mapunta sa FERVID ang round, and Silent and Ajax with an amazing reposition. Kita mo nga naman na they're playing for retake. Sneaky Lance na nasa radar na nga ni Silent. He's gonna get it one. Ngayon, 1v1 na nga lang. Ajax alam ko nasaan ang C4. Kita mo nga naman na hindi nila gamit ang kanilang primary weapon. Labanan ng USP at mas bilis. Dungot-dot si Ajax. Acceptance winning the 1v1.
And a 2-1 para sa Acceptance. Salvi, ayun nga, no? Kind of the same problem na nakita natin sa A-side kanina with a bit of clearing on the side of Acceptance. But at the same time, ayun nga, Salvi, you gotta check your corners. Dracifer was kind of feeling para may drum in base, no? Na nagpe-play sa kanyang tenga the way that he's entering dito sa loob ng ating hotel, no? Padire-diretso lang, no checking. And obviously, yung mga resolution ng player natin ay naka na 800 by 600 or 1024 na hindi mo talaga makikita yan, men. Pero really good read galing kay Ajax, no, na lahat sila sa hotel lumabas. For sure, may lalabas din dito na second mid. No, buhay pa dito si Lito.
I mean, like, Acceptance, I did not expect na mababawi nila kagad yung pagkawala talaga ni Ting, no? And definitely, sa mga bagay na matututunan na Acceptance, wag na kayo makinig sa akin. Pagpatuloy nyo na lang yung 3-2 setup na yan. Kasi umubra naman kung magpa 5 stack ang FERVID. Gumana lang naman kanina kasi wala talagang may nagpa-HM rather sa FERVID. So, Acceptance, at least meron dapat silang sense of awareness pa rin. Na may magro-rotate pa rin once or twice papuntang exit para man lang ma-check kung may magse-second mid o kaya HM. Ngayon, tinan mo, iniistakan na nga kagad ng FERVID ang potential B entry nga nila. We're in MZ. Nandoon si Ting, nandoon si Hek. Pwede nga siyang mahuli dito. there's going to be a huge possibility na Acceptance will be able to read this for retake o kaya sa isang magandang 1-for-1.
Yeah, kailangan lumayo dito ni Lance ang onte para malabas na ang kanyang TRG. So it doesn't get full swung by Ting dito sa HM pare. So a bit more of a relaxed setup para sa mga B players natin. Ting spotting kung nasaan si Lance. USP rounding the corner. Tamang ratrat lang. Patay na nga dito yung HM control ng Acceptance. Pero naandito pa naman si Heck. Pero alam niya ba na naandito si A7J sa second mid. Tamang harap, tamang talikod. Pero mamamatay lang rin si Heck. And it will be him going down. 3 players na nasa A side ng mapa. Pare masyado yata mabagal yung reaction ng Acceptance. They barely moved.
Oh, the few rounds no, na may nagpa-HM naman pero sinagasaan pa rin ng FERVID yun. Good shots here for Silent. Marami pa namang oras para makapag-retake pero sila alam na nga informasyon ngayon ni Silent. Kaso di ka naman tumingin! Alam mong nanggaling ng bypass. Lance cleared a different angle. 16 seconds left. Parating na ka si Dre. Can he clear all the 3 members? Half-blinded na nga ngayon. Gonna get the headshot in 10 seconds left. Napakalabo. It's planted para sa 2F. Dracifer now with the shot. And there it is. FERVID. Amazing entry and an even better post-plant. Acceptance, masyadong minaliit ang kanilang depensa ngayon na parang akala ata nila ubra.
Yeah, ito yung adjustment dito no, salve dito ng FERVID na they really have to make sure that they really can get these players no, na hindi sila makaka-play for life dito sa mga spots nila dito. And I feel like Acceptance has done a really good job of playing for lives for the past few rounds. Pero Heck, kaparapan na ka dito sa PB. Ting right behind him at nakuha pa nila si Dracifer. Acceptance suddenly turning up the aggression dito sa mapa natin. Lance nakita na si Silent but does it even matter pare? It's a 4 versus 2.
The position dito para kay A7J, no? Usually the angle na hindi kiniklear masyado. There it is, A7J. Gonna land the shot to make it a 2v3. Kaso si Ajax gumagawa din ng sarili niyang play. Good for 1. Ajax, Lance na huling. Gustong pumunta ng hukay at dyan ka ilalagay ni Ting. Acceptance, binawi din kagad.
Yun nga men, and Acceptance obviously naramdaman nila yung adjustment no, Salvatore, and they're like, okay, magpipick na lang kami dito sa TB. Ting, samahan mo ako, sabi dito ni Heck, and we are gonna get 3 players in this position. And another denial para sa mid-control dito ng FERVID. A 7J down. Di man lang nakarating ng hukay pare. And FERVID having to operate outside of a 4v5 pare.
That's very good position no, para sa mga nag-rotate ng floor 18. And Dracifer, possible bout sa may sabon. Pati na nga rin sa LB. Ang problema kasi dito, no, yung idea na Lance is giving space, pero FERVID is always getting caught in the middle of rotation. Yun yung pwedeng mangyari dito para sa FERVID. Pag nahanap nga ni Ting to, that is always a good sign na para sa Acceptance. Na makuha nga nila yung bypass, they're going to cut LA. So, nakasalalay nga to for both Dracifer and Lance to make sure na yung play ng FERVID papasok nga naman talaga ng maganda. LA already being taken control ni MZ and as well as ni Lance. May mga magpaparamdam dito lang sa may mid, hinting for a TBHM split. Ting nakalampas, wala na nga si Dracifer. This is a very good lurk. Kaso nga lang si Ting nakatingin nga ba ng tamang direksyon? That is a failed play para nga dito kay Ting, but still winnable round para ka sa Acceptance. FERVID now eyeing for an entry.
Yun lang, Ajax. USP though, nahanap dito si MZ, but he is just a distraction para dito sa FERVID. 50 seconds left. Lance sa loob ng spawn. Spotting Silent. Good cut off on the rotation. And Ajax malalaglag na rin. No longer can Acceptance play for life dito sa mapa natin. Not as easy as before. Pero si Dre, nakita na ka dito si Lance. 24 seconds left. Definitely possible. Especially barag pa dito si D pare. D. Dracifer not playing the same angle. So HK 417 pa naman hawak dito ni Dre, no? So it's not gonna be the best gun to wallbang with. And Dracifer, tamang info lang, and it will be the easiest round lead of his life, pare. 3-3, FERVID getting the round back at kailangan mag-timeout dito ang FERVID, pare. Medyo delikado kasi yung back and forth sa simula namin. It kind of feels like they're kind of wasting points dito sa BL side kasi kada every other round natin, pare, nasasagot ng Acceptance yun na tinatapon nila, men.
Definitely good call para ka sa FERVID, pero You know, habang maaga pa nga lang, first half, magtatawag ka na nga ng timeout. Very odd from the sceneries na nakikita natin ng mga nakaraan usually. Second half pa natin nakikita o kaya sobrang lambastic na nga talaga nung, nung lamang mismo. Pero good call para dito kay Coach Aris na sa ngayon pa lang, they really need to fix this idea of mid-rounding, no? Na parang they're taking their time but at the same time, there's not really much an effect to it, no? Na they want HM control pero parang hindi nila gugustuhin yung HM na yun kasi baka i-double pick tayo ng second mid. Baka yung mga magro-rotate na exit mahuli nga tayo. It was a very good take para kay Lance and I feel like dapat din sila nag-bounce, no? Na kaya naman i-duel ni Lance and as well as MZ yung HM. Pangalawa, Acceptance wants to play for retake at yun ang talagang iisipin ngayon ng FERVID. Oh, it's retake. Pero it's not really a retake na okay, it's a 3v5, no? Feeling ko dapat may presence ang FERVID sa early game eh. Parang paggamitin nila si Lance for that dueling talaga. To force the 4v5, to force a even better, a 5v3, no? And wala naman siguro problema sa lurking. So I feel like FERVID just needs to make sure na kumpleto sila. They have the right amount of utils para ma-throw off yung mga members sa may top A. And pangalawa, just that mid-rounding talaga, men. Parang hindi naman ganun ka major adjustment. Feeling ko lang talaga FERVID kailangan nilang pag-ingatan lang yung fights na kinukuha nga nila. In Acceptance, I feel like they're prepared for that adjustment. Kasi nga, since GR sila, they're more than anticipating the pushes ng FERVID. It will just solely depend sa pinagagawa ni Silent and Ajax and then just Dre hitting the shots. No?
Yun nga pare. And gusto ko sana makita yung ginawa ng Acceptance no kanina. Yung parang yung ano nila sa hotel especially, na magda-drop smoke ka lang for the sake of information, nakahawak ka lang ng smoke, just checking if ever may tao nga doon sa loob and then you can just kind of fight it on the site, no? And yun nga, I feel like that is one of the main reasons why itong Acceptance na, you know, they have been getting some very good guesses dito sa mapa natin. And ito namang FERVID natin, ano kaya kanilang i-adjust dito, man? I really wish na, I want to see a bit more later pushes galing sa kanila para let them kind of set up first and then doon sila magpo-punishment. Kaso Lance,
The Ajax, no way.
he gets this. Yun lang.
Oh!
I knew it, pare. I knew it. Logi si Lance dun, min eh. As soon as you drop down sa vents at may info na dun yung sniper sa'yo, you might as well like run. Pero wala, man. The ego says otherwise.
Not even a reposition para kay Lines and MC. Syempre yung EBR pa. Yung makakuha ng kills ni Iki. Grabe naman ang panlalason ng dalawang teams nga na to, no? But meanwhile, teka lang. Just a bit. As early as right now, wala pa rin silang nakukuhang mid control, which is very good, no, for FERVID para mabait siguro Acceptance na okay, laban lang tayo ng mga long angles. LB and LA lang muna tayo. Feel like sinasay ko nga nila dito ang Acceptance. Pero si A7J ang may iwan sa minute. Very good call here for FERVID. That is necessarily the thing to do, knowing na wala na ba mawawala kung si A7J ang mapilas nga dito since 1 HP na nga lang siya, or mas maganda pa pag nakakuha ng marami pang kills si A7J. 2v3 incoming para sa loob nga ng B site. Alam mo talaga na Acceptance hindi siya nagpapakagat eh, no? Like, clearly wala pa rin nagro-rotate nga sa kanila. They still want the defense to work sa loob ng A site.
Yun lang, heck. Nag-timing, check dito sa hotel side natin. Dracifer on the second swing. Di niya makuha dito si Ting. Will get taken down by D. Pero di mo alam na may tao pa pala dito sa likod. Pero heck, hindi niya sinagad dito yung second mid. Interestingly enough, I think he's looking for the bigger fish. Si Silent na nga bahala dito kay D. But it's actually a 2 versus 1 para kay D na nasa HM. Trey will be taking him. A7J will be taking him down as well. And yun nga, I feel like that's the reason why hindi masyado nag-push si Heck. A7J was still missing dito sa mapa natin. Pero MZ mawawala lang rin ang buhay ni Silent. Heck, the last one left alive na nasa second mid. MZ spotted. Nakatalikod! Heck spotting. Pero makikita niya ba dito si A7J? A7J, nakita ang kanyang kamay, nakita ang kanyang USP. 10 seconds left and not much time to decide kung anong site ang gustong kukunin. 5 more seconds. A7J running. At nalabas ang C4 sa maling oras, pare. That will be another point for Acceptance. Really good hold galing kay Heck.
There's still 2 seconds, no? Para may oras pa ata para i-clear mismo yung batteries para kay A7J. But he opts na i-plant na nga lang para ka sa RS. Panic para sa side ng FERVID. Not able to convert the timeout na very crucial eh, no? Kasi ito na yung oras, ito yung period na bakante na yung utak kanila. They just need to refine the mid-round. At grabe nga naman dito pa talaga sila nagpakita ng konting expose, no? From Acceptance, amazing gameplay from both Ajax and as well as Ting doing their own play para talaga yung trades na kukunin ng FERVID pumantay para sa Acceptance. And si Heck, grabe men, yung parang nakatago yun, nakaka-counter UAB dito. Si Heck na hindi siya makita-kita ng FERVID despite the knowledge na okay, masyado nang maingay yung second mid. Baka siting to. Yun lang pre. That one suspicion ng FERVID, yun yung nagpanaig dito para sa side na Acceptance na i-capitalize nga na yun So it was technically a double lurk as GR. Napakagandang play naman yun from Acceptance, paying homage dito sa SGJ. FERVID now entering sa loob ng A site with a position para sa lineups.
Yeah, nades all over the place pare, pero yun nga, si Acceptance, paano sila mag-play for life dito sa top 8 Ray, hindi pa namamatay. Ajax with a good first shot dito kay MZ. They're having a hard time entering the site D, finally with the first kill. Pero nakatakas na rin kasi yung mga players natin on their side. Lons a bit late sa kanyang paglipat dito sa boxes. Dang is gonna be harassing him temporarily. Pero mag-iigi siya ng tulong galing kay A7J. But at the same time, Silent getting the top 8 control. Napalik na sa kamay dito ng GR. Pero the drop down not gonna work for Silent. A7J will be getting him 1 versus 2. Ajax getting Lons on the behind. At na-stuck na ka dito si Lito sa ating Vince. The timeout did nothing. Nada para dito sa FERVID.
At kung meron mang ginawa yung timeout na yun, Stingy, mas pumabor pa talaga sa Acceptance. Ngayon, alam na nga nila ang bupit ng FERVID It was all too obvious that the lineups is going to heavily favor FERVID at least for the start, Kaso, kulang-kulang naman yung spaces na kinuha ni D and Ajax. Ayang ka na naman. How are you out-sniping Lance? The man that out-snipered Revenge inside of sa base. Lance. Grabe, men. What is happening, FERVID? May pagbabago na parang di ata matanggap-tanggap ng FERVID. Kaya Acceptance is ushering in a new version of Ankara. Parang hindi talaga pumapabor sa side ng FERVID at di sila makasabay.
Yun nga, Acceptance. Grabe, pa-shift yung kanilang depensa dito, Salvatore. We were kind of seeing more of a 3-2 very far back default kanina galing sa Acceptance. But now, this has been the most forward their defense has ever been, especially dito sa may hotel side natin. And FERVID possibly with an entirely wrong read dito sa mapa natin, man. They are expecting na 3-2 yung mangyayari dito. But look at the movement galing sa Acceptance, pare. They're already in B.
Napakahigpit naman ito. Pero depende na nga lang gano'ng kabilis. Kaso crouch-pikan ka lang ni A7J. That's a good anticipating pick para kay A7J. At ngayon, may active player pa rin naman dito ang Acceptance. And now, Acceptance could really use some trades now para talaga mas mapahirapan pa dito ang FERVID sa kanilang pagpasok nga ng site. But they are playing it passive, which is very smart of them, Sneaky. Acceptance, clearly. Gusto nga nilang i-sandwich dito yung pagpasok ng FERVID dun nga sa RS. Pero Ajax, nakita na nga si Dracefer. They take him down. USP na kanyang hawak. What is this from Silent? Saan ka nang galing, pre? Nagulat na lang ang FERVID na naglaho nga sila. And another 6-3 half by Acceptance. FERVID, hindi makabitaw.
Yun nga, man. FERVID, it just seems like they're trying to counter an entirely different team not named Acceptance, pare, dito sa mapa natin. Yun nga, I feel like that would have worked, up against, yung the Atrases and the VPs, yung mga slower teams natin, pare. But Acceptance, it seems like variety is really messing with the heads dito ng FERVID. Di mo talaga alam kung passive hold ba yung gagawin dito ng Acceptance, if it is gonna be a bit of poke and prod dito sa hotel or may HM peak na mangyayari. But at the same time, man, Ajax, yeah, the man who was once lost dito sa Eagle Eye, now he's finding himself dito sa mapa ng Ankara. And his secondary sniper has been very effective, pare, especially neutralizing itong si Lance, sa kanyang mga common angles dito, pare. FERVID, they look a bit lost, pare. It seems like, ayun nga, wouldn't want them to be in this form kasi kung ganito yan, man, magpo-post na naman ng quote dito si Kuya Aris, and I wouldn't wanna see that, pare.
This has got to be like the most outrageous season of CrossFire yet na parang kayang talunin ng Execration at top 2 tapos matatalo sa MATTJESS. FERVID only getting sub-base dito sa loob ng Team Stallions. MATTJESS reviving itong buhay nga ni Zach. And Acceptance taking both first halves of 2 sets. Laban sa not just any other team, ito nga palang FERVID na kayang talunin ng Execration at kayang kunin ng sub-base ng Stallions. What in the world is happening to the league right now?
What if mali tayong lahat dun sa podcast prediction natin? ayun nga. What if
Mas maganda nga
it's
yun,
not
pre.
gonna be FERVID, it's not gonna be VP, it's not gonna be STS, it's not gonna be X. We are sending Acceptance and Attras to France. Or MATTJESS. MATTJESS to France would be nice.
MATTJESS, pre! MATTJESS!
Dagan.
May TV yun. IG yung kurso.
Flip ni mo sa may nga huwag iya.
HM na to.
Sila gas mo iibay. Sila gas mo dara.
Tale of two teams, no? Acceptance tahimik, FERVID mas tahimik. Acceptance. Papasok na nga sila dito. Here on HM na wala man lang nag-check ng EA pre, which is very uncalled for para sa Acceptance. Tama lang siguro na umatras na sila. What?
Yeah, I think we're out. I think we just send it. Kung ikaw si Ting dito, at the same time, your life is kind of expendable, no? Bilang yung
Raid.
designated yellow to CA jumper, pare.
Okay. FERVID, ito yung side na pabor para sa inyo. At least we know what you're capable of, no? Para dito kay Lance and Racifer, silent. Again, potential double kill in the making. 1 and 2, pero napisa niya si D. That's already good. Lance now, amazing crouch peek. 2-for-1 exchange para sa Acceptance at FERVID. Nakita mo, inaangat na kagad ngayon ng FERVID ang kanilang depensa by going back into their posts. Okay na yung mga picks na nakuha nila.
Yun nga, nagamit pa yung deathcam dito ni Drain, no? To confirm na wala nang nagre-repeat na sniper. Dito sa may B-sighting. Ajax and Heck. Let's see kung kaya nilang talunin. Oh, nasa side, D will go to a backflip dito sa may bato natin, pare. Lance will be doing nothing on the site. Only the shot at the beginning of the round. Yung tatama para sa kanila dito, pare. 2 versus 3. A7J and MZ. Classic duo as old as time. Pero speaking of as old as time, pare, Ajax, timeless ang kanyang sniper, pare. Tumatama pa rin hanggang ngayon. 28 seconds left. A7J with a hell of a clutch attempt. Heck will be spotting him. Both snipers are hitting at full capacity. Salvatore, Acceptance. Nako po, I was thinking Ankara was gonna be a closer affair, but it's anything but, pare.
Papaalala ko lang si Ajax pre. Attacker yan. At buti na nga lang nahanap na natin siya kasi Acceptance needs him more than ever. And he's winning against Lance. And once again, another start ng Acceptance na mauhuli si Lance. Usually, sinanay tayo, niligawan tayo ng sobra-sobra ni Lance na pagtitingin siya ng Flore at Bents, palaging papabor ang FERVID sa trade na yun. But right now, pre, meron talagang inihip dito Acceptance na di natin maintindihan paano napapagana ni Heck at Ajax yung mga early fights.
Yeah, FERVID seemed confused the entire time, no, pare. Lance, I feel like that's a desperation move galing sa kanya, pare, to try and get the 4 versus 4 sa start ng round at the very least. Pero feeling ko aware na dito yung Acceptance, so especially at this point na sobrang down ka pa, 6 and 3, and then akapanalo na dito ng Acceptance. You can kind of feel FERVID, no? Mapapaisip sila, okay, we need to do something about this. And unfortunately, you know, that thing was easily countered nga dito ng Acceptance that they kind of read the read dito ng ating mapa, pare. FERVID, only one player na nasa loob ng B-site, or not really inside of the B-site, more like in-spawn, having an angle into B-site, ay itong si Dracifer. And pag malagpasan siya dito, pare, yeah, that's basically game over for the B-site. That's retake, man.
What is Acceptance breathing, no, pre? Kailangan din natin yun para baka sakaling iangat
Oh my God!
palalo ang ating paglalaro ng Crossfire. Presi, whatever Acceptance is doing, it's definitely working. Ajax now, gonna get the kill. Reposition, Arctic hindi nga gagana din. A7J with the recovery para dito kay Kuya. Silent now entering. Nasaan ang post plant? Hindi na kinakailangan pagpatay na ang kalaban. Silent, dumiretso ng Ares. Ganun daw maglaro ng post plant. 1v3 now, hindi man lang tumigil. And Acceptance 8-3 inside of Ankara.
Yun nga, man, and the shellacking is real dito sa mapa natin. Ironically, this kind of reminds me of the time na, yun nga, no, with the VP versus Attras, where they're getting one-sided dito sa mapa. They are trying everything. Itong FERVID pagdating nga dito sa GR side nila, aggressive moves, you know, more stacks on the A side of the map. Them trying to see kung kaya naman saluhin nung ano man tinatapon nga dito na Acceptance. But it seems like Acceptance every single time they just find the hole in the defense. Pero MZ, try nang pumulit dito. Pero aware yung Acceptance. Sting is gonna die, but where's the trade? Ay, magpakita ni
Finally,
Sarge.
no? Finally, pre. Out of all the rounds played, meron ng first pick ngayon ang FERVID. Tanong na lang kung paano nga nila i-convert to. They had the first pick. They have GR. There's no way, right? Hindi pwede. Hindi maaari to. Walang daan. Unless malarkan sila na silent dito, which is very unlikely kasi literally FERVID is playing within sight range. MZ, kina-crouch pickan nga ngayon ni Heck. Good shoulder pick. Heck not bothering challenging it once again. Pero si MZ baka ilaban pa nga to. Silent now, gonna get the kill. Oh my God, Acceptance! What just happened? Pinaliktad yung kagad ang advantage ng FERVID.
Oh, Tracy first started running at the wrong time as well dito sa Alvi. Rinig yung Silent ang kanyang pagkatapak dito. But the fact is, hindi pa nila kinuha tong A site no, despite the 2 kills that they did get dito sa Vents at sa Room A.
What?
At may magre-repick pa ng Room A at pangalan niya ay, or actually Vents A, pangalan niya ay D. But can he get the headshot dito kay Silent? Yung kanina pang umaaksyon para sa Acceptance. Hard times for FERVID so far. Di na timingan pa nga dito sa Vents. Siya pa yung nakaltukan dito pare. Lance also fully well aware na pwedeng may dumaan dito sa may CA side, HM side. Will be peeking. Silent nasa likod na ng tower. Dre will be getting it. Silent will be spraying it. Yun lang. The last one left alive. Lance namatay na nga and Silent with the best angle you can hope for a very low spawn player na naka-HK dito, men. Wala kang madadaanan whatsoever, D. And you are stuck within your own spawn. ATTS will be falling. USP nilabas. Pero Silent, tamang upo lang dito sa taas pare. Hindi niya kailangan gumalaw. Hindi niya kailangan mag-drop down. Pero ginusto niya i-kill itong si D. 9-3. Acceptance on the brink of sweeping one of the top teams dito sa group stage. FERVID. They look anything but like a top team right now, pare.
FERVID, we hype all season. May sariling tier list. Binibigyan natin ng payawating kasi di nag-i-improve. Si Lance lumalakas. A7J doing the right calls. All happened in 1 week na binubuhat natin yung bangko pero grabe naman ang kanilang pagbagsak kasi kung gaano kakataas na inangat, siya din ang masakit na pagbagsak. MZ picked off sa loob nga ng Vets. FERVID, this would have been the week para mapalago yung position nyo after the huge loss against Stallions. Pero syempre, kapwa kadugo nyo pa ang tatalo sa inyo sa mapa na buong taon nyong pinapaangat at buong taon nyo rin pinapakita sa tao at sa liga. Dapat katakutan to ng iba. Acceptance, take a look at the scoreline na parang typographical error. Sneaky, no, this is absolutely real life. FERVID on defense, 2-2 split inside of A. Lance, hawak ang 2F. Nagmamatyagan na mag-HM. Ewan ko na lang talaga, Lance, kung mapilas ka pa dito. Not hitting anything. Good jump pick para sa mga players ng HM. Now Lance repositioning. And Acceptance now eyeing for an entry. Nakaangat ng tower si Ting. Here comes the nade. Mababawasan ng unti si Lance. And they pick the 2F player. Acceptance 5v3.
Grabe yung 6-man naging hitman bigla para dito sa side ng Acceptance. Ting saying hi to his old teammate. Pero si Tracifer, makikita niya na nakatalikod ng tropa niya. Silent will be getting Tracifer. ATTS will be getting a 7J. At si D na lang natitira. At wala na si Kuya para tawagin. Para tumulong na sa'yo na nasa loob ng spawn. Dre on the second mid position. Heady. Heck with the finish. Acceptance with a clean 2-0 sweep up against FERVID. Walang gods sa group stage, Salvatore. There is only Acceptance.
Lahat kinikilala bilang tao. Tapos na ang panahon na meron tayong kinikilalang mga Diyos. Binuo ang CFS para sa sangkatauhan, hindi para sambahin ng kahit sino-sino. And Acceptance proving that there is no hierarchy. It's just pure CrossFIRE At grabe nga naman, FERVID with one of the most satisfying ego checks dito sa loob ng liga nga na to, and the amount, Sneaky, is just absurd. In just one season, sangkaterbang upsets nang nakikita nga natin, and I am afraid this is one of the most impressive performances para makita nga natin, enable natin to as an upset, no? Acceptance, my God, you are just out of this world. Kasi matagal na namin gusto nga talaga ipamalas kay Ajax na sirain talaga yung kisameng gawa sa salamin. And take a look right now, Acceptance. What a headliner na 2-0 na Acceptance ang FERVID.
Yun nga, man, they finally figured something out, no, in between itong week number 2 at week number 3 natin that really did power up yung team na to, man, especially Heck and Silent. These two, last week pa silang ganito, Salvi, and it kind of feels like Acceptance has figured out yung kanilang problem of being a bit more disconnected dito sa mapa natin. I feel like their comms has definitely gotten a lot better, and para naman sa FERVID, no, everything got worse para sa kanila, pare. There was no comms, and there were desperation plays all over the place, pare. And pakiramdam ko, FERVID, you're playing the wrong game dito sa mapa natin, pare. Yun nga, no, paalala lang, Acceptance yung kalaban nyo, pare. So you need to kinda, speed it up a bit, not what we saw from earlier, no. And it kinda feels like yung preparation nila ngayon was intended for another team. And Acceptance, they took full advantage of that gap, and it just seems like yun, na-roll over lang nila dito yung FERVID, and I feel like this is definitely we can factor in, no, yung possible underestimation dito ng FERVID, dito ng Team Acceptance, and yun nga, no, Acceptance at the same time, hell of a spike para sa kanila, pare, especially para dito kay Ting, man. Ting, for the past few weeks, yung time and time again nakita siya ng successful na flanks dito sa mapa natin, and especially bilang yung former 6-man dito ng FERVID. This must feel so good para sa kanya, man. Kasi considering na, ayun nga, that is kind of a statement na, bakit hindi nyo ako pinili bilang yung 5th nyo? I'm gonna prove why you should have done it.
Grabe, men, Sneaky, no? And this is the appropriate time para sabihin ng linya na tinuro nga sa atin nila Boss J-Vice and ng buong server ng RKH, no? FERVID, wala kayo ibang pwedeng idahilan. Tanggap lang. Acceptance. 2-0. My God. At talagang sa leeg ang tama dito for the side of FERVID, and I love to be proven wrong, and feeling ko ganun din naman sa ating mga ibang casters, no, that there's clearly a division between the predictions right now kasi napakahirap na nga talaga. Sino nga ba ang mananalo? Kita mo nga naman, Acceptance proving everyone wrong and proving themselves right, no? Na wala talagang mas nakakaangat dito sa Acceptance. Let us now head into the panel na feeling ko mas dumoble na nga ang kanilang gulat factor ngayon, at wala nang mas nangangiti pang tao ngayon kundi si Bipolar na kasama na nga si Mochi dyan sa ating panel.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. At dude, this is crazy. Oh my God, Team Acceptance. Team Style, so nasabi ko. Team Acceptance is definitely showing na wala nang Diyos dito, no? Wala nang angat, wala nang baba, lahat dito pantay-pantay lang. Being able to defeat the likes of FERVID is not in anyone's 2026 bingo card, pero here we are.
Mochi, nonetheless, no, I feel like FERVID, we shouldn't even talk about them kasi di rin naman natin sila naramdaman dun sa dalawang mapa natin na nilaro dito sa buong series, no. In the words nga dito ni Ramon, no, I'm gonna use his words here because he's actually pretty insane dito sa call out niya kanina, no. Sabi dito ni Ramon, actually di ko mahanap.
Yun ba yung 5 stages of grief? Nandun na daw sila sa 5th stage.
Yeah, sabi dito ni Ramon, no, I'll quote him exactly, no. He said that FERVID now is is in the 5 stages of grief, and luckily enough, yung pang 5th stage yun is Acceptance. And what else can we say? Acceptance just played so well here to a point na talagang FERVID got clowned on. It felt like parang di nila alam na may open space na pala dito yung ating players for FERVID on the GR side, on the BL side, and you can definitely see them just getting like shocked every time. Ajax in this map, in a full TRG moment, nakita mo naman yun. Despite Heck, parang nakakuha pa rin man ditong kills with the sniper, it was always Ajax giving you a lot of powers. Kasi, again, hindi naman joke yung kalaban nila ditong nag-iisang sniper right now sa buong FERVID. It's Lance. And Acceptance dominated the scene from Ankara to even in sub-base. And now, looking at the stat line, Mochi, 3-10. Look at Ajax,
Grabe.
100%. 21
Grabe.
kills and 6 deaths. And even Silent, I'm telling you, the OG squad of Acceptance, Silent, Heck, and Ajax, they are the threat. And I feel like the gods right now coming for FERVID, they are down. They have been defeated.
Yeah, I mean, no excuses, no. We just take it as it is na walang nagawa dito si FERVID, no, for the entirety of the series. And Acceptance is being the team na we are envisioning them as is ever since na nag-start tayo dito, no. Pointed out ko yung mga mistakes nila and they are at their best form yet, no. Sobrang linis, lahat nakokolate, everyone's having equal part of the cake, no? Lahat sila dito, no, present sa ating lobby. And I am so happy that we're seeing Team Acceptance at this look. Pero let's see, sino nga ba ang ating set MVP dito ngayon? No other than Ajax. Hindi mo na siya kakailangating hanapin pa, no, Bipolar, kasi nasa harapan mo na siya right now, being the set MVP para dito sa mapa ng Ankara.
Ba't ba natin siya hinahanap sa Eagle Eye 2.0 kung kanina pa pala siya nagpa-practice dito sa subbase, pati na rin
Diba?
dito, lalo na sa Ankara. Ajax just really dominated that scene. I feel like if it was a 1v9, panalo pa rin si Ajax dun sa labanan na yun because he instantly got open picks, he got mid-round impactful kills kung saan nag-iikot yung ating mga laban, and iba kapag naka-hold dito si Ajax sa A-side, it's also just a dominating factor. At kung ngayon titilan niyo ating buong 2 maps or 2 sets, 7 points lang ang nakuha doon ng FERVID. Meanwhile, 20 lahat yon para sa ating Acceptance. Oh my goodness. I am out of words, Mochi, just to describe the sheer powers na binigay dito ng Acceptance. Talagang they dominated every map.
I agree and I relate. And I think it's also time para i-acknowledge din natin sino nga ba ang ating match MVP dito, Bipolar, no? I'm pretty sure ito, maraming sasabihin. Kasi siya yung nasa tuktok ngayon eh. Silent! With a 1.53 KD and 96.7. Nahiya pa, hindi pa ginawang sandaan, no? Bipolar, no? Grabe. Silent, every single time na ilalagay ng obs sa kanyang perspective, imposibleng wala siyang mapapatay, which is just so nice, no? Nakikita natin silang tatlo, no, alongside with Ajax and as well as itong si Heck na talagang grabe talaga trumabaho, no? Talagang pinapakita nila kung ano yung mga na-rack up nila dito, no, from the past few matches at mukhang pinag-aralan nila na maiging galawan dito ng FERVID to the point na hindi man lang nila pinatapak parehong mapa until their 5th point.
Alam mo, Mochi, last time na nakausap natin si Silent, I believe it was the interview mula pa sa Impact. So right now, we'll after neto, looking at the highlights on how he was really just out-fragging most of the lobby, malalaman na ulit natin dito yung word si Silent. But yeah, look at this. This is one of the times hindi po siya mag-isa lang up against 2 players. He almost got 2 kills. The damage was already too insane kasi after that easy nade na lang dito sa may B-side kung saan it was given by, I think it was Dre, na inaaliyop na lang dun sa may pader para lang mapatay dito yung last na possible kill sana ni Silent on that round. But yeah, Silent, big ups to you, man, kasi talagang you really held the team together para lang makuha dito yung dalawang maps natin.
Tsaka pansin mo, majority ng mga kills niya hindi naman nakatingin sa kanya. Hindi man lang nakatingin sa kanya, Bipolar. Ibig sabihin, ganun ka-concealed yung information about him, which is just insane. And I feel like ready na itong ating interviewee para dito, no, sa ating serye. I-welcome natin dito ngayon ang ating MVP na si Silent.
Yes!
Yon! Welcome, Boss Silent! Oh, freshness, fresh na fresh after that 2-0 sweep against FERVID, no? Congratulations, Silent. Pwede bang matanong, no, anong nangyari? Parang flow state tayo kontra sa FERVID,
Ano lang po, ginamit lang yung po namin yung teamwork. Teamwork.
Much better teamwork than before, no?
Yes po.
Go,
Okay,
Sige, tapag mo na yan.
Dahil doon, Silent, no, binanggit mo naman na dito yung teamwork, no. Before kasi tayo magsimula ng buong buong Masters after ng napag-usapan natin nung nakausap namin si Hek na beforehand. Sabi niya dito, means ang pinaka-problem lang talaga ng buong team was chemistry and as well as yung communication since tatlong OG squad or tatlong OG acceptance plus dalawang bagong pasok dito sa acceptance, si Ting pati si Dre. Na-fix na ba natin chemistry rin? Kasi talagang yung teamwork nyo, not even from Ankara, pati sa subbase, nakita natin, nag-improve eh.
Yes po, nag-improve naman po konti. Ano lang talaga, salita lang po talaga lahat, tas isang galaw lang, isang comms. Opo.
Parang mas connected na rin kayo, no? Kasi talagang sabay-sabay na kayo minsan, nagpupush eh. Talagang di kayo matigil sa mga gusto nyong gawin dito, lalo na kapag blacklist side.
Yes po, maganda kasi yung mga pickups ni Ejix kasi kaya nakakapagalaw po kami.
Okay. That leads to my question. Ang dali mo kausap ngayon, Silent, kasi talagang kumokonect sa lahat ng tanong namin eh. Was the prio dito sa subbase, kasi palaging second mid si Ajax, di ba? Kahit GR side or BL side. Pati dito sa Ankara, was the plan na i-activate dito si Ajax just for you guys to have better engagement sa mga fights natin pag patapos na yung mga rounds?
Yes po. Napag-usapan po namin yan.
Expound mo, Silent. Bakit parang kailangan gumana si Ajax doon? Bakit kailangan maging plano pa na kumuha dito si Silent, na si Ajax kumuha ng mga kills bago pumersa ang buong acceptance?
Ano lang po, tawag Corso. Yung parang tinatapangan lang po para
Lakas ng loob.
makapag-pickups. Oo, lakas ng loob po.
Okay, Mochi, any
Parang ego peak, no? Parang tama
yes
ba?
po.
Yun ang tatawag do, ego peaking, no, Silent?
Hindi
Okay.
na po natatakot.
Nakiki-curious ako, no? Kasi biro mo, first map pa lang sa BIS, parang may idea na kayo kaagad kung paano tapatan itong si FERVID. Ano yung nakita nyo sa kanilang tingin yung papabor sa inyo, sa galaw nyo? Ano yung na-exploit nyo, nakita nyo yung kahinaan nila?
Ano lang po, pag napatay yung isa nilang entry, pag napatay yung isang entry, ano lang po na parang nababawasan na sila ng lakas ng loob. Ayaw nila mag-push eh.
I see.
Oo.
That's true. I see. Those are actually dahil nating substance dito, Bipolar, honestly. Do you have any more questions, Bipolar? Para dito kay Silent? Sulitin natin exposure ni Silent.
Silent, alam mo kung pwede lang isang oras tayo dito, marami kaming tanong eh. Pero one more question, no, coming in from me. Sub-base, last round bago kayo manalo dito, nakapagkulat pa si Lance, right? Nakita niyo yun, di ba? Nakulat kayo ni Lance dun sa may LR. Natira na lang dito si Hek. And parang may time ba na parang, baka matalo pa kami kasi parang baka mag-pop off na si Lance afterwards. Pero was it the veterancy? Was it the experience mula dito kay Hek pati sa buong acceptance? We still have this run. Kaya namin ma-close out yung sub-base.
Ano po, may tiwala naman po kami kay Hek. Tsaka reported yun eh. Dalawa yung shatter nila.
So talagang alam nyo lahat, no? Lahat ng moves ng FERVID, kahit na walang mamatay, kahit walang deathcam, kabisado nyo na. That's really impressive, Sarah. That's amazing, man.
Grabe. Talagang pinakita nila na kabisado nila nung kanunok-nunukan nung galawan dito ni FERVID. Talagang pinag-aralan nila, which is congrats again, Silent. And with that, I feel like deserve mo tong oras na to, no? Shoutout mo na lahat ng mga gusto mong i-shoutout at mensahihan mo na lahat ng mga supporters nyo dito sa ating league.
Shoutout po sa asawa ko na si Nicole Toonan.
Oh.
Shoutout din po sa parents ko at saka team ko. Sana magtuloy-tuloy po para makapagpasok ng top 6.
Let's go! Hopefully, Silent.
Yes,
We are
yes,
looking forward for Team Acceptance finally entering dito, no, sa ating playoffs. And good luck sa inyong mga susunod na mga laban. Sobrang ganda ng postura nyo ngayon. Sobra.
Congratulations, Silent.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother. You can also see, no, Mochi, napati na rin sa faces ni Silent and the rest of Acceptance that they're happy about this matchup. Kasi sinabi natin beforehand din na parang ito na yung simula ng talagang testing point for acceptance kasi these last
It
three
is.
last three series nakakalaroin nila, it's no joke. It's FERVID, it's STS, it's everybody na nasa top echelon ng ating Masters. So yeah, with Silent having this, Mochi, I think there's a lot more to unfold sa mga next matches.
True, no? And I just really hope na makontinue nila yung ganitong consistency. Kasi biro mo, ito na yan, you know? They already cracked the formula. It's all up to them how they will be able to carry this over sa mga susunod nila. Pero, tapos na ang ating chapter for Team Acceptance versus FERVID Esports. And right now, ang coming up natin ngayon is gonna be the match of Attras versus ㍍MatTJESS. This is gonna be another banger in bipolar. And right now, hindi ko na alam kung ano yung ipepredict ko because it just keeps on getting better and it just keeps on getting a lot more unpredictable as time goes by. Kaya naman, do you have any expectations dito bago tayo tumawag ng ating break?
I mean, it's big weight coming in for Attras, no? Because right now, the big question is, can they crack the reborn Warriors coming in for matches? Because if they can't, well, ㍍MatTJESS does have a pretty good hold para makapasok pa rin dito sa ating top 6 coming into the playoffs. But Attras, well, you have less matches than these guys. Hopefully that they're ready for a matches that is scared or at least ready to scare the opponents tulad ng Attras.
Exactly, because both of these teams, for Attras, no pressure at all, but for ㍍MatTJESS, there is quite a lot. Kaya naman, tignan natin maya-maya ano nga ba ang kakalabasan nito. Abangan ninyo ulit, Attras versus ㍍MatTJESS after this quick short break.
pa lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the friends na mapuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he
Uy,
makes it to trouble.
grabe!
Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Kaya pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng aksyon, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Verbal and Trace here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP.
Narito pa rin tayo sa ating Day 8 ng group stage for CFS SA Masters 2026 Summer na kung saan kanina, kung late kayo dito sa ating broadcast, we already have that 2-0 favored for Team Acceptance kontra sa FERVID. This time, ano naman kaya ang magiging istorya? It's going to be Attras Esports versus MATTJESS.
Yeah, MATTJESS is a team that is now holding for survival, no, Mochi? Can they really survive the forces that will be coming in towards them? Kasi marami pa namang puwersa ang buong Masters na ipapadala sa kanila. But for Attras, well, it's still the start for them. This is just gonna be their third matchup and it's gonna be MATTJESS. It's really a testing point din dito sa Attras, kung can they really also be a top performer pagdating dito sa Masters. Because Attras, given that they did have a great performance na nasa Impact sila, can that really relate towards the Masters stage kung saan mas 10 times na ang lakas ng ating mga players, no? But yeah, looking up to these players, especially for RTA, pati na rin dito kay Vincent sa ating dalawang teams.
That is true. And again, here for MATTJESS, if they lose one, or maybe kung masama yung pagkatalo nila, no, automatically I feel like they no longer have any chances na makapag-advance dito, no, sa ating playoffs. Kaya, again, every single remaining match that they have here counts. Hindi na nila afford magkaroon ng pagkakamali at hindi nila afford na hayaang mawala kaagad-agad yung mga mapa sa kanilang mga kamay, like for 10-3, 10-4, bawal yung mga decisive na mga ganun. Kailangan nakadikit lahat. Pero we have a featured comment dito na ipapakita dito sa baba, and ito ay galing kay Jeremy Barroso. Nakaka-excite tuloy manood with 100% and heart emoji. Satisfied ako sa nangyayari. Halos pantay-pantay na sila at hindi makakapredict ang mananalo at magcha-champion. That is true though, Jerry. I feel like we have the same sentiments na every single time na meron tayong broadcast, imposibleng walang mangyayaring bago. How about you, Bipolar?
Alam mo, Mochi, sinabi ko naman na to beforehand, even from the past 2 Masters ago, na parang every team na will improve and kailangan maghanda ng buong mundo, not just the Untitled Philippines, na makita ang buong puwersa ng Pilipinas na palakas ng palakas. And we got some interviews din naman sa ating mga teams and even sa some of the coaches, no, na parang they're not here to just compete, they're here to prove na maganda ang laban na ipapakita na. So, it's on effect. So, very on brand yung mga pinapakita natin ngayong araw para sa mga viewers.
Exactly, and I can't wait to see more. Kaya naman simulan na natin talakayan ng ating mga teams na magtatapat para sa hapon na ito, no? Simulan natin sa Attras Esports na kung saan ikaw na rin nagbanggit, no? RTA definitely being the sole pillar dito that keeps the team together alongside with J-Kim na talagang perpektong ang kanyang pagkaka-integrate dito. Halos wala siyang in-adjust. Ika nga nila, no? Based from one of our nung nakarinig tayo sa kanila at idagdag na rin natin yung ilang mga step-ups dito from kid na talaga namang mapapawaw ka because despite fighting up against the giants, or so we call it before, no? Biro mo, they even managed to take out itong si VP mula nung ating qualifiers.
Yun ang Mochi. I mean, there's a couple of stars here coming in for Attras. You have J-Kim and as well as CRTA, and we always love to see na a player na recently got connected with the team or recently added to the team, like just like J-Kim, na talagang they fit in well. But I would love to give a little bit more challenges dito, lalo na dito sa sniper that we call K, kasi he'll have a pretty tough time here, or at least talagang may kita natin kung kaya niya nga bang tumapat sa ating mga players, especially on the sniper role now that he's gonna be battling up against Zac. At hindi lang naman isang pure sniper dito sa matches. I do believe believe that they sometimes go for the double TT or double TRU setup. It's rare, but it can happen. So kailangan dito mag-step up ni K, and since he did have just a 0.7 in terms of KD and a 0.6 na kill per round, he needs to step up even more. Pero syempre, maaga pa naman yun para sa Attras to say that they're not stepping up since this is just their third matchup. Up against MATTJESS though, can they really be the ones to give the dagger towards the heart ng MATTJESS para matigil na rin journey nila in the master stage?
That is indeed the question dito, no? Especially na katapat nila ito ngayon. This is quite early, no? Para sa
It's still early,
kanilang
yeah.
journey dito, no? Sa ating group stage. Pero it is quite the opposite for MATTJESS. That is also quite of a really fascinating contrast na meron tayo dito, no? Sa ating second match. Pero again, after MATTJESS, biro mo, yan yung aabangan natin, no? Kanilang rematch against Virtus.Pro. And if there will be some additional changes, or will Virtus.Pro finally have the revenge that they're calling for ever since nung qualis? Pero right now, sabi ni CRG, closing the first half of the season, what is the biggest change that you experienced so far? Ang sabi niya, the game experience and the environment of the game. In Pro League, every second counts and every teams should commit less mistakes. Sinabi niya yan.
Yeah, sinabi niya talaga yan, Mochi, sabi ni CRG yan. But I feel like, no, the less mistakes, yes, the better, but they should have bigger impact. Yun yung kailangan ma-realize din dito ni CRG, no? Because in his name, can he really charge up para makalaban dito ang mga players natin sa mga susunod nilang matchup? This MATTJESS matchup might just be the place wherein we will see an improvement in Attras in not having these like big mistakes, or at least parang alam mo yun, handa sa mga laban natin, because CRG, man, you have to also step up just like hey, if they do want to have less mistakes.
And I don't think na masu-surprise tayo, no, if Attras would be giving that big level up. Kasi kung kanina nagawa ito ng Team Acceptance, I can't see why hindi nila ito magagawa, no? Pero now, let us discuss MATTJESS. I feel like MATTJESS, we have a lot to say about this one, no? Nagsimula tayo, nagulat tayo na natalo nila Execration, tumalo sa STS at sa VP, at biglang napauli sila ng bahagya nung nakita natin na sobrang dikit ng kanilang laban against Veteran, one of our ROC teams. But at the same time, MATTJESS, they're just there, no? But love it or hate it, yun din yung maganda sa kanila. The gatekeepers are still here in the game.
Yeah, yun ang our gatekeepers are still gatekeepers nonetheless, kahit na they are really at the edge of the mountain. You have Ninkyu and as well as you have Zac na have been so powerful. With the help of the Vincent effect, mas naging rampant pa dito yung lakas ng ating mga players. Yes, Yetcha also is a player to watch out, but I would like to see Ninkyu not have a tiresome moment. Kaso yun lang, kumihikab na agad dito si Ninkyu. But it is just gonna be stretching for these two teams, no? Zac though, man, nakita natin siya last time. He's not only good for one na mga commonly nakikita natin sa snipers. He is always good for two. Might as well say na he's always good for three. So Zac, with his focus powers with this DRG, minsan ngayon nakikita natin siya getting that entry role in some of these rounds na parang kailangan dito ng one shot, one kill na guarantee. He might just be something to look out for even more, kasi Zac, the pressure is on. He needs to actually give a little bit more lifeline dito sa MATTJESS. Now, looking at it, tignan mo naman yan, Mochi. Nagsisimula na agad ang pag-angat dito ng MATTJESS.
That is true. Bigyan mo, no, after 4 losses dito sa FERVID, VP, AT, CBF, napalitan ng dalawang panalo with Execration and as well as Veteran. So, would this one be their third win? I wonder, no, if there is quite of a pattern here, and would they be able to equalize, no, yung negative na meron tayo right now dito sa ating standings for them. But like what you have mentioned, we saw Zac against Execration, but we need to see him more, no? Hindi pwede yung one-man show, hindi pwede na sa isang match ka lang malakas. Every single time should be the same output, no, in order to heighten the percentage of winning talaga. And of course, there's lot dito sa ating playoffs. And I feel like, again, no, despite the hiccups na meron tayo, at least Yetcha has already been able to perform, and Ninkyu seems pumped up than ever. Pero let's see, sino nga kaya ang pagtatapatan natin dito, no, for our head-to-head right now, because it is going to be CRG and as well as Zach.
Ito na nga, you have CRG and Zach on our head-to-head. Two players from different dimensions. You have CRG that is gonna be trying to attack you face front, or at least trying to go for these like set plays kung saan he will be the negating factor pagdating dito sa matches. With his 0.7 KD and with his headshot per kill na almost 50 or is 50-50, can he spot out Zach's head in these kinds of situations na magiging magulo? Because that, I think, is what everyone expects now, especially that matches will be very much, rampaging forward. But for Zach, this KD doesn't uphold sa mismong pinapakita niya sa mga games. You have a 0.99 in terms of KD and a 0.71 na kill per round. But here comes the question. Can CRGB like King Leonidas sa movie ng 300, no? Na siya mismo sisipa dito kay Lazak papunta sa butas para matigil na agad yung run nila? Because I feel like, despite na matches yung baka masipa papunta sa pinaka pits of hell, baka sila ang sumigaw dito ng this is Sparta and this is matches claiming the playoffs.
And again, though, if Attras won't be able to make this one, I feel like there's still a lot of leeway for them, no? Bipolar, and again, no, matches the opposite. So, would it be the team that has less pressure operating much more in a really good note, no? Biro mo, komportable, no? Wala silang kailangang habulin, no? Would it be Attras getting this advantage, or will matches actually use that pressure, convert it into something else para lalo silang mag-pop off dito, no, sa ating istorya? And I guess sila lang ang makakasagot niyan. We already been able to relay din na rin naman kung ano yung mga weaknesses at kung ano yung mga kailangan din nilang improve dito, no, at mas lalo pa yan ma-amplify maya-maya. Pero let us discuss first, ano nga kaya yung mga mapa na paglalaroan ng pareho nating mga teams right now, especially that we are already quite aware that sub-base should be the must-have dito for matches, pero agad na yung pinagkait dito ng Attras, and they won't be doing the same mistake na ginawa ng Execration before.
Yeah. I'm so happy, Mochi, na nakita natin yung map dito. Lumabas na ulit ang Black Widow. Last time, in spring, nagsawa tayo dyan. Pero since nag-RM kami ni El kanina, parang sabi niya pa nga, na-predict niya, baka lumabas yung Black Widow sa buong Masters ngayong araw na to. And it did! And last time that we saw matches in Black Widow, they were so informed. Even in Kerdas, mula dito sa kay Vince, at dito nagsimula sa mapang ito mismo ang pagbugso ng isang puso na hindi mo matitigil, and that firepower will be seen up against Attras, especially mag-start sila dito on the BL side. But Ankara, Attras has a lot of ways to penetrate the GR side of matches. Ang tanong, can they really get in these sides? Lalo na Zach is here to really not let them come in. But Port being our decider, I am very much scared for Attras here, because they will start on the BL side at may kita natin dito yung very passive and as well as very aggressive playstyle ng buong matches squad kapag nasa GR side sila. So yes, it's a good map dito, but I'm leaning towards matches here for some reason, kasi parang it's fitting na you're starting on Black Widow tapos ang ganda pa ng side dito ng matches ngayon.
Yep, couldn't agree more. And again, no, really excited din, no, ano kaya yung ilalapag nila dito, no, sa mapa ng Black Widow. I am actually wondering if ito yung katas ng experience na meron tayo dito back in mga Cuerdas days ng ilan sa ating mga players din, no. Lalong-lalo na that they have that advantage, their strength, especially when it comes to aggression and doing very, very fast executes dito sa mapa na ito. And I wonder if there will be some application galing dun sa history na meron dito ang ilang mga players natin, and would be able to incorporate that despite the new roster, or would it be something else, no, that they are cooking up or preparing at least dito right now. And again, here in Black Widow, parang ito yung mga panahon na meron pa tayong sila Ilaga, no, pero now it's already new, it's already
It's fresh now.
no? So quite of a fresh air, no, na mangyayari dito, no, na malalaman din natin maya-maya. Pero right now, ito nga ang ating mga predictions, pretty mixed dito in the desk. Pero here for Bipolar and I, it is similar. Matches ang tingin namin mananalo pa rin dito, alongside with Didon. But for Ramon, he is actually choosing Attras. And I feel like this is really interesting. Kasi again, top 1 natin ngayon sa predictions itong si Ramon. Baka talagang nag-research ng maigi yan.
Naku po, sisihin nyo naman just kung si Ramon kung matatalo kayo mismo dito sa match na to. Pero joke lang naman yun. It is gonna be one hell of an interesting fact, no? Kasi nga, may angat pa rin naman ang Attras kung iisipin nyo up against matches. The pressure is very much out of their way. It's on matches' side. And if you think about this, Attras does have some ways para nakakaiba up against the place na nakalaro na dito ng matches. So that different taste might just be the determining factor para mawala na mismo ang buong matches despite them still having some matches up against STS, yun, other teams here sa buong journey nila. But now, looking at the community post, we can easily say that it's almost 50-50, lalo na 56-44 naman to still in favor ng matches.
Yeah, it is super close though. I feel like sabihin natin na meron kaunting advantage yung matches sa puso ng ating community right now. It just shows kung gaano ka-shaky ngayon yung ating foundation with them and how Attras may actually have the potential to perform better dito heading onto our match. Pero I feel like we can elaborate more sa mga pros and cons na meron dito for both of our teams once that we have our casters dito sa ating desk. Kaya naman i-invite na natin sila at welcome dito ngayon. It is going to be Ramon and as well as Daydom. Yo! Hi everyone! Welcome dito sa ating desk ngayon. At marapat-lapat lamang na kumustahin ko kayo. Especially na parang madikit at hindi mo masabi yung kakalabasan ng ating laban, which is Attras and as well as MATTJESS. Start tayo kay Ramon.
For me, feeling ko it's a testament to how much yung improvement na nakikita natin from MATTJESS comparing to how small of a sample size na nakikita natin from Attras so far, considering na dalawa pa lang yung matches nila, no? So, I feel like the big challenge here is who improves faster dito, no? Sino yung mas magiging komportable agad? Sino yung mas makakaangat pagdating sa mga early rounds? Pero for me, pretty much excited kung makakapanalo nga ba ako sa predictions ko ngayon, Mochi.
True, especially given the history that Attras managed to win against VP yung qualifies natin. Hindi na ako magtataka if tumama ka talaga dito sa ating predictions na yon. But how about you, Daydom?
Very excited, lalo na dahil nanalo yung Team Acceptance kanina, no? Let's go, shoutout Team Acceptance.
That's
At
true.
ngayon,
That's
MATTJESS
so good.
naman ang papalag sa Attras Esports. Mainit to, Mochi, kasi MATTJESS, when you look at the standings, the only chance para makapasok sila sa playoffs is kapag naipanalo nila itong laban na ito and every succeeding match. Everything on the line para sa MATTJESS.
Exactly. One mistake and you can kiss goodbye ang kanilang slot dito no sa ating playoffs. And with that being said, I feel like we can dive deeper no given yung mga puntos na maaari nating i-point out dito no for both of our teams. Kaya naman simulan natin ito for MATTJESS 234 rounds do. Tapos dito kay Attras 2 series pa lang. So do you think na despite this recent match history na meron tayo for both of our teams, would they play hot or cold here, Bipolar?
It's really up to the players, no, Mochi, but I feel like for hotness, it would be in the hands of MATTJESS. Because right now, Attras, again, just like what Ramon said beforehand, bago tayo makakita ng mga gantong points, no, na they still have a small sample size. They still have na onti pala yung matches nila dito. It's still a warm-up phase para sa Attras in the entire Masters. But given from the interviews nga dito mula kay CRG that they have have kind of already adapted and seen what the pressure is like, na they might still be hot. Pero yun nga, mga lukewarm pa rin naman. The problem is, right, if we're talking about rounds, in these maps, in these 3 maps, the first half will be such a thing to look at para makita agad natin kung ano nga ba yung magiging kasunod na second half natin or what will happen in the next coming of stages, lalo na dito sa dalawang teams. Because the first half, dyan magbe-build up ng momentum mga Attras. Meanwhile, dyan malalaman ng matches ang buong sagot sa mga tanong nila towards their Masters journey.
True. And again, no, despite of all of the things na pwede natin sabihin dito, no, sila lang din talaga yung makakapagsabi niyan. Iba na rin talaga kasi, especially pag ikaw na yung nandoon sa mismong laro. But let's see, no, what would be the next thing for us to point out, because I believe that this has a correlation with our snipers specifically. Kasi biro mo, both yung mga snipers natin dito, which is si Zack and as well as itong si Kai, they met during nung 2024 Impact Summer natin. So, that's already a way back, no? And the question siguro here is, would K be able to catch up sa performance dito ni Zach that despite us actually hyping it up so much, there is still some inconsistencies, Ramon?
Very much true, no? Yung na-expect nating naging ceiling ni Zach, medyo na-expose because of the start that we've seen para kay Zach. Yung normally nagiging hard carry performances, medyo na-outshine dahil nga naman sa naging matchups nila previously ngayon, which is knocking down Zach in his skill per round. Well, currently, nasa 38 na siya in terms of where everybody is dito sa group stages natin. Definitely lower than what we kind of expected. This is also something that K can capitalize on nga ngayon. In terms of underrated snipers, he can actually become one of those names nga naman. One of the key factors na nakita natin from Attras in their victories, but he needs some more consistency dito, no? So kung sino yung mag-activate muna dito sa dalawang snipers natin will be a key testament kung sino yung mas aangat dito sa parehong teams natin. So hopefully for K, ma-outshine nga niya dito si Zach while he is in that lukewarm spot ngayon.
Of course, no? Especially na meron din talagang impact kung paano mo sisimulan yung laban and how you'll be able to carry on that said momentum onward. But now, I feel like it's time to highlight itong ating MATTJESS Glazer ngayon, no? So, let us introduce ito si Yetja and as well as si Ninkyu in the mix because they rank 4th and 5th rather sa ating headshot kills. Do you think that they can do it again, Daedom, for this week?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, MATTJESS, they have a very definitive role para dito kay Yetja, no? Parang siya yung scout dito ng MATTJESS na paulit-ulit nilang ginagamit. Send him out for information, maybe poke and prod, hanap ng kill. Pag wala, okay lang. At least they got that information. No? That's one thing that's very defined para dito kay Yetja. And it's proven by the number of deaths that this player has. Napakataas ng number of deaths dito ni Yetja. But he still has one of the higher KDs dito on average for the roster, which says a lot para kay Yetja dito. No? Always finds that impact. I feel like, yes, definitely Yetja and Ninkyu can perform. Ang tanong mo dito ng headshot per kill, yes, I feel like they could still do that. The bigger problem for MATTJESS is how Vincent is going to manage the rest of the players. I feel like si Yetja nabibigyan niya ng role that is definitive, but it's the others like Zach, Jason, Ninkyu, paano niya i-micromanage ng tatlong to become a cohesive unit. Yun yung nasolusyonan nila nung nakatapat nila yung Execration, but they have to do it consistently.
Yeah, that is actually true. And again, given that their best map has already been taken away from them, I feel like that just amps up the importance of Vincent being proactive and good in terms of micromanaging dito, no, sa kanyang mga kasama. At mukhang nailapag na natin lahat ng mga kailangang ilapag at naidaldal na natin lahat ng mga kailangang idaldal. And that is why our arena is now ready. Again, Attras versus MATTJESS underway. Ramon and as well as Daedom, rakrakan na.
Maraming salamat Mochi and Bipolar para sa malupit na opener para sa laban na ito, no? Pero una sa lahat, welcome Rotonda sa inyo mga tropa. Kasama ninyo kami ni Daedom and Ramon para sa Attras Esports and MATTJESS. At yung isa mga pinakiniintay ko, Mate, no? Kada linggo, kung matutuloy nga ba yung late game group stage run ng MATTJESS or kung magiging hadlang nga ba ang Masters Rookies in Attras ngayon, pre?
I mean, for those of you who are wondering kung ano yung sinasabi ni Ramon dito, season back in spring, Cuerdas was led by Vincent, tapos nung latter half ng group stage, dun sila bumawi. Lahat ipinalano nila, no? And Ramon, kung may oras man para gawin yun, ngayon na yun. Kasi sabi mo nga kanina, MATTJESS, wala na silang ibang opportunity, no? They have to win every match, including this one, para makapasok sa top 5, maybe top 6 natin, no? Para may chance sila. And Attras, well, it's not looking like the easiest matchup, no? Ang ganda kasi ng pinakita ng Attras nung Swiss stage, eh.
Yeah, for sure, no? Attras from the Swiss stage itself has shown brilliance, lalo na nung nakalaban nila yung Virtus Pro, capitalizing on pure mistakes in the macro, medyo overconfidence din on the Virtus Pro side, and a kid that is very much confident nung naging series na yun, eh, no? So yung kid nung nakita natin on Virtus Pro, yun dapat yung makita natin ngayon, supplied with a lot more firepowers dahil nga naman sa JChem JKim player na nakita natin dito sa Attras no. So both of them needing to activate or the win conditions na makikita natin for Attras at this given moment no. Black Widow naman, to shift that conversation, is gonna be a map na makikita natin as the map pick for the side of MATTJESS. And to take note din Daydom no, ito yung pinakaunang magiging Black Widow ng MATTJESS ever since nakalaban nila ang JY Esports nung nakaraan no. If you remember that series, Nomad has gotten the number of Zac in a lot of the head-to-head sniper battles na nakita natin nung time na yun no. And that was off of Nomad being in his first series on the sniper. So yung questions marks nga ba para kay Zac ngayon, magiging present din katulad ng JY Esports matchup nila dati?
I mean, makikita natin dito, malalaman natin. Kasi Black Widow, weird to say, Ramon, is kind of the unknown sa mga matchup natin. Yes, it's a map that everyone is comfortable in. That's why it's always banned. Lahat tayo malakas dito no? Kaya yung mga teams natin opt to just ban it by default. Kaya usually nakikita natin first rotation, Black Mexico, at saka Black Widow kagad. Kaya hindi natin nakikita to masyado. No? MATTJESS absolutely has been tested in this map already with or without Vincent. Feel like forced to be reckoned with dito ang MATTJESS. Kaya nag-agree ako sa sinabi ni Bipolar kanina. No? This map dito feels like a MATTJESS affair. Kaya yung Ankara, dun talaga makakabawi ang Attras dito, definitively. Black Widow, I feel like question mark kung gaano kalakas ang may bibigay ng Attras laban dito sa MATTJESS. Ankara is where they can shine, but Port is gonna be interesting. I mean, on the surface, you kinda would give a bit of an advantage para sa MATTJESS dito sa Port. Pero kung maalala mo Ramon, tinalo ng Attras ang Virtus Pro sa mapa na yan. So, it's absolutely impressive how they're able to do that. So, medyo hindi ako ganun ko-confident na it is gonna be an easy match, but I would give slight advantage, medyo slight lang para sa matches dito.
Sounds like a bias shaking in there, no? Pero joke lang, no? Siyempre, alam naman natin that it is MATTJESS being the more established team nga naman dito sa Masters. And comparing that to Attras nga naman, karamihan sila, if not all of them, no? All rookies dito sa Masters stage. So there's gonna be tendencies of that being that impact syndrome, which possibly could be another conversation sa pagpasok dito ng Attras, no? Parang sila nga yung isa mga few teams na nakita natin na hindi sila kabado, hindi sila nagkakaroon ng problema in the mid-round. Except nga naman up against the SCS game, which honestly, it was just the STS show noong time na yun, no? So baka makakita tayo ulit ng up and down performance, could be true for Attras. But hopefully, they prove us wrong sa pagpasok natin sa Black Widow, no? Bago ang lahat, syempre, we're getting ready to get into the game as quickly as possible, no? As we're moving on into that Black Widow, ngayon, handa na ang pareho nating kupunan in this Attras versus MATTJESS. At map pick ng MATTJESS ay kakalabanin ng mga new kids on the block. Let's listen to the comms.
Nag-smoke well. Guys.
Sumakin ako yes mid, mas makin ako mid pre. Bombahan ko yes.
First pillar na Zac, first pillar.
Baka daw na HM na.
Patayin natin.
Tara, patayin natin.
Alright, Attras early movement on the map pero nahuli agad si CRG dito. Has to make an impact. Remember, pinag-usapan natin si CRG kanina. Has to find the same performance that he did back in Impact. Pero medyo na-overshadow na siya ngayon, ang katulad nila JKim.
Yeah, for sure, no? Parang nung impact stage, it was the CRG show, pero medyo nakulangan na because the attacker is here to stay and play. JKim gets the kill dito kay Nincute. Nakuha na nga nila yung spot dun sa may S. Doesn't make it easier for them to kind of layer down their offense. Pero 4v4, Attras playing this a bit more calmly after the first kill.
And some insight mula dito sa Attras, no? Nakausap natin yung ilan sa mga insiders dito ng Attras. And they said JKim is one of those players na nagbago talaga yung mentality ng buong team. Nagko-call din siya minsan, no? Play off my contact, play off of my smoke. And you can see immediate effects of that dito. JKim, with the early peak, evens out the numbers, pero papasok na sa BS. RTA taken down. And JKim, walang nagawa yung pagko-call ng dalawang leader doon. Both of them down. At papasok na ang matches dito sa S. Attras having to run away. Kid, hindi niya makuha yung bomba, Ramon.
Kaya nga eh. Good layering coming through para kay Jason at saka kay Vincent who normally is gonna be those two na kailangan ngang makapagsabay-sabay dito laban sa Attras. Pero Zac on the shot kay Kid, low ng HP na siya kanina, so medyo napa-overkill pa nga ang naging sniper dito for MATTJESS. 40 seconds, Kane na lang ang natitira. The sniper up against 3 from MATTJESS. Will have to go huge after the LA lurk from him. Pero sa naging late lurk niya kanina, nakapag-setup na ng double doon pa lamang sa may BS ang members natin on MATTJESS as Zach will pick up the frag dito kay K. And MATTJESS after the S push takes themselves the first round.
Grabe talaga yung decision making dito ng MATTJESS, no? You can never count them out. Once they got 2 kills dito sa S, diretso push kagad sila. You know, walang takot. That's what I like about this team. Whenever they find an advantage, they squeeze it, Ramon, hanggang may makuha pa sila. Kaya napigilan nilang makuha yung bomba.
Kaya nga ang ganda nga din na nakita natin parang double play na nakita natin from Jason and Yetja, who has been improving as the season progresses. We need that more confidence out of them, pero Ninkyu, gandang timing niya. Napatay pa nga niya si J. Kim, may prime factor from Attras. Leveling the firepower as CRG will take the kill kay Jason. Yun nga lang, Jason just picking up the pieces. K will get the shot din kay Zach. So it's a 3v2, excuse me. Sige, nagpapakita pa nga dun sa mid.
Ninkyu. To peek out. S na naman yung focus nila dito. And Ninkyu with a nice shot onto Kid. Attras getting dismantled. MATTJESS full forward yung atake nila dito, Ramon. Lahat gumagana. And K's here again. Attempting the clutch. Yetja, tama na. Tama na.
Oo nga, napakita ka na kanina. Wala ka rin util, no? So pwede kang ikaw yung maging first contact para dito kay Jason, who will spot out yung paa ni Kay sa on the way towards that side. Ali positioned away from K at si Yetja magsisignal ng second round win ng MATTJESS.
Of course, it works para sa MATTJESS, no? And so far, it's working out yung aggression dito ng MATTJESS, no? Pero kapag hindi na, doon natin makikita kung kaya bang kontrolin ni Vincent yung mga players niya. Ninkyu, spotted na timing ni Kid. Diretso S na wala nang intay-intay pa para sa Attras. Zach is going down. Kid with a beautiful entry.
Mga palagbata at gusto pang humanap ng mga patay dito sa loob lamang ng stage. Iniikutan na si Jason at si Vincent. Yetja goes down! Attras with a flank of a lifetime. 4K para kay Kid pa. And it's already on for the ace. Si Vincent na lang ang natitira. 26 seconds para makapag-retake. Pero 4 ang kalaban. Sino ang makakahanap kay Vincent sa loob ng S?
Parang lahat sila, Ramon. Lahat sila nakatingin eh. Smoke is there, just buying a bit of time para dito sa Attras, pero wala nang parang wala nang pagkasa dito si Vincent. No, kinakausap niya na lang yung team niya with 8 seconds on the C4 timer. All it takes is a Kid with the 5th kill of the round. Ramon, sabi mo ang ganda ng lurk. That was not a lurk. That was Kid with the entry and Kid with the 5K.
Absolutely. Kid, we need him to be hyped up dito. Being one of the win cons para sa Attras, one of the more aggressive players. Especially being that win condition na nakita natin from Virtus Pro, picking up a picture of kills. Activating in this round is a crucial thing para dito sa Attras, being down 2 rounds. Ngayon na nakahanap na sila ng first. And now they're back into the ball game, no? Babalik sa B ang mga players natin on Attras. Yetja on the
We figured it out. Madalingin natin to site na to. CRG with the charge! And CRG naka-double kill kaagad. MATTJESS hindi na makasagot, Ramon.
Wala kang needs. At si CRG now on the entry. Yung kanina nating nakita na dapat dumoble. Dito si CRG and the prime factor from him on the entry is working magic para sa Attras. Double tank comes through kanina for MATTJESS, pero nagsama-sama na lang para sa hold nila outside of the site. CRG with the shot, Ninkyu with the headshot. The Kid, well taken na dito kay Ninkyu. Malinis ang post plant, pero mas malinis ang execute. Attras, tabla laban sa MATTJESS.
Abante lang ang Attras. In the last 2 rounds, Ramon, nag-rush lang sila, no? Isang A site, isang B site, parehong gumana. MATTJESS, kailangan nila mag-adjust. Something drastic para dito sa Cebu roster natin. And it will be the pull of momentum dito ng Attras. Babagalan nila bigla. All of a sudden, MATTJESS, free reign sa CB. Ito yung nakikita natin, Ramon. Kapag binabagalan ng Attras, napupush sila ng MATTJESS at hindi sila nananalo.
Yun nga eh. Parang sa mga double holds na nakita natin from S, all the way towards that B site. Dahil sa nagiging fast forward push ng Attras, hindi ko magawa na yung trading system. Ninkyu on the hold, and what a quick spray down. Papunta kay CRG, there is no time for Attras to set up the execute. Dahil napilas na yung dalawa nilang key players para dito sa Attras.
Ito yung sinasabi ko eh. Sila pwedeng mag-default. Zach with a shot onto Kid. And I think that ends all hope para sa Attras dito sa round na ito. 2 versus 5. J. Kim makakahanap ng isa. If there's anyone you can ask na mag-clutch dito, it is J. Kim para sa Attras. Pero hinanap na ni Yetja yung Ares ng kalaban, and Vincent to close off round number 5. MATTJESS winning every single default. Ang ganda nung push nila sa CB tsaka sa ES Ramon.
Yeah, and from all those people from MATTJESS, it was the Cuerdas brothers in Vincent and Jet that has been the first contact lagi sa nagiging mid-push na ginagawa nila dito. Very problematic sa nagiging default ng Attras at na-spot pa nga nila yung sa mga pinaka-init sa Attras ngayon. Kid goes down, MATTJESS back on the reset, pre.
Reset. Advantage. What a shot from JKM. Okay, 4v4 sa ngayon. Wala na si Vincent. Kailangan niya mag-shot call. Habang patay siya dito, Attras finally making some mid-control dito sa ating round 6.
Yeah, we also have the loss of investment dun sa BS kasi mas gusto natingnan yung mga gagaling sa mid. RTA. Spot niya yung former IGL na MATTJESS na si Jason. Having yung magiging hold nila sana doon sa stage. Thank you. Good spray. Wow. CRG goes down as well. 3v3. Ace site looking like the stronger side para sa MATTJESS ngayon. Pero para kay J-Kim, isa lang yung mapipila. Si Kay, maayos yung naging long hold niya. Papunta dito kay Yetja. 1v2 para kay Zach. And it's always been the Zach show. He has to do it again, pre.
Has to. Para lang makip yung advantage dito ng MATTJESS. Problema, wala siyang impormasyon pero pwede niya matimingan dito. Si Kay, pagdaan niya sa bridge, andun si Zach, nakita! Yun lang, Zach! That was his moment. That could have been the shot. Pero dahil dyan, kailangan niya pa mag-retake.
Pwede bang tumaas ng window tong si RTA at yun na nga, no? Mapapahirap na yung isolated frags dito ni Zach. Unless maunahan niya dito si Kay, no? Kabaong hold. Decent enough, no? Laban sa 1v1. Has the timing. But Kay has the shot. It is the perfect post net. Yet again, para sa Attras this time around. 3-3 is the score. And Attras bumabawi pa rin naman.
And you have to remember kung sino naging solusyon doon, Ramon. J-Kim finding the opener doon sa BS. And you have to remember, whenever J-Kim comes into play, the J-Kim effect is here. RTA susunod sa kanyang teammate to get the kill on Yetja. NA pinapalagan dito pero silapit na yung sniper ng Attras. K peeking out pero masyado siyang malalim. 2 kills for MATTJESS, making it 3. Jason, hindi niya pwedeng ibigay yung ter at hindi talaga bibigay ang MATTJESS. Inubos na ang Attras.
The 4 stack on A, pare. Nagulat na ang Attras after the kill dito. Sa mga miyembro ng MATTJESS, nagulat sila na tatlo din na nakahawak lamang on the same angle. And Attras, medyo naging aggressive ata. So naging peak nila on the way towards that LA position. 3-4 is the score and MATTJESS now on the lead.
Heavy contact. Walang magawa yung Attras dito sa heavy contact ng MATTJESS. LA kanina, ngayon S na naman ang priority ni Nintyu. And again, the mid-control. Nakuha na naman ng MATTJESS. Papalag ngayon si Kid. Pero wala siya magagawa. CRG finding a trade. Pero isa lang yun sa dalawa ng MATTJESS.
So far, MATTJESS are doing so well na i-punish yung naging second peaks ng Attras ngayon. Pero J-Kim! LA controlled by him single-handedly. Jason will find the frag pero at least the damage has been done. Nakuha na ni J-Kim yung 2 kills para ma-neutralize na yung numbers. A lot of time for Attras to kind of work out their mid-round. At dahil layo na ni CRG, baka B-side pa yung gagawin na ng game plan.
Okay, ito binigay na ni J-Kim yung round na to para maging doable kay RTA at CRG. 1 minute 22. When it comes to the mid-round, Attras, dito sila lumalamang. MATTJESS, I think it's a better idea kung magdikit na lang si Jason at si Yetja. Wait for the C4 to be planted. Marami pa naman kasing oras, baka mahuli pa sila eh.
May option sila, no? Magsama, papunta from mid-door, papunta dun sa door B, or mag-double flank sila. And MATTJESS, fully realizing na baka hindi nila ma-realize yung pag-flank dito ng MATTJESS. Yun yung titingnan nilang angulo. Pero again, their post-plant, ever so solid eh, no? Kahit maging first contact dito, si CRG, RTA will kind of have a backup plan doon pa lamang sa may kabaong. Ang ganda ng nade. At ang ganda ng damage dito kay RTA. Pero si CRG pa, ang kailangan makapatay dyan. Goes at 1 and the second. Jason and Yetja. Hindi nila masalvage ang post-plant 4-4 for Attras.
And just when you needed someone, step up dito si CRG. DR muna tayo dito, Ramon. Konting pahinga lang muna habang inintay nating maseta ulit yung Black Widow. But what a hold that was from CRG and RTA. MATTJESS unable to find the retake. Pinush nila agad dito yung kabaong no? Without getting any information kung nasan si CRG. Could have taken a little bit more time. Pero yung matches, medyo naunahan sila ng kanilang decision doon. No? 4-4 matches. Yung contact heavy plays dito ng matches gumagana. Pero kapag talaga strategic yung round natin, Attras make the most out of it. J-Kim, siya yung sumasalba sa mga rounds na to. No? Siya yung humahanap. Siya yung pumupuwersa dito na mag-pick ang matches. And I have to say, Attras, I feel like dapat nila talagang i-appreciate itong bagong salta na si J-Kim.
Sa totoo lang, no? Kasi doing everything for the team ngayon, not only being the insurance policy, mukhang secondary color na nga para sa team no? And I kind of feel like naiisip ko nga how is RTA doing the most that he can as an IGL who's also fragging out of course syempre dinedelegate din siguro na yung mid-round calling para dito kay JK. It kind of works out for them lalo na nagkakaroon ng cohesion yung team na to at medyo nakikita din natin yung output ni RTA no? Also showing up some pretty good impact kills pa rin naman habang tumatagal dito yung Black Widow but the biggest contact for me here is that the confidence for Kid and CRG are just booming pare. Kita mo kung gaano ka-confident sila na kunin yung spaces from BS, si CRG yung nagsasolo po siya dito sa may B site as well. I mean, Jacob has had a lot of influence in the stats so far para sa team. He's been leading in the kill count. Pero when it comes to trying to delegate those roles kung sino yung mag-a-attack, sino yung unang papasok, I think Attras has worked out kung sino yung mga gustong pumasok sa site kasi parang hindi sila masyado pumapalya pagdating dun sa mga split pushes nila
Absolutely. What they haven't worked out though is how to win the duels against matches. No? Paulit-ulit na nakakuha ng S position dito sila Ninkyu and well, consequently, hindi nakakapag-control ng mid ang Attras which is something that they love taking advantage of in any map for that matter. No? So ngayon, yung problema nila is that early contact na hindi talaga nila napapagana naman. Sinubukan din nila kanina sa LA and even then, they lost with K on the supportive role on the sniper. So I feel like yung pwede i-punish dito ng Attras is yung early aggression nila Ninkyu sa S. Let them push out. Mahilig sumilip sa mid ito sila Ninkyu. Even when they already have control of mid, they still peek out. So I feel like Attras pwede na silang mag-invest ng anchor dun sa mid. Ito na naman, lalabas sa rampa.
Kanina pang nagiging sakit ng ulo sa Attras ngayon. As you also watch the replay, very much a problem nung nagpipeak siya doon sa windows. Hindi nila masolusyonan kung si Ninkyu. Dahil sa movement lang yan. Pero sa magandang setup on the first blood, hindi medyo nagkukulang ang matches pagdating sa mid-round Back to the ball game na tayo ngayon. 4-1 positions para sa Attras. As they're walking into that A-side setup with only 2 players sa MATTJESS.
Alright. Lots of priority mula sa Attras dito sa S. Calling the attention of the enemy sniper. Zack nakaantabay sa ES. Nintay niya lang na may lumabas. Zack, konti pa. Konting intay pa. May lalabas na dyan. Si Kid nasa harap mo na.
Huwag kang kukurap. Vincent and Zack sa likod lang niyan. May Kid at saka may J-Kim na gusto kayong gulatin.
Why?
And I think they're just gonna take the time para mag-mid-round na lang all the way towards that LA position. Hayaan na lang maging first contact si J-Kim with the flash. Vincent! Spotted si Kid! At nakuha pa nga nila yung LA from J-Kim. Zack also on the trade. And Attras sila pa nga yung natalo dun.
Grabing push yun. Vincent, nagtawag siya ng flash mula sa kasapi niya na si Zack. Tapos tumalon pababaan ng BS. Attras didn't even hear kung saan siya nalaglag. And Vincent with the lurk of the century. Nahuli na si Kay. Attras completely dismantled. And it's all because of Vincent calling the shot and getting all the kills.
The big difference para sa MATTJESS is they finally have a system to work with. A caller that is confident to take those first contact engagements. Nung push kanina ni Vincent off of a flash from Zack as well as the coordination para lang mapilas nila yung mga lumabas at LA. Giving absolutely no space sa Attras even though you're fighting up against Jacob, you're fighting up against Kid. Two that are shooting out of their minds dito sa Black Widow B side nila. Matatalo sila agad on the first early duels at hindi sila nagkakaroon ng kahit anong first blood dito dahil nga naman sa sistema ng work ngayon ni Vincent.
And this is the exact same thing that made Cuertas deadly, no? Yung mga push ni Vincent na hindi mo ina-expect. Sino ba naman kasi mag-expect nun, Ramon? Naka 3-2 split yung Attras doon sa LA tsaka sa S. Tapos may tatalon sa likod nila sa BS na IGL. May nagtahog pa nga ng flash no? Tapos dumiretso pa sa HM nila. And that is something that you do not do at all. Attras finally getting a taste of the Cuerdas medicine at lamang tuloy ang matches.
I think it's not just a cuerdas thing, pre. Si Vincent talaga may isang round na bigla-bigla na lang siyang magpo-push out of nowhere.
It's a Vincent
And,
thing.
It is a Vincent thing.
Pwede pa mag-smoke si Kaya, pangalawa.
Mga baril oh. LB lang yun eh.
Nag-smoke big door, ah.
Hindi mo ko napatay.
Tama. Rush ko ba? Badol na takir.
Pillar.
Grabe, Jacob being the one to actually give Ninkyu a taste of his own medicine. Yung kanina pang nagiging sakit ng ulo nila, yung yung S, na push lagi ni Ninkyu. Si Jacob naman ang naging tao doon at napatay pa nga niya si Ninkyu doon.
Ganda ng read ni Jakim doon eh. No? Off the rip kasi, nag-push si Ninkyu. Basang-basa siya doon. MATTJESS looking to avenge. Diretso BS na Ramon, no?
Kaya nga eh, si Jacob mo. At syempre, sa spray niya yung smoke, si Jason hindi na binigyan ng chance na maglaro ng crossfire. All the way from the headshot. 2 kills para kay Jacob sa second half. Opening natin. And MATTJESS, ma-force sila mag-mid-round. Tutuloy pa ba natin yung BS push na ginagawa nila? Kung kaya pa, Zack with the shot kay Jacob. 3 versus 4 para sa MATTJESS.
Beautiful shot mula kay Zack. Pinatahimik niya na yung rifle dito ni Jacob. 3 versus 4 matches. Papuwersa pa rin ata nila tong A-site na to, ha. Everyone still inside of S. Kapag may nag-push na Attras dito sa CB, makikita nila to. Pero look at the default from Attras, Ramon. Ayaw talaga nilang mag-push.
Hindi nirespeto nila yung possibility na baka tinitingnan nga nila yung CB. Dahil nga marami sila dun sa may S. So pwedeng ina-expect na nila yung flank. Pero in these cases, may numbers naman kayo. Okay lang naman siguro na mag-asim ng onte, no? Kasi sa mag-drop ni Etja, binigay niyo yung C4. Vincent follows with the wallbang, kid. Becoming a gatekeeper para sa magpasok ng MATTJESS as RTA will find Zack. And it's Attras leading 5-5 ngayon sa scoreline.
Yun lang. Ang ganda ng position masyado ng Attras doon. Especially sa baba ares na MATTJESS. Hindi in-account yung anggulong yon. And they couldn't send one player sa mid either. Ito masyadong risky. So ngayon, 5-5 Attras successfully holding. At si J. Kim na naman ang problema dito ng MATTJESS. Ramon, 2 kills for J. Kim. At yun na, sapat na yung advantage na yun para makuha yung ground para sa Attras.
Gotta remember din in the context na medyo happy yung MATTJESS na naging contact nila papunta dun sa may SO. Nabigay nga yung buhay itong si Ninkyu. Pero Vincent was in a position na pwede tayo mag-push dun sa LA, pwede nating i-split yung mga forces natin. Hindi pre. Nag-commit talaga sila. Because Vincent's call pare, but into an Attras that is heavily prepared dun sa A-push na yun. Di na sumapat yung trading system na MATTJESS nung time na yun. 5-5, back onto the mid-side pressure na ulit. Vincent, what are you cooking?
Mid. Niluto nila yung mid dito, Ramon. Hindi na si Ninkyu yung magpo-push. Lahat na sila magpo-push. Ninkyu will be the anchor sa likod. At nasa ES na sila. Remember, natalo sila kanina dito, ah.
Kaya nga eh. But at least they have more numbers to work with sa magiging push nila. So kung trading ang magiging puhunan, very risky for MATTJESS. But knowing Vincent, pre, gugustuhin niya talagang labanan yan with all 5 players. Ganda ng nade na binato lamang ng Attras. Half na yung HP ni Zack dito, pero naka-sniper lang naman siya. 50 seconds, Vincent getting ready with the nade coming out. Flash coming in, Ninkyu drops in towards J-Kim, na blind nga siya. Zack will get the second as he drops in towards Kid as well. RTA will find another to make it a 2v2. At baka flank pa nga from CRG. He's looking towards that post plant.
2v2, CRG and RTA. Kung gagaling sa BS dito yung isa sa LA. Vincent, flash doesn't work. RTA, naku po. That's the last thing you need kapag atras ka dito. Nakita na si RTA coming in from mid. Yetcha will be running for the hills kasi CRG pinapressure na rin siya. Vincent jumps down! And Yetcha will be providing coverage. MATTJESS, men, nag-drop sila ng flash dun sa Iwang sa ES. And it was enough to dismantle J-Kim.
Yeah, for sure, pre. They needed to find an answer dito kay Jacob na kanina pa nga nagiging problem sa pag-push nila papunta dun sa BS. And they finally do much early on compared to how it was nung previous, pre. The adjustment for MATTJESS as well as the post plant, even better Dahil si Vincent at si Jet na naman rising up against a hot and fiery CRG. Pero J-Kim, nag-push pa nga siya on the way towards that mid-side. Hindi pa naalam ng MATTJESS na nasa likod lang nila si J-Kim. Trigger discipline.
Vincent.
He's waiting for more than just one. Nakita niya si Vincent pero syempre he wants to be the round ender.
J-Kim. Vincent, tumalikod ka lang. Isang angle lang. Vincent!
Tabi mo na. Nasa tabi mo na, J-Kim.
Hala!
Nasa tabi mo na si Hetcha. At hindi pa niya nakikita. Play for the perfect moment and J-Kim! Masyado siyang greedy! Nakita pa ni Vincent!
Ay. Could have made an impact, Ramon, kung kinuha niya lang si Vincent and tried to get another kill. Zack on the board as well. Attras. Hindi nyo pwedeng gawin yon. Hindi kayo pwedeng basta tumakbo lang. Kay running away gives Yetcha the double kill. So sobrang galing ni Yetcha, pati kasapi binaril na. Attras falling apart and Zack makes it a clean round. Matches 7-5.
You gotta take a look at the map movement for Attras nung time na yun. Kasi was J-Kim looking for somebody else na sumama sa kanya dun sa mid? Because in that primary spot, that would have been at least 1 kill. Papunta dito kay Vincent. Pero the timing was everything para dito kay J-Kim. Kaso the greed got to him, pare. The longest time para lang makakuha ng first blood dito si J-Kim. And the fact that MATTJESS moving all across the map without just that mid control has become very rewarding sa side nila kasi sa tinagal-tagal na naging default ng MATTJESS, nag-peak papunta doon pa lamang sa may short. Itong si Yetcha, nakakuha pa sila ng pitas doon sa may store B. So, all while Vincent has dropped the drop dito kay J-Kim, para silang kumuha ng lotto pick tapos nakuha nila lahat ng mga VIP na weapons, pre. Pumaldo sila lahat sa mga picks nila.
Ganun na nga, no? At saka yung itsura ng Attras sa ngayon, Ramon, I'll be honest, it feels like everyone else is scared to take fights apart from J-Kim. That last round is the epitome of that statement. No? Dumaga na lang si J-Kim in hopes na makakuha siya ng maraming kills. Kasi yung early contacts ni J-Kim dito, while it is working, hindi siya nakakarami. Kasi when you take a look at the roster of matches, the one thing they love to do is play the duels. Kaya si J-Kim, yes, nakaka-early pick, pero hindi siya nakakatakas. That is the round na, kumbaga, nag-peak na dito yung J-Kim mentality na get that opening kill and hopefully get out alive. Unfortunately, J-Kim, without any backup, wala siyang nakuha doon. And Attras, they have to shift that mentality around. It's a good thing to see na yung mga players natin still smiling across the board. So the spirits are high para sa Attras. But can they change strategy? They need to rely on someone else, on everyone else, apart from J-Kim.
For sure, no? Hindi naman pwedeng vibes person as well as mid-round caller as well as entry attacker si J-Kim. As he is doing it all, he can't do it all by himself so far, no? And I'm kind of worried for this Attras roster, no? Kasi kahit na ganito yung mga pagbabago sa nakita natin sa roster nila, bakit parang nandun pa rin yung Attras syndrome na sometimes nagkakaroon sila ng kakulungan sa decision making, natatalo sila sa macro, and even further, bakit sa mga times na kala natin makukuha nila yung entry duels maayos, bakit hindi pa rin sila nakakapag-convert, no? Hopefully, after ng timeout na to, mapag-usapan nila lalo yung problema na yun, or possibly baka si Coach Ang yung makakapag-ayos nun, di ba?
And you're asking the right questions, Ramon, no? Kasi you have to remember, Attras, these are some of the most talented players we have currently.
Exactly.
CFPH.
Exactly, now with the 7-5, we're gonna go in towards the round after the timeout. Maayos na nga ba ng Attras yung problema nila? Or will MATTJESS continue their onslaught dito sa second half? Contact push na naman dun pa lamang sa may LA at yung pinakamalapit na contact nila is itong si Hedja, no? He will hear everything. Pero may mapipitas ba nga siya sa over-aggression ng Attras?
Is it over-aggression though? I feel like they just controlled Ter sa ngayon, no? Which is something that they haven't done dito sa GR side nila. MATTJESS aware. Pero yung mid, iniwan na naman ng Attras dito, no? So Ninkyu, pwede siyang pumasok dito sa CB, fully knowing that they have control of water. At yun nga yung gagawin niya, MATTJESS. Kiniklear na nila yung S dito. Pagkaganto, Ramon, medyo naaamoy na nila na may tao sa Ter.
think narinig ni CRG yung water step na yun, no? Jason medyo nabigay yata yung info na Attras acting accordingly. The angle is still held by K all the way towards Store B, pero this is still playing into the advantage of MATTJESS since medyo nahati nila yung mga miyembro doon pa lamang sa may A, pero they're all pushed up dito sa alley kung saan si Edja, makikita niya si Kid at Vincent, the madman that you are, walked into the stack of Attras at sila pang nanaig dun, pre.
Could have pushed even further o kaya nag-hold na lang tayo pero yung matches inubos lang sila. Jason even winning the isolated fight. CRG hindi na hold yung Store B. JKM and K last two alive para sa Attras. Just a lonesome JKM at yung MATTJESS inintay lang nila Ramon na lumapit yung Attras. At sabi ni Vincent, amin tong LA 8 rounds on the board for MATTJESS.
I mean, at the same time, they were expecting some sort of push coming through para sa Attras. Pero masyado ata naging patient yung mga players dito. Kaya yung decision to go towards that alley position, maybe to surprise a player from MATTJESS, hindi nag-work out in the end, pare. Hanap nila mismo yung LA na yan. They would have had a better setup kung nag-hold pa lang sila for like 10 more seconds. But MATTJESS themselves took that pressure and just shoved it in the face dito ng Attras this time around. So now they hold to the default. Mid na naman ang MATTJESS ngayon.
Kita mo, uncomfortable talaga yung Attras dito, no? Hindi kasi sila sanay na nagpo-push sa depensa. They tried pushing LA, holding Ter, pero nag-push pa sila lalo, no? So, they're trying to play like MJ, but obviously they can't. Obviously, they're not comfortable doing that. I say, Attras, mag-default na lang kayo, mag-hold na lang kayo ng mga angulo. Let MATTJESS take the move like this. Pag nag-push si Vincent, ipunish nyo dyan sa mid-door.
Exactly. Konting asim din, no? Medyo nakukulangan ata tayo doon para sa Attras. Letting MATTJESS play for that space. Pero I guess decent lang naman nun. Nabigay nila yung karamihan ng mid-space ngayon. Since MATTJESS... Since Attras already had the setup doon pa lamang sa kabilang side. Pero Zach punishing Kid on the rotation. RTA because of a drop shot from Jason. Goes down from the water side. 50 seconds. Execute the MATTJESS. 3 versus 5. At hirap na nga sila sa duel nila, pre.
Diretso B-site, wala man lang resistance ang Attras. Ninkyo, binato pa si CRG ng tinapay. JKM and K, the last two standing for Attras para mapigilan tong set point na to. Pero si K, wala nang matakbuhan, naakit ng bintana. Kitang-kita si Yache sa kabaong. But that is all the information that he gets. Ramon, kailangan niya 4 na kills. Kahit isa, wala siya makukuha. MATTJESS showing us na hindi nyo dapat pinipili ang Black Widow laban kay Vincent.
Definitely, pre. Black Widow becoming a home para sa MATTJESS. It's been a long time since we take this para sa kanila. Pero K, on the shot dito kay Jason. That's an early pick coming down dun sa may LB. So for MATTJESS, pwede pa rin sila mag-turtle ulit ngayon. This is do or die para sa magiging Black Widow map ng Attras ngayon. But I guess they're happy with just giving Jason away. Magdi-default lang ulit naman ng MATTJESS, expecting the Attras are gonna play that default again, pare.
No priority for LA. Attras, the one time na nag-push sila sa LA dito, nahuli sila. Ever since then, never had any priority sa LA or sa Ter. Store B control. High-low setup for CRG and RTA.
At dapat lang, no? If you're weak on one side, you have to have a stronger side on the other. Flash play ba? Ine-expect ba ni Vincent na dalawa ni nakahawak dito sa Store? Kasi din naman yung crossfire placement ni Ninkyo. It is beautiful para sa high-low setup na yan.
Oh my God.
Ibato mo sa basuran. Kahit anong setup ng Attras, MATTJESS pa rin na makakabasa ng Lebron na yan. 3 versus 3. Kid, flank of the century. Vincent down. Gets himself the kill. At sa pagpasok ng MATTJESS, kailangan nila solusyonan yung flank and it works out in the end para kay Yetja. K, napatayin niya si Yetja ngayon. 1 versus 2 na para kay Zach. One more miracle.
Wag.
With a beautiful shot dito kay K. Mapipisuan niya siya. Spotted si J. Kim, pero J. Kim takes the headshot. Attras on the brink, fighting up against MATTJESS.
Kid with a miracle lurk. Attras, you need to take space away mula sa matches dito. Masyado nilang hinahayaan mag-control ng mapa dito. Yung matches, no, granted, they had a nice read of the high-low. But then, kapag hindi yun gumana, ano na? And Kid had the guts to go for the lurk. At ayun lang talaga nagpapanalo sa Attras. Don't be afraid to take the fights. Attras, kaya nyo yan. At yun na nga, pinosisyon nila si Kay sa harap dito sa LA. This is a good start para sa Attras.
Open siya, so kung ma-flash siya dito, it's gonna be a perfect counter. And nobody's close behind para lang tulungan ang isolated na sniper na ito. No? Back into the match, just reset na ulit, pre. They fully respect all the angles that Attras can go for. And if I remember correctly, in the early round kanina, may hawak din na TRG si J-Kim. Can swap back into the rifle as quickly as ever. So while the options are present para sa Attras, there is still danger for MATTJESS, lalo na. At okay sa kanila na mag-reset ng gantong ka-slow lang.
This feels weird for me, Ramon. It kind of feels like hindi preparado ang Attras para sa Black Widow. Usually you take control of Ter. Usually you put a lot of priority in that area. Finally, Attras position one player doon. But at this point, nasa S na yung matches. Ramon, pwede na sila mag-execute mula dito.
I guess okay lang naman na lumapit dun si Kid kasi papasok nga sila dun sa S. At least meron sila long angle na nakaset up. Kid now giving that info. Now MATTJESS securing that execute. This is do or die na para kay Kid. J-Chem sa under. Mapapatay niya yung isa. Jason goes down. Kid pressured. Low on HP. K with the shot. Ayan na nga yung sinasabi natin, pre. The crossfire setup para sa Attras. It's not working out. They're still trading laban sa MATTJESS as RTA goes down. 2v2. Expected din lurk. CRG mapapatay lang ni Vincent at si Kid na lang. Siya yung anchor. At pag nawala siya, MATTJESS secures Black Widow. It is 10-6. Pinako ang Attras. And MATTJESS get themselves one hell of a victory.
Statement made. Kumbaga, sabi ng MATTJESS sa Attras, welcome to the big leagues. This is how you're supposed to play Black Widow. And it wasn't close. MATTJESS taking all the fights. At parang ipinalaro nila lahat yun. Ramon, it was a phenomenal showing para dito sa MATTJESS. That's a good start para sa comeback nila sa season na to.
For sure, pare. Sinabi ko na back then, nakuha na nila yung step 1 and they're on the way towards step 2. They get themselves yung mga panalo dito sa group stage, building more confidence, getting Yetja and Vincent more comfortable sa sistema ng MATTJESS ngayon. We're gonna keep that consistency from Zach at as well as yung kung gaano ka-init nga naman si Ninkyo on that GR, no? And that has to be stated pa rin talaga. I feel like the setup yung foundation ng MATTJESS ng panalo to because of Ninkyo doon pa lamang sa may S, pare. Multiple times, Attras were wary about his presence doon sa may mid-side. Kaya call sila ng slow default sa mga early rounds na tinitake advantage ng MATTJESS nung GR side nila, no? Parang nahihirapan tuloy yung Attras. Ayaw nila kumuha ng mga forward spaces. Ayaw nila labanan yung mga early contacts na ginagawa ng MATTJESS nung early rounds.
Exactly. And kung gaano naman ka-agresibo yung GR side dito ng MATTJESS, no, it was kind of tame para sa Attras. Hindi nila kinokontrol yung LA masyado. Only 2 rounds yung ginawa nila doon, no? Which, for a team like MATTJESS na mahilig mag-map control, is the last thing you want to do. You want to position one player doon sa Ter para mapigilan yung aggression doon sa angulong yun. And then you can explore other parts of the map kasi ang taas ng impormasyon na yun. Kasi kapag naglagay ka ng player sa Ter, hindi mo na kailangan mag-anchor sa site mismo. Just watch S and you're good to go. Seems like yung mga setup dito ng Attras na nakikita natin typically sa Eagle Eye, sa Subbase, or even sa Ankara, it's just not present sa GR side nila dito sa Black Widow.
For sure, no? The only time that we saw that proactive push was K as well as the triple push na nakita natin from LA. Pero if they were doing that a couple more times, siguro mas makaka-feel ng pressure yung MATTJESS na makapag-contest ng map spaces, no? Pero dahil nga it's a little too late, nakuha na nga nila yung Black Widow as we know it as well, no? That's the map pick nga naman ng MATTJESS, but at early given time at lalo na dito sa mayiging second set natin, medyo catch-up duty na ulit ang Attras. At dahil nga naman dun sa catch-up na yun, dapat gamitin na yung oras na to para lang masabi na dapat maging proactive tayo, boys. Kailangan natin mag-push. Kailangan natin asimin ng onte kasi yun na lang yung kulang para sa Attras Esports. Have a bit of balls sa paglaban natin sa mga duels natin dito. So we're gonna throw it over to the panel para lalong pag-usapan ang magiging matchup. Mochi and Bipolar, take it away.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters and it just definitely states no kung gaano rin ka-versed itong si Matches dito sa mapa ng Black Widow natin, at hindi naman talaga nila tayo binigo, given na rin din siguro yung pagiging versed and as well as maalam dito ni Vincent alongside with some of our members din dito, no. And I feel like there is indeed some demerit, no, unfortunately binanggit na nila Ramon as well as ni Daydome, no. There's been lots of mistakes na ginawa nila at some moment, parang nanggigil sila sa kaka-trigger discipline nila, tapos bumaliktad pa, which is quite sad. Pero I guess wala no, kailangan mong matutunan or maranasan minsan para matutunan mo yung mga bagay-bagay, I guess, bipolar.
Yeah, this is, if we're gonna be learning a lot here, siguro for Attras, they would have more of that kasi talagang learning curve itong mga starts natin para sa kanila. But matches, man, just like what you said, just like Ramon and Adam said, they know this pretty well, lalo na dito sa BL side. I would like to say GR side nila was a little bit of a rough spot, 50-50 lang noon kasi we did end off sa first half natin na medyo almost dikit. Pero nung etong Attras na GSS sila, they were just really biting the bullets every time, no? Trades after trades kung saan, again, nakikita natin na matches dito having better kind of aim. I would love to comment still kahit na I did say almost a 60-40 split pagdating dito sa ating GR side for matches na they're big holes, no? Sometimes we saw them like 4-man pushes, 3-man pushes dito sa LA, and it was so good. But for Attras, talagang learning curve tong GR side nila because they didn't look like a GR side. They were just really fighting everyone sa kung ano man ibibigay dito ng matches. But there were some times mula sa Attras na they could have surprised itong matches. Kaso matches, they played slow in some of those runs sa PL sides nila. Talagang nagulat dito. Kahit na si Jake Kim nandun na mismo sa may high mid. And parang ibig sabihin ng Black Widow, yung letter B sa Black Widow mochi is just rush B. Kasi lagi na mas marami tayo nakitang B pushes dito wala sa matches on the B side. Nonetheless, they did claim their map win, no? So that's still pretty good. So tingnan natin ngayon kung talagang aarangkada na yung pinaka magandang streak nila on the B side towards the second map. But now, the stats, don't lie. Almost 100 kay Ninkyu again. 18 and 12 deaths.
Dude is so consistent so far para dito, no, sa MATTJESS na kung saan talagang siya yung i-ignite ba para dito, no, sa team ng MATTJESS. I was looking for the right term and I feel like ignition is the role na mayroon dito, no, for Ninkyu. Pero dito, no, for Attras, unfortunately, yun nga, no, we cannot say the same. Despite that Kid and Jakem actually been able to, get most of the pickups na kailangan nila dito, no, against MATTJESS. Unfortunately, those pickups does not equate into a round, which unfortunately, no, hindi ito nagawa. It seems like they lack a bit of setups, especially how they were able to start yung mga rounds natin dito with the utmost advantage. Like for example, dito for MATTJESS, quite the opposite. Yung call nila na pumunta dito sa mid, yung tatlo or more, allocating one, mixing it up, heading into somewhere else, no, tumambay sa store B, biglang mag-pick ng sabay-sabay, despite na merong mga nakatoka mga tao ng Attras doon, no, they don't care, and it seems like their shots are just hitting a bit more accurate and better for MATTJESS. But who hit the most? It will be Ninkyu with a 1.50 KD, no, and as well as again, no, nahiya pang ang gawing 100 ng kanyang rating, 99. Parang yung germs lang na mapapatay mo pag gumamit ka ng alcohol, no. 99% in terms of the rating here, no. Congratulations dito for Ninkyu.
I mean, Ninkyu, man, I mean, we wanted more and you gave us everything, no. Talagang parang disinfectant dito sa buong Attras and they're just to play the game. But if Ninkyu is a fragger, I hope there are also winners pagdating dito sa series natin para tuloy-tuloy ang journey nila. Meanwhile, yun din ang siguro ang tanong ko para sa Attras because they do get kills. Jakim does get kills pero they don't get wins and they don't get rounds. And hopefully, magbago yun dito sa kanilang mapping on the second map. So, let's see, no, it might still be a 1-1 but MATTJESS looking in good form para makuha dito yung ating 2-0, especially that they are just really fired up in this matchup.
Exactly, and we are gonna see if MATTJESS would be able to continue this as you have mentioned, or will Attras lead us dito, no, sa ating decider map? Matutuldo ka na ba to, or will it still give us to a longer route, the scenic route, kumbaga dito, no, for our specific series? Malalaman natin yan maya-maya kung makakabawi sila sa ating mapa ng Angkara after this quick short break.
ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakukultuhan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot and he makes it double for naman sa receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP!
At narito na tayo muli, no? Ito pa rin ang laban ng Matches versus Attras na kung saan kanina pinakitaan ng Matches ng eksperyensya at kaalaman dito, no, sa mapa ng Black Widow natin, ang Attras. And unfortunately, Attras hasn't been able to address them the way that we thought they should be addressed, no? To the point na they made concurrent mistakes and unfortunately haven't been able to hold on until the end as it ends to a 10-6. At ngayon, sa mapa ng Ankara naman tayo dadalhin ng dalawang team na ito, Bipolar.
Yeah, you know what, Mochi? May naisip nga ako kanina habang pinaparod ko yung ating mga matchups. Parang chess game ang laro ng Attras, no? Pati ng matches. Yung first half natin yan yung opening rounds ng ating chess game. Pero in the end game, kapag patapos ng ating mga laban or some team really does have a little bit of an edge, matches yung nagiging chess masters. Kasi talagang nababasa na yung reads, they're getting good plays, they're taking so strategically na hindi man lang makalculate dito ng Attras yung kailangan nilang gawin sa mga rounds yun. And I would love to see a better GR side pagdating dito sa Attras, especially on Ankara, because if you think about it, matches in Ankara is such a good team pagdating sa PL side nila. So if they're not ready for that kind of engagement mula sa matches, well, it's endgame na para dito sa ating Attras, and they're gonna be losing it in a 2-2-0 fashion. But hopefully, we go into our map number 3. Let's see kung ano nga bang ilalahad ng dalawang teams ito in this one.
That is true. And I also feel like that they can capitalize more with RTA's wits pagdating, pag ganun yung ginawa nila, no? At then, syempre, yung performance dito, then ni Kid. And as well, no? Again, Ankara would be a map wherein yung pasikot-sikot na maaaring gawin dito ng matches might throw Attras off guard. Hopefully, na hindi yun yung mangyari and instead, mas lalo pang maging madikit ang ating laban dahil parehong team natin magagaling naman nga talaga. Kaya naman, ipasa na natin ito sa ating mga casters. Datum and as well as Ramon, kamusta dyan sa Ankara?
Okay naman, mainit, saktong-sakto dahil summer nga naman. Welcome back mga tropa. Ito nga naman ang second set dito sa Ankara map pick ng Attras, and especially now that they're gonna be starting on that BL side, no, they're gonna have a lot of time para makahabol. And just to add a little bit more flavor dito, this is a Vincent-led team in the map of Ankara. Very remember, Vincent was the one on Ankara that took down FERVID nung spring season. Very same map. And then recently, nung nakalaban ng MATTJESS ang Execration, they also took them down dito sa mapang to, pare.
Exactly. And hindi mo pwedeng ipagkaila yung Ankara dito ng matches in particular, especially kapag ganito yung performance ni Ninkyu, immaculate numbers para sa matches dito. For Ninkyu, 18 kills siya kanina kung hindi ako nagkakamali doon sa Black Widow, no? And I feel like Attras masyado silang mataas na masyado na lang nire-respeto dito yung matches, no? To a point where hindi na sila gumagalaw masyado out of their own playstyle. Parang kumbaga nire-respondihan nila dito yung matches, which is the last thing you want to do, especially for a team like Matches na very heavily reliant on firepower, on duels, on map control. Attras, kayo din, ganun din kayo, no? Bakit hindi natin nakikita yung signature Attras na gumagawa ng mga set plays, particularly on the GR side? I feel like Ramon, Attras, kung gusto lang makabawi dito, they need to be more proactive.
For sure, no? And all the pressure comes down on the shoulders of RTA, pare. Siyempre, while he's been around the scene dito sa Impact, this is his first outing dito sa Masters with all the rookies dito sa Attras. So, very much kailangan niyang doblehin yung trabaho niya as he now fights up against Vincent in a map that he has taken Gods out dito sa Ankara. Let's listen to the comms.
140, smoke it.
Ito. Iniwan ko na mid,
Tara, set up pa natin pag di tayo nabulol sa pre.
Wala na ako smoke.
Okay lang, tara, swing.
I bet nyo.
mas vocal sa comms kumpara sa kanina, no? Alam nila na kailangan nila maging proactive. So definitely you can hear from them that they have to put the pressure on MATTJESS.
Exactly. Love to see it. Naririnig mo na sa comms yung proactivity na hinahanap ko dito, Ramon, no? At not a lot of aggression though para sa Attras. I thought they were gonna swing somewhere long, maybe sa HM or maybe sa TB, pero kinontrol na ni Ninkyu dito yung entirety of hotel. It is Attras pushing vents.
Push up for both RTA and JKim. Maybe waiting for the flash of the call from the IGL. Pero dahil nga sa hesitation na to, si Ninkyu nasa likod na. At si Kay, hindi naka-ready yung sniper. That is two coming through from Ninkyu. Attras, nandun na kayo sa entrance. Bakit hindi pa kayo nakapasok sa site? That is MATTJESS securing a decisive first round sa Ankara.
Ay, Ramon. And all it will take is one person watching your back. Attras, ba't naman ganun? Pinabayaan yung sarili na ng likod. MATTJESS, nakapuslit tuloy sa Ninkyu. At yung malala pa dito, Ramon, yung pinanggalingan ni Ninkyu is the long way around. Kung saan nanggaling Attras, dun din pumasok si Ninkyu, no, sa BR, sa big door. And Attras, it's just it's unforgivable at this point, no. Kailangan talaga nila maging more careful sa playstyle nila. I mean, I like the proactivity that they've had. Nag-push sila doon sa hotel, got control, umalis. Pero hindi talaga pinanood yung likod nila, no? Parang false sense of security yung naramdaman nila doon. And you can never have that laban sa MATTJESS.
The worst time as well na mag-reposition as a sniper, no? The sole responsibility to hold that flank is already shut down dahil nga naman sa loss of timing as well as the quick decision making na nakita natin from Attras. Is it the impact syndrome or is it just the nerves getting to the team right now? Kasi from Black Widow papunta dito sa Ankara, nandun pa rin yung mga problema na nakikita natin, which is that hesitation that MATTJESS is taking full advantage of, pare. Talagang they have to find a solution. Kailangan nila maghanap ng maayos na fix bago tayo pumasok dito sa second half, men.
Exactly. Tsaka yung problema dito rin sa Attras, no? Ginawa na itong kanina nila Vincent, no? Si Vincent pa nga mismo yung nag-push from behind, and it seems like Attras have yet to catch on to the playstyle dito ng MATTJESS. Nag-respondi lang sila after nung movement ng Attras. Narinig kasi ng MATTJESS, na may movement dito sa hotel. Nagbato sila ng isang utility. So pumasok si Ninkyu doon looking for something. Probably hinahanap niya lang yung anchor na iniwan doon ng Attras, no? Pero nahanap niya lahat. And you just can't give map control para dito sa MATTJESS, no? Attras, the same thing. Ito rin yung problema nila sa Black Widow, no? Yung Ter na hindi nila binibigyan ng priority. Sa ngayon, hindi naman nila binigyan ng priority yung flank nila. Maybe watch RS for that matter. Or mag-position kayo ng sniper sa Miniter. Wala tayong nakitang ganun. Is it the IGL getting careless? Or nagugulat lang ba sila sa movement ng MATTJESS? I don't know. Pero kailangan may baguhin dito ang Attras.
At the same time, I think we can give props as well to Vincent again, no? Calling for another flank coming through, fully knowing that Attras are taking too much time na makapag-setup. And also the fact na hindi din gumagalaw. Yung dalawang anchors dun sa A-site, kahit na nag-ingay na nga sila dun sa mid, very much showing a bit more of that comfortability sa map na to para sa MATTJESS, pare. Kasi literally, Jason was a pillar doon sa mismong site. At kahit medyo na-highlight natin yung flank, hindi nakapasok at all yung Attras dahil sa naging top A pressure na meron pa rin ang MATTJESS nung time na yun. No? So, while it was a mishap on one side, it was a very good decision making on the other for MATTJESS. Pwede natin nabigyan sila ng props dahil dun. No? I really like the steady improvement na nakikita natin from these members. Week in and week out, they were getting closer and closer to a win. And finally, nakuha nila yung consistency na hinahanap nila dito, which is now giving them the pedestal na binibigay natin sila over Attras this time around.
Exactly. And I feel like this is also a result of Attras ultimately having a lack of experience laban sa mga team na katulad ng MATTJESS. Yung Attras kasi, yung strategic arsenal dito takes a lot of inspiration from Virtus.Pro. Sinabi ko na to dati, no? And Virtus.Pro, a team that we know, loves playing default. Attras, parang nakalimutan na nila na kaya din nilang hindi mag-default. I mean, yes, the default is there, but where is the unpredictability? Ano nang gagawin nila kapag nakatapat nila katulad ng isang MATTJESS na nagpupush lang na nagpupush na ayun nga, unpredictable yung flank, no? Perhaps yung pinakamalapit na nakatapat na nila sa impact It's probably Team Acceptance. But even now, iba na rin yung playstyle ng Team Acceptance. No? Matches talaga yung, kumbaga, parang nakikita kong weakness sa ganitong type of strategy ng Attras. And it goes to show na in one of the strongest maps of Attras, that is Ankara, nahuli sila ng gito. Granted, isang beses pa lang. Pero it's a deadly sin talaga na mangyari itong mga ganito. No, Ramon? Kasi isang player lang, pwede nyo nang mapatumba sana si Ninkyu.
Exactly, no? In that small moment na kung nakahawak na lang yung flank nila or kung nakapasok man lang sila sa site, they would have ignored the danger. Pero wala eh. Took too much time and again, hesitation setting in. After this DR, sana naman ay nakapag-cool off na ang Attras ngayon. Fully knowing a small mistake could lead to a big impact. MJ ups 1-0 and back to the mid call we go para sa Attras.
Early lineups para dito sa mid, Attras having to back off a little bit. Ayun, na-timingan. Attras nagmamadali. Jakem leading the charge once more. At siya nga talaga, yung punot dulo ng Attras dito, Ramon, na Jakem taking matters into his own hands. Taking Zack down. B-site. Nasa Attras na yan.
That is clean para kay Jakem. The sole proprietor sa pag-home na dito sa RS at ang bahay ng MJ. Gusto na lakunin ulit. Yun nga lang, Kid and Jakem. Ang duo para palabasin ang MATTJESS sa RS nila. 2 kills para kay Kid. At tabla na agad after the DR.
There you have it, Jakem. Nasan na sana ang Attras kung wala ka. Kailangan ka talaga dito sa roster na to. Minadali niya dito yung HM, no? To the point na nahuli niya pa si Ninkyu. And then nahuli niya si Zack. Ayan talaga, kailangan nila gulatin.
Gusto ko din na may chance sana na umalis si Kid after may ibigay yung RS dito kay Jakem. Kasi good position na yun para sa kanya. Kaso, double pick into B, double pick into RS spray. Yun yung gusto kong makita sa Attras. Yung nagko-connect sila as a team so far.
Exactly. Kahit sabihin natin si Jakem yung nauna, no? Everyone else was also on the same page. And you love to see the coordination coming to fruit dito sa Attras. RTA, lalabanan niya tong TB pero mag-isa siya. Should just anchor instead of peeking. Gives him a chance na maka 1v2 clutch dito. 1v2 perhaps. Isa, dalawa, tatlo. That's 3 kills para sa Attras. Kasama si CRG. That's beautiful.
We're back to the Attras connection. Kita mo, hindi lang nag-iisa si CRG doon. Sama-sama sila lahat para i-control yung TB at yung solo push ni Jakem to get himself the 2K para sa Attras ngayon. Yung naging worries natin sa Attras, nawala na agad after 2 rounds.
That's what we're looking for, Ramon. Attras on the proactive measures. At pinapunish na nila dito yung individualistic plays ng matches. TB dismantled. And Jakem pushing HM for 3 rounds in a row. At kailangan nang rumisponde ng matches. Tinan mo, heavy priority kagad si Vincent doon. Siya na ang pumosisyon. Iniwan niya na si Ninkyu, pinalipat niya na. Sabi niya, ako na nga dito, Ninkyu. Di mo ma-hold eh.
Condition yun, pre. Para lang maisip ng MATTJESS, baka ulitin ni Jakem yun ang paulit-ulit, diba? And it's pretty much a weapon that the Attras are using. Kita mo, everybody. At least itong si Vincent, diba? Kahawak lamang doon sa HM to try to see if uulitin ni Attras yung push doon pa lamang sa may HM this time. But because they're also separated from both the lane positions, kita mo, may tao doon sa vents, may tao din na nakahawak doon sa TB. Ang daming map control ng Attras ngayon. But the biggest question is, saan sila papasok this time, pre?
It's a good question. Medyo malambot pa rin yung HM dito kasi si Vincent, dalawang angulo yung tinitingnan. Walang nakabantay sa bridge niya. Vent seems to be the play. LA players, para sa Attras, 4 Ramon. Mag-iingay lang dito yung isang nandun sa TV. Flashes coming in. CRG papasok na pero nabulag siya. Yetcha with the perfect angle to receive. CRG is down. Yung entry naglaho para sa Attras. RTA gustong bumawi. Getting the double kill. And that is an entry and a half. Kid, kasama niya pa. Vincent masyadong nahuli. 2v3 retake for MATTJESS.
Set up the post plant. May dalawa na nakahawak lang sa flank. And they leave Kid, a self-sufficient player na hawakan lang yung mga lalabas dito sa exit. A vast improvement na nakita natin from Attras compared to the previous rounds. But now they have to put up or shut up laban kay Zaka na naka-hold lamang with that M14. Good spray down coming through from JKM as well. Ninki na lang. At na-force out niya yung 1v1. Napatayin niya yung flank watch na si K. Flash as well as the fake info na baka papasok siya dito sa vents. Kaso tumatakbo ang oras. At hindi yun kaibigan ni Ninkyu. Papasok siya on top A. And there is absolutely no time. JKM with a cherry on top. It is Attras from 3 straight rounds. Gets himself the win sa MJ.
That flashbang could have been everything para kay Ninkyu, Ramon. Kinakabahan na matches. This is not a good sign. Attras breaking momentum. Ang ganda sana ng hold ni Yetcha, no? Pero si RTA getting a double kill. Doon nag-landslide itong round na to. Attras, very good side take. On to top A is all they needed. Yun lang pala kailangan nila dito, Ramon, no? Even with Ninkyu finding the flank, okay lang. Kasi nakaposition si JKim dun sa top A.
And the timing as well. So kung paano nila in-approach yung both stairs and room A, not being the same contact na nakita natin. Sometimes from Attras games kung saan nagsasabay-sabay yung push nila. They held off for the pause. And at the exact moment kung saan naka-hold lamang sila dun sa stairs, nag-re-clear si JKim to get themselves that top A that they were looking for in that round. 3-1 na ulit. Attras have heavy priority dun sa hotel. And it's all gonna be on Zach. Will he be able to get the shot that he's looking for?
Mag-isa lang siya dito sa B-site, no? Double HM hold para sa matches. Mazak, mag-isa lang. Nakaantabay sa hotel tsaka sa TB. 2 angles to watch out for. Attras magsiset up na ng lineup. Ayun na nga, nagbato. Zach needs help. SOS para sa sniper ng matches.
Good flashes and good pressure, pero Zach, kailangang umalis, hindi tumama yung first shot. At para kay RTA, nasaktuan siya ni Vincent. Quick response para sa IGL, good double as well. Hindi makapasok ang Attras, they need a re-clear, pero Vincent! The 4K para sa hero! Hinityu gets the last kill. MATTJESS nag-revive sa mismong mid-round nila sa B-side defense.
Buhay na si Kapitan. At uubusin niya ang Attras kung kinakailangan. 4 kills! And Vincent is mad. Sabi ni Zach, tulungan niyo ako. Sabi ni Vincent, ako nang bahala. RTA with a nice entry yet again. Taking down the enemy sniper. Pero si Vincent, hindi siya tumitigil gumalaw eh. Oh, look at the movement, Ramon. Goes back to reload. Goes back into fight. And immense recoil control. It's just perfect para kay Vincent.
That sets him apart from any other fragging IGL, pare. Even if he does make the calls, sometimes he will do it himself. Pero nakapuslit si Ninkyu. Nakita niya si K. Kaso JKim, not too far behind. Nakuha na yung headshot machine ng MATTJESS, pero there's still a lot more legwork to do para sa Attras.
I like this case. Flanking, JKim peeking, at gumagana na ang early round dito ng Attras. Hindi na sila takot lumaban, Ramon. And they're taking the fight to Vincent, na ngayon nasa loob ng RS. 3 versus 4 in favor of Attras. Vincent kailangan lumayo. Kaso si Kid nakapasok na ng B-side. Vincent barely surviving. At si Yetcha tutulungan yung kasapi niya. Flash coming out. Yetcha walang mapuntahan. Kid has to back off. And HM re-controlled by MATTJESS, pero si RTA andun sa kabila. MATTJESS regroup. At yung Attras magtatrim ng bomba.
Full pressure on all sides. Kita mo yung naging push kanina ni JKim is taking in full shape. They're taking too much time to clear that area of the map. Pero now, no time to hesitate para sa MATTJESS. Jason calling for the push. JKim, napatayin si Yetcha. At si RTA, naharap na yung IGL. Jason will have to do everything para mapamanalo niya yung round. Pero Kid will get that 4th round para sa Attras. No more hesitation. This is Attras on full steam ahead.
Exactly, and the way they do it is with a double flank. Unang pinadala nila si K, getting information, tapos si JKim naman. Ever so reliable on the attacking. And look at JKim, Ramon, 10 kills in the span of 6 rounds. Ridiculous numbers for JKim. At yung Vents, papasukin na ni CRG. That's another nice entry. But Jason with the hold mula sa top A. Kaya niya mapigilan tong 4 na to? Ang sagot, hindi. JKim papasok. Vincent malalaglag. Attras, successful site take yet again. And NQ on the lurk is just destroyed. Zach, desperado. At wala nang matakbuhan, Ramon.
Absolutely, pre. The way they ping-pong yung nagiging push from stairs to room A, from CRG as well as JKim is just beautiful to see, pre. Nagugulantang ang MATTJESS, putting all eyes and pressure kay Zach na nakahawak na naman ng M14. Acknowledging that the TRG is not enough and even he is not enough laban kay JKim, who gets himself the 2K, and Attras leading by 3 rounds is forcing the timeout sa MATTJESS.
Tsaka parang napapansin na dito ni Vincent, no, na palaging nauhuli yung A-site nila. The hold just hasn't been working out. They need a couple more setups. Medyo underutilized yung room A dito ng matches, no? Perhaps dun sila pwede mag-position ng players kasi yung maganda sa room A, mahirap i-flash yung position na yun, especially when you have a player watching EA. So couple of new setups yung kailangan dito ng matches para lang mapigilan yung execution dito ng Attras. And they have to limit the contact dito sa mid. Palaging nakakaisa si JKim kaya ang dami niya ng kills. Matches have to change the playstyle a little bit para lang makabawi ulit dito. You have to remember, Ramon, 5-2 na yung score natin. The biggest lead that Attras has picked up this entire match.
Alam mo yung dead round is because walang nakakonect ng monitor kanina para sa Attras, no? Biglang nakakita na sila lang kulay. At para din kay RTA, no, with a lot of weight on the shoulders para lang makuha niya ulit yung confidence ng mga kasama niya. Ultimo, it took 3 rounds para makita natin ulit yung init ni CRG. Yung confidence naman ni JKim, never nawala, pero parang lalong nadagdagan times 10 yung nagiging output ni JKim because he needs to be the one to step up for the team in terms of being the attacker. So, in terms of all of that, in combination with all of this working out for Attras, nakakuha sila ng lead. Pero fully knowing Vincent, after this timeout, magkakaroon ng pagbabago yung MATTJESS.
Hopefully. Pero yung mga gantong games, Ramon, nakikita mo talaga yung isolated, yung kumbaga mini IGLing dito ni JKim. Tinawag niya talaga yung flank ni K dun sa mid, eh, no? Pick mo nga yung mid, tapos ito-trade kita. That's exactly what happened. Tapos nakuha nila yung HM, tapos yung matches, hindi makapag-rotate dahil kay JKim. This is the duo IGLing na nakikita natin. Yung map control si RTA yung tumatawag. Yung flank si JKim. And the isolated duels have been working for JKim. MATTJESS, usually a reactive team, hindi nila alam paano tayo magre-react. Saan tayo magre-react? Sa play ni JKim o sa play ni RTA?
For sure. Bago ang lahat, no? Mabilis ang shoutout nga po pala kay Jefferson De Ocampo. Salamat sa invite nga pala sa clan. And thank you so much para sa suporta ng CrossFIRE Philippines. As we go back into the ball game, 5-2 tayo sa scoreline natin. So take a look at the replay din ulit. Makikita natin yung strength ng Attras ngayon for their flexing in between their attackers para lang makonfuse lalo yung MATTJESS setup. They need that variety para lang makontinue yung naging onset nila dito sa MATTJESS.
Ninkyu and Vincent, HM hold. At wala nang bantay sa hotel dito. Si Zach nasa TV lang. Might be a good read. Attras are pushing for HM control at nakapuslit na dito. Ninkyu hindi naka-timing. Nahuli siya ni RTA pero si Vincent nasa exit. Siya yung pina-exit ng Attras. But the A-site hold, naglaho na naman. Ramon Kid just destroys Yetja. At makakapagtanim na naman ng Attras. And it's just an easy shot from JKim to get Zach. 6-2 Attras. Minadali na naman yung A-site.
Ito ba yung kung paano nila kina-counter si Zach sa mga early picks, pre? Continuous pressure sa high mid because they have been 3 out of 3 sa mga nagiging pressure nila sa papasok ng RS para lang makuha yung control nila doon sa may A site. Yung bagong flavor naman sa round na yun was that lurk coming down para kay Kid sa pagpasok niya doon pa lamang sa may room A. All that focus from MATTJESS completely gone because of a lurk coming down from Kid. Pero Vincent will get themselves one. Yung nga lang, RTA and CRG, they're trying their best para masalvage yung round. Kaso si Jason pa rin ang naging prime factor into a 3v2.
MATTJESS good adjustment. CA control, pati si Ninkyu nag-sniper na. Vincent will be going down pero okay lang. Nakuha naman ni Yetja yung C4 sa exit. And K will have no clue na nasa likod niya si Zach. MATTJESS scraping up around bago tayo mag second half. 3-6 ang score natin. I love the adjustment, Ramon. Nagpadala sila ng 2 player sa CA yung MATTJESS. Tapos, di ba, hindi na ma-hold yung A-site. They just pushed vents to create a crossfire in LA. At saktong-sakto nahuli nila yung Attras. MATTJESS, nababasa pa naman nila yung mga plays dito ng Attras. And I firmly believe that they can still bounce back dito sa BL side, pero mahirap na. GR2 ng Attras sa Angkara, tapos lamang pa sila ng tatlo. Ramon, matches have to be picture perfect sa BL side nila.
For sure, pre. And that's sort of more pressure to come down from the key players dito. Firmly on Ninkyu as well as para dito kay Zach as well. Lalo na kay Zach, no, in the previous couple of rounds na nakapanalo ang Attras. It is a majority of them, mostly because of the high mid push na ginagawa ng paulit-ulit ni J. Kim to not only ignore itong si Zach but to also force him to be the last player sa mga nagiging post plant since he is usually yung nagiging B-side player ng MATTJESS. Firmly believe that this is an Attras that feels more comfortable sa serye na to.
Oh yes.
Mukhang mawala na. Mawala na yung multo ng pagiging passive ang Attras ngayon as MATTJESS now starting on the BL.
It's not even close to Black Widow, no, Ramon. Ibang-iba yung itsura ng Attras sa ngayon. Even K is not afraid to take fights on the sniper. Look at the movement though. I can't help but feel like they're moving too much to CA. Taking control of mid and K gets a timing on Zach. Joke lang, K. That's a perfect setup. Ninkyu, I never doubted. But Ninkyu gets the one. You can never count out Ninkyu! Inubos, pinapak ang Attras. Triple kill for Ninkyu. Making it a fourth. Attras, naghahanap na ng 5k si Ninkyu. Tumakbo ka na, CRG. Dahil nasa LA siya. Ninkyu spotted. And CRG makes noise pero alam ng MATTJESS saan siya manggagaling. Almost a complete kit para kay CRG pero isolated na siya dito sa EA. And there's nowhere to run. 32 seconds on the bomb timer.
And if he goes towards exit, pre, that's already so much time wasted at expected na yan ni Vincent. As he does make noise fully getting himself into that exit push.
Narinig.
Vincent spotted, narinig na nga at nakita ang location ni CRG as Vincent will punish him. As it will be MATTJESS brutalizing yung masyado pagiging asim ng Attras doon sa LA push kanina.
And nice position from Ninkyu to support Zach as well. Nung nahuli si Zach, nag-push yung Attras, no? And Ninkyu was in the perfect spot sa Miniter. CA control na naman para sa Attras. At si Ninkyu, bumalik na sa base niya. Back in Miniter. Pero wala na siyang suporta dito. Ninkyu trying to push.
Being the bait that Attras has to bite. Pero ang bilis ng adjustment, no? Hindi na yung forward push na nakikita natin. Kaso si J-Kim, masaspatan pa nga ni Edja. Kaso si RG pala. Siya pala yung bait and switch doon. Pero Ninkyu, yet again, nagiging bayani para sa mga setups. Kalaban ng Attras kahit naka-crossfire sila doon.
When talk about Bayani, Edja ulit yung ginawang drone dito ng team niya, no? Clearing CA and Jason will clear it even further. Pero si RTA, nire-clear. Nag-peek out from vents. Ninkyu taken down. Suddenly, medyo challenge dito ang MATTJESS. 3 versus 2 pa naman, lamang sila. Pero si Kay, pwede siyang maka-timing dito kay Jason.
Hindi niya na-confirm yung C4 din sa kabila. So, kaya nakita mo yung early rotation para kay Kay ngayon. But there's also the threat that MATTJESS could have gotten the space that they were looking for. Good nade damage, but it's not enough. Nakuha nga ni Kay yung patay kay Jason. Tablado na agad in terms of the numbers. And Kay fully knowing na ang laki nagiging worth kapag ka nakapasok siya sa site. So also calling the rotate coming through para kay RTA. May flank na nga siya agad papunta doon sa hotel.
Zach from batteries. Hotel galing sa likod. It is RTA getting taken down, but it's Vincent versus K. IGL versus Sniper. Vincent making as much noise as he can, pero hindi niya na ipipick to, Ramon. 19 seconds. Vincent, magtago ka na lang. Play from the boxes, and Vincent, time is running out, and he will get the shot. All the reliable Vincent. Mapapagana niya yan. At yun na nga, inasiman na ng konti ni Vincent. Inanghangan na dito sa MATTJESS. Lamang na isa na lang ang Attras MATTJESS. Gumagana yung BL side nila.
Lumalabas din yung giggle. Kita mo yung naging cam ni Ninkyu. At pati yung kagatlabi na nakita natin from Vincent. He knows that that round was so much of a masterclass from him in terms of mid-round. Sa pag-rotate nila all the way towards B. After the brutal early round na nakita natin from Attras trying to pick every single shot doon pa lamang sa may CA as well as doon sa vents. Parang nag-mini audition sila laban sa MATTJESS na handa lagi sa naging angulo na yon. Now they force themselves up towards that CA. They maintain control dito sa LA for MATTJESS. Kasukid na naman. May spot na nga siya agad dun sa may bypass. Zach hits the frag. Expected si J-Kim. That is a 2K para kay Zach. We needed him to step up. And he's showing a highlight this far into the series.
Nahabol niya si Kay, nakita niya. Sabi niya, sniper battle baka mo, Kay, game. And Kay will not oblige. Babalik na lang ng B-side si Kay. Si Jason, hinahabol siya. And it will be a full-on push from MATTJESS dito sa B-side. Pero nasa RS si Jason. And Kay is unaware. RTA nahuli din. B-side garnered. CRG hopeless in the face of MATTJESS. 1v4. At si Zach na ang tatapos sa kwentong ito ng Attras. 6-6. Zach makes his introduction, Ramon. Napa-timeout tuloy ang Attras.
Tandaan niyo ang pangalan ni Zach. In the conversation of the best sniper sa Pilipinas as well as sa SCA, this guy will never be absent. At nakita mo yung naging impact niya from that round. 4 kills, expecting the bypass lurk as well as the hold coming through dun sa HM. After the reset comes in para sa Attras, while it's respectable na mga nagiging push ni Kid at saka ni J-Kim, habang tumatagal, medyo na-expect na yon ng mga veterano dito sa MATTJESS. Medyo nababasa nila yung bawat librot pahina dito sa game plan so far. So they need something new para lang magulat ulit ang players natin.
Yeah, and I would give a props to Attras dito no, nag-adjust talaga sila mula sa Black Widow into Ankara. They're taking fights on the GR, going as far as sending double lurks dito sa bypass. Pero natatalo pa rin sila, Ramon. What do you do now? Now that you're more proactive, now that you're not afraid to take fights, natatalo pa rin sila sa firepower dito ng MATTJESS. Zach showing what he's capable of. Single anchor sa HM, double kill sa bypass, and Attras. Dito na papasok si coach. Sabi mga Ramon, something new, kakaiba na hindi pa nasasagot ng MATTJESS. Ano yun? Hindi natin alam.
Send it somewhere, pre. Nagawa nila dun sa LB kanina. Pero naspot na nga yun ni Zach kanina, so maybe that's out of the question. Maybe double push para kay Kid as well as kay RTA dun sa TV. I mean, some teams have pulled that out before, and a team as structured as MATTJESS. Structured with quotation marks, pre. Minsan nagugulat din sila sa ganung mga TV push, no? So it is gonna be that strat. Maybe it's gonna be a possibility for that, or maybe another hold for Attras, which honestly feeling ko, I don't want that to happen for them, pare. Baka bumabalik na ulit yung syndrome kung saan medyo nagiging takot na sila ulit kumuha ng mga early engagements.
And you know what, Ramon? Alam nga gusto ko i-comment dito si Vincent, because kung itatanong mo ko kung successful ba yung pag-manage niya dito sa players niya, absolutely, 100%. Kitang-kita dito sa BL side nila kung gaano kalinis. It's cleaner than Attras at least. Napapanood nila yung flank nila dito. And what can I say? It's 3 consecutive wins para dito sa BL side. Attras na ubusan ng lamang. And definitely see big improvements para dito sa MATTJESS. Hindi na gumagana dito yung split approach ni J-Kim tsaka ni RTA. And on the GR side, I would think just that feeling ko i-tone down lang nila ng konti yung pag-push nila sa bypass. No? I-hold nyo lang yung hotel, keep control of BR. Should be good enough.
Honestly, you don't get commendations from 0-2 kung hindi gumagana ang mga nangyayari dito para kay Vincent, pre.
Talaga.
So definitely props para sa kanya. He has worked out a close contest laban sa Attras as we're now back into the ball game, pare. Hotel hold para sa MATTJESS as they also have control dun sa LA. This is the worst time para sa Attras na maging passive ngayon.
Halos lahat ng HE na gamit na dito ng Attras na walang nahuli. Only a bit of chip damage para kay Vincent dito. Pero kita mo naman hindi pa rin talaga nila nababasa yung movement dito ng MATTJESS. Na ngayon pa lang magsa-standard default. All 5 players separated para sa MATTJESS. Yung unang contact dito, everything for Attras. They need to win.
Need to win duels, no? Kung magkakahiwalay sila, I'd say okay lang kasi may bawat isa sa kanila may info na magagather kapag ka na first contact dito si MATTJESS. But para maakyat dito, I mean,
hotel.
It's a good way for them para makuha nila yung space on the other side of B. So Hotel is secured up for MATTJESS. And with 1 minute on the clock, Attras have to be prepared, pare, for all surprises.
They're about to move. Flash. Smokes. Lalabas na. Kid nasa tunnel pa rin. Nakikinig niya na may papasok. HM has to be a point of contest. Andun yung bomba sa mid. Jason making the entrance. At si Kid hindi nanalo sa laban sa kanya. Jason, beautiful entry. Nice response from J-Kim. Pero si K kailangan ng tumulong sa loob ng B site. That's a nice shot from K. That's a nice double kill from K. At dahil dyan napigilan ang MATTJESS. Zach answering back. Double kill para sa sniper din ng MATTJESS. At yung lurk ni CRG makikita na dito ni Zach. With proper timing, he gets it done. 1v1 and Zach with a ridiculous 4K. MATTJESS, go ahead.
Hindi niya na maipagkakaila si Zach this time around. You can dodge him from the high mid pushes. You can counter me with RS pushes. Pero ngayon, kapag pumapasok sila sa site ni Zach, hindi niya talaga yan maipagkakaila. There is no running from Zach on the sniper. Despite all of the effort na nakita natin from K, Zach man is in a different league. Isolating each frag. Every member counted from the sniper. 7-6 now para sa MATTJESS, pre. The momentum has been shifted away from Attras.
Ramon, how can you not be a fan of Zach? Oh my God.
Woo!
What was that? Ganda na ng simulado ni K. Kasasabi ni Zach, panoorin mo to. 7-6 MATTJESS setting up for LA. Nagbato ng maraming HE, sabay tatakbo papalayo. Still a lot of layers. At na-bait out nila yung smoke ni RTA. Step 1, done. Iwan ng anchor sa LA, rotate, and MATTJESS, this is how you play the BL.
Kita mo na kuha nila yung isang rotate from Attras, meaning high mid is very much in the possession of only one guy, and that is K. If he misses the shot, that will be full entrance for MATTJESS. Kaso TB na lang. Split push in the making para sa MATTJESS ngayon. All the pressure on the shoulders of a sniper. But MATTJESS fully realizing na hindi nila kailangang asinin, no? Gagamitin yung oras at tatawagin na lang yung entrance dito para kay Jason. Flash is coming out. Beautiful shot para kay K. Good start para sa Attras. Pero RS nakuha na nga ni Jason. Naspot pa nga ni si J-Kim at hindi niya na-control yung spray down. Yet on the second as well. MATTJESS pumasok sa bahay ng Attras ulit. Kinakain ng pagkain at nakuha pa nga nila yung bata. Jason gets the last kill. At na-neutralize nila ang Attras using their own HM strat.
Perfect shot calling mula kay Vincent. Nung nakita niya si K sa B, sabi niya dito muna tayo sa RS, ubusin natin sila, papasok yung mga yan dito, and he was absolutely right. MATTJESS rallying behind their leader. And it is a unified MATTJESS. Si K na lang ang nakakasagot dito. Makakuha siya ng isa kay Yetcha. Jason nakatago sa likod ng pillar. Huwag kang gagalaw, Jason. Kailangan mong intayin na pumasok si Nick. And he will peek into the bullets of Jason. Buti na lang nakasagot si Kay ng isa, 3v3. Attras hindi nila basta ibibigay to.
For sure. Ito na lang, may peek coming through from the Vents position to kind of enable the kill from the nade itself din. And CRG maintains hold din dito sa CA natin. But I don't think nasa mindset niya na i-push to for the first contact as Kid will spot out 2 players dun pa lamang. The HMBL nila. Naririnig ni Ninkyo lahat ng to. So in the prime position to take down 2 of them. Pero buti na lang. Nakuha ni Kid. At na-clear niya yung corner. Kaso MATTJESS has a runway. Papasok dun sa high mid. Papasok dun sa B-site.
Ako po, masyadong magkalayo si Vincent at si Zach. They spot in phone Kid at tinamaan si Vincent ng ligaw na bala and he will go down. Zach is alone. First round na dismantle ng Attras ang pagpasok ng MATTJESS. And Zach has been heard dito sa loob ng B. Should be the round soon enough para sa Attras. J-Kim doesn't know actually. And that's Zach hitting the shot. Teka lang. Is this possible? CRG will be coming in from HM. Kid mula sa tunnel. Spots out 1. Zach, that's 2. Muntikan pang manalo si Zach. Buti na lang naikutan siya ng Attras.
Buti na nga lang, men.
Oh my
The
God.
setup coming from the LA push para sa Attras. Save them sa naging round na to. And K, bullseye sa lahat ng nagpakita pa lamang from the yellow position. And considering then that it's not too bad of a split then for Ninkyu, since yung intention nga naman niya is ikutan yung kung papasok nga dun pa lamang sa may high need yung mga players on Attras. And he could have been the one to cut them off at the rotation, pero nahanap siya agad na-clear na siya agad dikit dito. So it becomes a lot more problems sa MATTJESS in the mid-round. And they're catching up. Attras are feeling the heat this time around.
Yes. It's a good sign though na hindi kinakabahan dito yung Attras. Naipapalala pa rin nila yung mga duel. As I say that, kay nahuli na nakababa yung pantalon niya dun sa mid.
Kinokomment na nga natin sila. Tapos biglang yung opposite yun nangyari, pre.
Oy. 4v5, Ramon. Bawas na naman si Jason dito, so may chance yung Attras na makakuha ng kill.
Yeah. So, may take hold dito sa may mid, pero yung double face din sa TV. At sumunod pa nga si J-Kim, na spot pa nga ni Ninkyu. Attras falling 1 by 1 sa push ng MATTJESS. Si CRG na lang to try to save Attras from further embarrassments na nakikita natin from the mid push. But MATTJESS have full control dun sa B site. And unless CRG can get the clutch, MATTJESS are on their way to set point.
Parang ganun na nga. HM control, hotel control, TB control, lahat nasa MATTJESS na. CRG na shot. CRG double kill. Si Ninkyu na lang natitira. Iikutan pa niya. Pero pwedeng mag-defuse si CRG. Gawin mo na ngayon na habang hindi ka pakita ng Ninkyu. And that's 13 seconds left on the clock. Naku po, CRG. Nakatalikod ka, boss. Lahat ng papuri ibinigay ko na pero wala pa ring nakuha yung Attras, Ramon. Set points, MATTJESS.
The plan to double click sa TB. Good on paper, pero for a MATTJESS that had eyes from Arco. Eyes on that mid side. And the rotation timing was just perfect din sa MATTJESS to get a free bomb plant. To get themselves na 9-7, pare. Vincent, his calling has been on a different level ngayon kumpara sa Attras na okay sa mga early peaks. Okay sa mga pickoffs nila. Pero sa GR kumukulang, pare. Nakukulangan dahil sa proactiveness sa MATTJESS sa pagkuha ng map control.
And I feel like with this MATTJESS na expose nila yung dito ng Attras, no? Playing against unpredictable teams. Yung mga execute kasi ng matches dito unpredictable. Especially in that last round, no? Paulit-ulit lang silang nag-peak sa mid. At yung Attras naman, expecting na hindi nalalabas yung matches kasi who in their right mind would do that after getting a kill? No one else but MATTJESS. CRG, nasa fence. At pinatulog lang siya ni Ninkyu.
Initial pick pero hindi yun yung magiging execute ng MATTJESS. Again, the experience playing a factor. And the IGLing from the side of MATTJESS also. Putting the brakes on them para mas lalo magulantang ang Attras. Saan nga ba magpupush dito ang MATTJESS? 1 minute. And they have gambled dito sa hold dito para kay Kid.
Kid, wag ka magpupush, Kid. Flash coming in mula dito sa Attras at lalapit sa vent si RTA, Ramon.
Dapat makakuha ng isang pitas dito si RTA. Expected na siya, nag-ingay na. Alam na ng MATTJESS ang gagawin. Papasok sila sa side. Crossfire! Inampang kay RTA! 4K para sa kanya! Muntikan pa mag-ace pero Zach, in a 1v2 low on HP. Has the TRG, na-spot pa nga niya si Kay. Ang labanan ni Zach at saka ni Kay all the way towards 1v2 clutch pero hindi tumama si Zach. At ready na si J-Kim para sumalo. Attras Esports still fighting sa Ankara map.
And this time, yung decision ng MATTJESS na pumasok matapos lumabas ni RTA, yun naman yung naging delubyo nila sa loob ng A site. Because hindi na nahuli si RTA, no? Ang ganda ng crossfire ng Attras doon sa loob ng site. Giving him a free triple kill. And Attras, buhay pa. MATTJESS. Isa pa rin naman yung kailangan nila ditong round, Ramon. At tatahimik muna ang Angkara. Ninkyu expecting a push, hoping na lumapit ang Attras dito. Pero dahil set point na to, yung Attras hindi man lang kikibo.
Minsan sa Black Widow, ito yung nakita nating setup from Attras. Gonna play for that passive hold and not making any space. Instead of it is hotel para dito kay Kid, and instead of being that first contact, he has to be the anchor para lang sa team na to. Yung MATTJESS na nila yung TB. Taken para lang makakuha siya ng pick. Hanapin niya yung MATTJESS, Kid. Nalaman na yung plano ng MATTJESS. Magpapakita na sa paglabas nila sa TB. Good shot from Kid. Kaso Yetja on the trade. Good timing para kay K. Napakita na sa 2F. Kaso Ninkyu. Good headshot. Active na si Ninkyu. Kaso with a double pick. Na-overwhelm na ng Attras. Yung pagpasok nila sa side. JK mo na 2K. Muntikan pa nga mag-3. Kaso Vincent will be the last kill. RTA will force overtime para sa Attras Esports.
Beautiful hold mula dito sa Attras. MATTJESS inubusan ng impormasyon dito yung mapa. Tahimik na lumapit sa TB pero maganda ang basa ng Attras dito. The stock working. And we are going into the overtime dito sa Angkara. MATTJESS, sakto lang yung timing ng overtime na to, no? Kasi parang naubusan na rin sila ng strats in that BL side. But oh my God, Attras, what a fight it has been para lang makabawi dito, para lang makapag-overtime tayo. Nakabawi din sila, Ramon, pero may babat-bat pa ba sila going into overtime? Diyan natin malalaman yon. Oh my goodness, what an adjustment it has been. I mean, saludo na ako sa dalawang team na to kahit di pa tapos ang laruan natin, no? But Attras, dito nila nalalaman na marami pa pala silang kulang kahit na maganda ang pundasyon nila coming into Masters.
Sure, no? I mean, bumabalik pa rin yung pagiging passive nila on the GR. But in the case of Angkara, okay lang kasi nakuha pa rin naman nila yung dalawa na nasa loob lamang ng A site. May angles pa rin man na nakahawak dun sa HM. That is because of K nga naman. So while may mga butas nga naman tayo nakikita, it works out pa rin para sa game plan ng Attras that honestly, kahit sila makapasok sila dun sa A, no? Enough na yung setup para dito kay RTA to get that multi-frag as well as to keep a solid foundation pa rin sa pagiging, sa pag-hold nila on that A site as well, no? This is a lot of pressure to somebody like RTA talaga, no? Who, while we see him around the block dito sa Impact, it's also been his debut sa pagpasok dito sa Masters to contend up against IGLs like Vincent, to contend up against IGLs like LR. It'll be his time now as we listen to the comms.
Tara mid.
Okay, wala pang A.
Alright, Attras back on the BL side. Dito naman talaga sila mas komportable. Dito sila madaming na ilalabas. MATTJESS, complete opposite. Dito sila na-expose ng Attras kanina, no? Even in that A site, they aren't able to hold. I have to remember, Ramon, every single time na nakapasok ang Attras doon sa A site ng MATTJESS, lagi nilang napupull off yung execute.
It's not just about the first bloods anymore now. Battle of the Minds na nga to. Vincent versus RTA. All for the rotate as well as kita natin kung enough pa ba yung setup dito para sa MATTJESS. We're now gonna start on that GR side. Attras, very much the respect from them, fully knowing na baka mag-push sila from their lanes, pero 1 minute execute. Hotel, ang buwang titingnan ngayon ng Attras.
Attras are expecting MATTJESS to push CA. Kaya sila nagposisyon ng isa dito sa Miniter. But look at MATTJESS. This is the most tame GR round in the whole game from MATTJESS.
Kaya medyo na-understand ko nga yung Attras na pag-hold namang from the LB, nag-pick sa hotel as well as use the time to now set up their game plan. 30-second execute para sa Attras ngayon. I-take control of that TB position. So all eyes on Ninkyu as well as kay Zach. respecting that they could push up on high mid, pero atras, nagpakita na Ninkyu, good flash, at sa pagpasok ni K, bulag na bulag siya, RTA on the trade as well. MATTJESS, they have to bounce back on this. Yedja goes back, and from RS, he gets himself the 2K. Absolutely no entry from Attras. At si K na lang ang natitira. Walang nasalon rotation from MATTJESS. As MATTJESS themselves get the round off of time and off of patience.
Off of Ninkyu as well. Ramon, sinuperman ni Ninkyu yung depensa doon. Flash out to TB, peek out sa rampa, getting a kill, and that was enough. Nakapag-rotate tuloy ang matches dito, hindi nakapasok ang Attras. And this is heroics mula kay Ninkyu. Kumbaga, nag-alako serisal na siya dito, providing support for Zac. And of course, the rotation of Yetja and Vincent. MATTJESS first round in OT. At bibilisan na ngayon ng Attras. Naubusan din sila ng oras kanina, Ramon eh.
Kaya nga, taking too much time. Doing too much around the early rounds. Gets ko naman eh, gusto nilang ituloy rotation din sa B. Baka mas malambot nga naman pagpasok ng hindi ka. So Attras, they let go of the brakes anymore, pare! That is a doable entry para sa Attras. They get the 3 kills. At yung running ni Vincent, again, another moment para maging bayani si Vincent. He gets 3 kills. And he can't make it 4 kid with a nice shot. Kaso 1v1. Zac. Ninja defuse. Very much ballsy para kay Zac na i-attempt ito. At si K nagpakita na. Out of the smoke and into the headshot. That is beautiful para kay K. Attras, 10-10.
Problema pa rin talaga ng matches dito. Yung A-site execute ng Attras, hindi nila matapatan, Ramon. Already with the adjustment, the moment na pumasok yung Attras, tumalun pa baba. Dito yung players ng matches, but even then, they didn't get enough kills. Napadikit lang ni Vincent yung laban, getting a triple kill. Ninkyu receiving sa HM. That's one. Ninkyu, another double kill para sa kanya sa HM dito. And it's the ramp hold mula kay Vincent. That could be everything. Kaso napatumba siya ni CRG. 3v3 matches, dahan-dahan lang papasok sa Ares.
Patik na rin dala si Zac. Hindi tumama yung shot kay CRG. That comes down para sa Attras, forcing all the pressure dito sa MATTJESS. Nalabas sa RS. All coming down from one side. The one-way shot onto Kid. Zac blows an entry wide open para makapasok ang MATTJESS sa retake. 2 versus 3. CRG on the shot kay Zac. Jason on the trade. Double kill para kay CRG. It all falls on the shoulders. From the IGL into the attacker, Jason. 10 seconds. Stick on the defuse, hindi sasapat para kay CRG. 3 kills para sa kanya. 11-10 para sa Attras.
CRG finally showing up dito sa laban natin. A clutch to keep advantage para sa Attras dito. 11-10. MATTJESS, ball in your court. Sinimplihan lang ng Attras. Ramon, nag-rush. Kanina sa A site, ngayon sa B site, and both times working out. At MATTJESS exposed of the weaknesses sa depensa nila kapag walang nag-pop off, walang hold. Ngayon, balik PL. Remember, dito nagkumahog ang MATTJESS para makuha ulit yung lamang. Ganun ulit yung kailangan nilang gawin sa OT. Last chance. Para tapusin ang seryeng ito, MATTJESS need 3 rounds in the BL side.
Step up dapat, no? Na hindi sila magpapa-apekto sa flood push na nakikita natin from Attras under BL. Now that with the side swapping out, medyo papabalik ang MATTJESS into a side na pwedeng i-manipulate ni Vincent ulit. Especially for a young team like Attras na prone pa rin sa overrotations, individual picks na pwedeng ang makuha nga ng MATTJESS from trades alone. But now we need to see.
Tulong mo TV.
RTP. Tibak na, tibak.
Reported. Abong balot.
Ano, pwede tapok ta, sita na to.
Papahitche mata to.
Mino pa ng TV to.
MATTJESS mas maingay sa comms. Attras, trying to guess saan manggagaling ang MATTJESS. Sabi HM or TB, mali sila pareho. taking control of Mini-Ter rather. Si Vincent papasok na sa LA. Hindi na ba ata mag-iintay ang matches ha? 5-man approach, papasok ng A, Ramon.
Kaya nga. Very different from how their BLs have been working out. Pasok ko sila, Jason. Heading on in, Vincent with a flick as well. Wala na binabat ang Attras dun. Pinatulog agad ng anchors. At susunod pa si J. Kim dyan. Binasura ang lahat na nagpapakita sa Attras. Ninkyu, no hesitation, good shot on the kid as well. 1v5 na para kay K, pero wala nang binatbat, wala nang nasagot ng Attras. Matches 11-11.
Sabi ng matches, Ramon, contact baka mo o ito contact. 5-man push in A site ni isang flash, wala. At naglalahong parang bula ang depensa ng Attras. Sinong mag-aakalang ganun ang gagawin nila in their first round in OT sa BL? Certainly not Attras. TB push naman para sa matches. At nakaantaba yung EBR ni Kid. Pero ang pinagkaiba si J. Kim. Pwedeng mag-lurk sa hotel kapag pumasok na yung matches.
Kung gagawin na yun, pre. Kasi narinig na yung mga nasa TV, baka umiikot pa.
Delikado
Definitely,
sa matches.
Mas malambot pa nga dito for Attras. As now they have control over Attras' position. Si Kay, nagkasama na, and Kid! The duo play from Attras surprises MATTJESS! No more contact, nothing para sa TV push nila. As Ninkyu gets the kill dito kay J. Kim, at least nakuha nila yung factor from Attras, pero 2 versus 4. And Ninkyu gets the kill din kay K. Hold on! Doable para sa MATTJESS.
Dahil dyan wala ng tao sa B-site. Yung nag-iisa na lang si Kid nasa bridge and Ninkyu, nakita na kung nasan siya manggagaling. Kailangan lang i-hold ni Ninkyu yung HM at 1v1 na to para kay Vincent. Going to Ares. Vincent, naka-timing pa nga! That is the mid-round we're looking for and Vincent makes it possible. 2v2.
Kailangan nang pumasok dun sa B-site. Ang lapit na ni Ninkyu. Pero katabi lang niya si RTA. Good smoke, good cover, good flash as well.
Wow.
50 seconds, nauubusan na. Mga depensa nila on the way towards that B-site. Pero si RG, the best position para sa magiging post plant. Kaso nawala na ata yung timing. Nakaikot na si Vincent. Nakapasok na sa site ng Attras. What is going to be the game plan? Itap na agad ba yung C4, CRG?
Ay, nakaakyat.
Hinahanap-hanap si Vincent, pero in the process, nakaset up na siya dun sa loob ng tower. At nakapasok na si Ninkyu. Iikot si CRG. Nahanap na yung IGL. Ninkyu 1v1. And Ninkyu, bayani naman. 2 kills para sa kanya. MATTJESS on 30 points.
2 kills at the end, 2 kills at the start, make it 4, Ramon. And in the span of 2 rounds, nakaka-8 kill na si Idol Ninkyu. Anong klase to? At hindi mo pwedeng kalimutan yung rotation sa hotel ni Vincent. Inintay niya talaga si Kid bago siya gumalaw. Umakyat sa 2F to set up everything for Ninkyu. Na parang Andres Bonifacio ang pangalan para dito sa matches. 12-11. Buhay na mga demonyo na gladiators.
Man, oh man. The mid-round that we were looking for para sa MATTJESS. The cut on Kid para lang ma-reinforce yung nagiging flank na meron sila dito for Attras. But the patience paying off. As well as the picks na nakuha ni Ninkyu doon. Time is running out para sa Attras. It's MATTJESS making all the noise sa labas lamang ng LB. And Kid decides to back off pare. Knowing na okay lang na ibigay yung hotel, basta doble yung depensa doon pa lamang sa may B-site.
Is that the play? Kid could have just pushed. Receive matches, at least magkaka-impormasyon pa sila. Pero yung Attras, ayaw nilang ibigay yung mga numero sa matches. Tahimik ang buong mundo.
Another call for MATTJESS to push in, but just 1 minute on the clock, pare. Laying the time, but so far, a mid-round required para sa Attras as MATTJESS nagpakita na sa labas lamang ng slope. MATTJESS want to take control by storm, and K yung sniper, naubos na. Ninkyu with that first blood, lalabas na. Mga players natin on MATTJESS securing the site itself. But Kid, nagpakita na. Si Kuya Will from Jacob is down! MATTJESS flooding into the site! Pero Attras, babawi with the 2 kills! Attras fighting with everything they have. Low on HP, nagpakita si Kid. Jason with the frag, and Jason with the 2K! Attras sa mga rookies! At abante ang MATTJESS 2-0!
At dito na natatapos ang storya ng Attras na gustong magpakitang gilas MATTJESS. Sa ngayon, walang makakapigil sa tinatahak nilang kalsada papasok ng playoffs. 2-0! At parang napanood ko na to nung spring, Ramon. Pareho pa yung kulay ng jersey nila. Pula at puti. At yun lang ang mga kulay na nakikita ni Vincent dito. 2-0. Tumatahak ang dugo sa angkara at dugo yun ng Attras.
Man, same story that we've been saying time and time again. Not only para kay Vincent and Cuerdas, pero for MATTJESS as a whole pare, taking a lot para makuha yung late game. Hanap nila yung activation ni Yetja nung pagtingin natin dito sa Angkara, as well as the calls from Vincent pare to make a lot of difference sa mga 2 versus 3s nila, sa mga man count advantages nila. Wala respect that Attras are throwing surprise dito sa nakikita natin on the OT. Tanda mo yung double pick ni Kay at saka ni Kid doon sa TV. Mismong MATTJESS hindi nila naisip na gagawin yon ng Attras na for the whole entirety ng GR nila. Hindi sila masyadong nagpo-push. Pero sa mga mid-rounds ni Vincent, truly has made the difference para ma-pick off ang Attras kahit mainit ang firepower nila, pre.
Tsaka Ramon, yung MATTJESS dito, sinimplihan lang nila yung overtime. 3 rounds of full contact. Ginagamit lang nila yung utility kapag nagtago na yung Attras. I mean, kapag talaga nagkaroon na ng momentum dito ang MATTJESS at nagkaroon ng punto kung saan hindi sila sigurado, magtitiwala sila sa sarili nila na maipapanalo nilang mga duelo. At sino ang may pinakamaraming duelo na ipanalo? Ninkyu. Every single time na kanailangan siya ng MATTJESS, Ninkyu will deliver. Tapos samahan mo yon ng years and years of game IQ dito ni Vincent at talagang natumba ang Attras dito. I mean, at that point, kinailangan ng Attras na magbago ng mantra. Kinailangan nila na hindi na gumawa ng strategic play. Tapatan na lang natin yung firepower ng MATTJESS. Pero kita mo ang resulta, hindi sila nanalo. At dahil dyan, hindi ata natin narinig dito si Ramon, ihagis na natin to sa ating panelists para i-breakdown ang laban natin sa Black Widow Angkara. Bipolar and Mochi, anong masasabi nyo?
Thank you.
Thank you. Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. And dude, I cannot fathom. Di ko alam kung anong meron dito kay Ninkyu, kung anong kinain niya. Pero ang alam lang natin, bakit mayroong lakas itong si Ninkyu ng isang buong batalyon, dude. Di ko maintindihan. Pero ang lala ng performance niya for that map of Angkara, and even the fact of how they've been able to adapt and become more flexible, no, habang tumatagal, hanggang sa umabot tayo dito sa ating overtime, no, Vincent, everyone, every single one of them, grabe yung kanilang performance dito, and I feel like dito papasok talaga, no, yung branding na naman ng MATTJESS, the blessing and as well as a curse, na kahit gaano kahirap yung kanilang pinagdadaanan, mukhang nandun pa rin ang kanilang agimat patungong playoffs.
Yun nga, Mochi. I feel like the recent performances of MATTJESS really does give a lot of hope para dito sa mga viewers nila, to a point na mapapa-jazz hands ka na lang kasi ganito yung palakpak kapag kapag beat yung tao. So it is gonna be one hell of a run for MATTJESS. No, I feel like the dream is now alive. These recent matches and even here for Attras, nagiging ano na to wood towards the flames sa campfire dito ngayon ng MATTJESS, and I love to see it, man. MATTJESS, you are just gonna be insane. Feeling ko hindi na natin kailangan pag-usapan yung first month because the Angkara was really where MATTJESS just went multiple kills every time. Zach went online after the first half and they just got schooled on. Itong Attras, I mean, there was a lot of plays, especially here mula dito kay RTA. I believe he was the one that almost got a 5K kasi napatay agad siya dun sa may left side. Pero Mochi, simula pa lang ng rounds, nagpakita na agad yung matches. If you remember the very first round dito sa GR side ng ating matches, nag-push na lang sila papunta dito sa may mid towards the yellow side, tapos inubos si Ninkyu yung buong players na gusto sana mag-EA push, no? Panggulat sana, pero sila yung nagulat doon. But matches, man oh man, what are they on? In these dire situations kung saan sila na mismo yung pinaka nahihirapan, dun pa sila nadadalian sa mga laban, which is gonna be insane and amazingness though. Big plays coming from Attras, especially for RTA, but man, there was a lot of mistakes. I feel like sinabi nga dito ni CRG na kailangan nila dito ng ma-onten yung mistakes since na ito na nga yung debut nila again, going towards the Masters. But I feel like that's just too hard to do, no? Because look at the other side of the map.
Grabe.
You have Ninkyu in 100 now. Parang naharap niya na yung piso para maging 100 yung 99 niya kanina. But man, 31 kills, 19. That is no joke. Is that the high? I think that's the highest kills na for the entirety of Masters. Tapos you have Vincent as well. And to give Ninkyu this kind of platform, kung saan di lang 31 kills yan, Mochi, 24 headshots in everything. I feel like matches isn't just here to win some rounds. I'm feeling na they're here to make a statement sa buong Masters.
Exactly. And if those KD aren't enough, no, well, ewan ko na lang talaga. Ang lala ng naging performance nila dito. Set MVP,
Sobra.
I feel like that's already a given. That's already quite obvious, no? And despite the
77.
no, 77% headshot per kill is insane indeed, no? Parang nakakabaliw na makita yung gantong stats. I don't think that we see these stats every single day. It's quite of a rare occurrence, and it's nice that we saw it from a team na talagang iba yung hirap na dinadanas para mabawi or ibalik yung kanilang mga sarili dito, no, sa standings natin here in the group stage para sa pangarap nila na makaproceed dito sa ating playoffs. Pero tignan mo naman, 10-6 in the map of Black Widow and as well as 13-11 here in the map of Ankara. And again, I feel like we always emphasize the fact na kailangan talaga ng MATTJESS na hindi magbigay ng kahit anong leeway, kahit anong mapa sa kahit kanino. At talaga namang sinapuso nila yon, no? 10-6, 13-11, kahit na sabihin mo na sobrang lapit nung nandyan sa Ankara na yan, hindi siya mukhang malapit. Especially sa kung gaano katindi yung mga heroics na ginawa dito, mga miyembro natin dito, especially itong si Vincent as well as si Ninkyu. Pero let's see, sino nga ba ang ating match MVP? I won't be surprised if it's still the first person or the person earlier. Kasi grabe naman din talaga, no? Consistent all throughout. Even from last week, lahat ng mga nakakatapat nila dito, Ninkyu has been able to try and breach yung mga hindi na dapat binibreach. Alam mo yon? So, 99.5% rating. And, again, yung headshot per kill niya after like more than 40 kills in total, specifically, dito is just insane, no? Ang lala.
Come on, Ninkyu. You gotta be onto something, man. Ano ba yung kinain mo ngayong araw na to? Maganda ba tulog mo? Anong regimen yung ginagawa mo, Ninkyu? Because this stat line up against a team that we saw have great potential coming from Impact. Pero man, talagang inuluhan lang dito ni Ninkyu lahat ng tao, and I feel like he has something going on right now. I feel like it's just the will to qualify up in towards the playoffs kahit na they lost on those for few matches. Pero Ninkyu, come on, keep giving us more, because I feel like no one can stop, even if you go up against STS, even up against Kano, even up against Revenge, lahat kaya gawin niya ni Ninkyu. And again, coming in from Black Widow, every force was given by Ninkyu. And look at that, he is playing so well at MATTJESS. Keep the fire burning because we are up for it. Attras though, good game, well played sa'yo, pero it's just a bad day for you kasi nakaharap niya mismo si Ninkyu. And this was the very first round though. Tignan mo naman yung ginagawa ni Ninkyu. That just summarizes everything, that he is on top and he is on the back of these players dito sa Attras.
Parang nagpuputol lang ng masamang damo tong si Ninkyu, no? Ang bilis niya lang tinatabas, isa-isa yung mga member natin dito from Attras. And ewan ko na lang talaga kung tumubo pa uli yan, kung ganyan lang naman din katindi yung mga pinaggagawa niya dito. And again, all of these highlights na inilapag dito ni Ninkyu, no? Just speaks volumes kung ano nga din yung kaya niyang i-offer sa isang team. And it's nice na we've been able to witness that sa fullest niyang form, no? And I can't wait to see kung ano pa yung ma-offer sa atin dito ni Matches as time goes by. Kasi ilan na lang yung mga naiiwan nilang mga laro dito. And with that being said, I feel like ito na yung tamang panahon para i-introduce natin dito si Ninkyu sa ating desk, no? Ayun, i-welcome na natin ang ating match MVP. Ayan, ngiting-ngiti naman talaga, no? Talagang sino ba ang ngingiti, no? Na ganyan yung stats mo. Kontento tayo sa ating performance, Ninkyu. Grabe yung ginawa mo. Kontento. Ay, hindi talaga chamba yun. Hindi kami naniniwala doon. Pero sige, go bipolar. Pwede mo na siyang tanungin.
Okay, Ninkyu meron akong mga katanungan kasi kung naalala mo last time, unang round dito sa Ankara, GR side, pinush mo lang yung mid towards LA. Anong call doon? Paano nangyari yan habang ginugulantang ka ng mga tao sa likod mo na parang, what's the call there for your team? Ang ibig sa shoutout sa'yo. Anong parang unang thoughts dun sa game nyo? Parang may hold bars ba dito si Ninkyu or hinahayaan ka lang ni Vincent na gawin yung gusto mo? Di ba kunwari, sa round 1 Ninkyu nakita natin na nag-push ka sa mid papunta sa may LA. Ano yung comms dun? Parang ginagawa mo lang ba yung gusto mo? Tapos sabi ni Vincent, go lang, ubusin mo lang.
Madali ka usap. Madali ka.
Pare, parang basa mo na pwede mo backstabin lahat ng atras, no?
So, literal na ano lang siya, no? Parang sinabi lang dito ni Vincent, sige, Ninkyu, go kill. Tapos bahala na si Ninkyu sa buhay niya. Parang ganun lang ba yung nangyari, Ninkyu? Parang hindi talaga siya chamba, no? Maintindihan ko kung yung chamba mo is mga nasa 24 kills, ganun. Pero hindi umabot ka ng 30, no? Ganun kalala. Pero, Ninkyu, umabot tayo ng overtime dito, no? Sa ating Ankara. Ano sa tingin mo yung nakita mong problema doon na tingin mo hindi basta-basta itong si Attras?
Biglang naging tatlo.
Kulang tayo sa util. Kumbaga. Sige.
You know what, Ninkyu? Dama naman natin lahat, no, na parang may pressure since kailangan ngayon palaging panalo almost, no, yung performance nyo. Pero I would like to ask this kasi minsan hindi ko matimpla yung buong matches What's the better side para sa inyo? Is it the GR side or is the BL side? Kasi minsan doon napupunta yung yung parang lakas nyo tulad neto ni Zach, palagi nagpapapo pag nasa BL side. BL? Okay.
That's true.
That's it for me. Thank you.
More options, kumbaga, no, para sa inyo. Pero ito, Ninkyu, bonus question, no? May nagpapatanong kasi, ano yung favorite mong baril? Regardless of the meta. HK talaga.
Pag binalas, pag-BR lang.
Kumbaga, mas madali talaga, no? Di ba para sa'yo, no? Yung iba nahihirapan gumamit ng HK. Like, for example, di ba si Virtus Pro, sinabi na rin naman nila yun. Pero, ayun, Ninkyu, no? Again, congratulations, no? Solid na solid yung naging performance yung against Attras. And I guess, ito na yung chance mo, no? Shoutout mo na yung mga gusto mong shoutout.
Shoutout kay Arnel Bacchus. Thank you sa pagpunta ng
Maraming salamat, Ninkyu, and grabe, no? Congratulations again. We actually expected, no, magiging decider to, pero grabe, minadali nyo na talaga. At good luck sa mga susunod yung mga laban, for sure. Ay, sige, go!
Gaon Gaming.
Gaon Gaming.
Trashger. Really? Salamat sa sponsor.
Ay, Boss Trashger. Alright. Gusto ko yung pagkakasabi, Gaon Gaming. Shoutout sa'yo, no, Madam Lamy, no? Maraming salamat, Ninkyu. Good luck sa mga susunod mga laban. Pasok tayo ng playoffs.
Brother. Thank you, Ninkyu.
Very nice.
Yun na nga, no, Mochi. It's just amazing to see na kahit na parang ang bakbakan ng laban natin, ang kalmado pa rin ni Ninki kahit ginugulo rin siya mismo dun sa likod ng PC niya. No? It's just pretty insane na ganito pa rin yung ginagawa ni Ninki despite a lot of pressure coming to matches.
True. And I feel like pretty straightforward din, no? Yung naging problema nila. Ang bilis nila sumagot, no? Pagka tinatanong natin, bakit sila nahirapan? Ano ba sa tingin nila yung mas may advantage sila, no? It's just basically BL mas trip nila and nakulangan lang sila ng util and finally they've been able to adjust that. No. And again, Attras, nice try. But again, you still have a lot of chances. So I feel like yun naman yung maganda doon. Kasi simula pa lang naman ito, no? So parang ano na lang to, no? Less pressure for them, to say the least. Pero ito, yung isa pang inaabangan natin, Bipolar. We have Execration and ComebackFriends. Quite of a different reunion ang masasaksihan natin maya-maya.
Yeah, what a matchup this is, though. You have Execration that is now trying to be number 1, and you have CBF trying to reclaim that glory na was once in their name pero in different teams. No? So hopefully, we do have one big of a game in. Sana mapatay na map 3. I believe kaya naman ng ating dalawa.
Of course. Kaya naman guys, sa susunod na laban natin to end the day, magtatagpo muli ang ilan sa mga dating miyembro ng Pacific MATTA. Kaya muli tayo magbabalik after a few minutes para sa susunod na laban.
lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets the double. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Fervid today here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP!
Narito na tayo sa ating huling kabanata para sa ating ikawalong araw ng group stage of still the CFS SEA Masters 2026 Summer. At ngayon, magtatapat ang Execration and as well as Comeback Friends. Na arguably, pagdating sa ating standings ngayon, Comeback Friends is actually at the first spot na meron tayo so far here by Polar.
Yun nga na Mochi, one last matchup for today, and why not end it off with an aggressive team or aggressive teams, no? Kasi dalawa naman sila. It's Execration na trying to again reclaim their glory or take out the notion na they are a one-week king or one-week performers lang. Meanwhile, itong CBF, they've been consistent nonetheless, no? Ang dami nating pwedeng itanong dito is the firepower of a 4-man attacker plus 1 sniper team composition able to defy the odds and kill off every god in their way, no? Yun ang makita natin for CBF. Pero Execration looks like they're gonna be pretty good, especially na naging full form na sila in their recent matches.
Exactly. Kaya pag-usapan na natin, no, kung ano nga bang meron sa mga players natin for Execration so far and how their journey has been. Especially after lots of very, very surprising feats galing sa kanila, no, with the history of defeating the likes of VP and as well as STS, at karagdagan na rin that CBN ay hindi pa rin natitinag to be the first player to look out for, no? Simula nung first week until now, no? Ganoon at ganoon pa din. YouTube also being added dito, and right now being one of the players na talagang mountain, kumbaga, na kailangan tapatan at tapyasin ng kung sino man ang kailangan nilang kalabanin. And even with the MVA here in the mix, no, alam naman natin kung ano yung na-offer niyang insights and as well as knowledge to the team alongside with Justin in terms of the consistency, and tong si Paul being Paul.
Yeah, it's the same kind of people, no? But I would like to see a better game here coming from Justin. Medyo may digression lang siya from the last matchup. But Justin is Justin at the end of the day. So kailangan niya, he will still perform. But man, CBN mukhang di mo na siya naka-stop motion ngayong araw to. This is pretty rare. Kaya sa Execration, looks like they're gonna be fired up. Never mind yung pala. Ngayon lang nasignalan yung ating mga players na, you know, kumaway-kaway. Meanwhile, yun na nga, di na siya gumagalaw. But Execration, they are, alam mo yun, nadadamo mo parang, it's like a building a Lego set, no? Big shoutouts to El, na parang, as time goes by, may kita mo yung full form ng isang build. And that's Execration right now. With them having some, you know, parang, nung first week kasi natin, parang, the narrative was, can these multiple star players become in their role? At nakikita natin lalo yun dito kay NBA and as well as kay Folex. But yeah, this is just their fourth matchup. Our second team, I believe, na pinaka-onti lang yung matches, but it's currently a dub sa kanila with them just losing 2 matches in a 2-1 fashion. But every match that they give is always close or always gonna be one hell of a performance. So can they do it up against CBF though?
That is indeed the question, especially as CBF is actually in a really good footing right now, especially in how good na actually, no, yung kanilang base dito, no, kailangan na lang nilang parang kumbaga patong-patungin ba kung ano yung mga natututunan nila dito, no, habang nag-a-advance ang ating group stage. And again, though, here for Execration, after the that they lost against the matches, I feel like that could have affected them one way or another. Maybe they already discovered the cracks, no, na na-abuse dito ng matches during their match so far. I mean, it's a hard-fought match to say the least. But again, if the same thing reoccurs, naku po, this is gonna be pretty difficult. And what I also like with their team right now is that, again, no, missing na pyesa now already been found. That is itong si Yotib. But the question is, paano kapag nadi-disable ng mga teams natin itong si Yotib. Like kung ano ang nangyari nung nakatapat nila si MATTJESS. Pero we have a question here for Yotib. Week 3 will be a season determining week for all teams. What will we be expecting from your team? Adjustments or strategies? Sabi ni Yotib, we need to unleash more of our potential as a team and player, and we're working on that as of now. Sinabi niya yan.
Yun na nga eh. I mean, sinabi niya yan in full English form, no? Sabi dito ni Yotib. But I feel like we're gonna be seeing Execration improve even more after this loss kasi it hit them pretty hard. Especially that they had a little bit control in those first half sa ating 3 maps pero ultimately it did end up in a loss. But Yotib, man, he's been having a comfortable time though despite them not really giving him a lot of chances to pop off. Talagang he's outshined by these players nga na parang star players pero Yotib is Yotib. And just like others of Execration, they're a full force na kahit it's a 1v5 or it's a 1v3, realistically, kaya pa rin niya mapanalo ng Execration even when Yotib is there. Plus, they do need them a lot. But of course, and ang Execration, I think we can move on towards CBF.
Kaya naman, na-introduce na natin kung ano nga bang meron dito sa Comeback Friends. Kung hindi ka pa man din familiar sa kanila, abay, kailangan maging familiar ka na. So, nandito lang naman si Eden Yaba, Tetsu, Adrian, as well as itong si Wooz, where Wooz is still having a stable performance, integrating himself dito sa CBF, while at the same time, Yaba has been very much consistent alongside with Aiden, but Aiden has been racking up all of the MVP titles so far, alongside itong si Aldrin, na talagang nagpapamalas from time to time whenever the need arises, and even their IGL na si Tetsu, na talaga nga namang makapagsabi ng call, minsan ka-questionin mo, pero okay naman ang nagiging outcome, but again, here for Comeback Friends, it seems like hindi pa nila nahaharap yung tunay na hirap, I guess, is the best thing to go about it, pagdating sa kanilang matches so far. And this could be their very first trial through fire pagdating dito sa araw na ito.
Ayun na nga. I mean, I feel like Comeback Friends, if Execration does need to take out somebody early or talagang targetin, I feel like it's not gonna be Aiden. I feel it's gonna be Yaba. Because Yaba is an unsung hero every time pagdating dito sa Comeback Friends. Remember the time na Yaba is always just getting triple kills? That was just recently. And as you can see, Yaba is, something to na parang yes, meron tayong 60% dito kay Aldrin pati kay Aiden, but Yaba can also be another 20% na para ma-full form ang 80% win rate dito ng buong Comeback Friends. But look at that, so impressive so far mula dito sa Comeback Friends. So Attras, up until MATTJESS na nasa sila pero nakalaban nila FERVID, dun talaga parang na-expose ang players natin for Comeback Friends. But then again, now that Execration is here, let's see kung nagana nga ba dito ang full force combo ni Aiden, ni Aldrin, ni Yaba, pati na rin ni Tetsu, and as well as dito ni Wooz. I would love to see that sniper matchup though. Can Wooz outfrag Yotib na ngayon medyo naging tahimik, or will he fall down up against an Execration full roster na papasok sa harapan niya mismo?
Yes, lalong-lalo na nga na yung mga makakatapat nila dito sa susunod hindi talaga biro. Pinagsunod-sunod pa talaga at pinagdikit-dikit pa. After the Execration, Team Stallion sa kanilang mga katapat, and after that, it will be Virtus Pro. Attras will be placed dito as their last match, 38 na mag-o-occur pagdating ng ating July 3. Pero again, here for Comeback Friends, pretty stable start, For parang paano ko ba sasabihin? Hindi ko masabing easy difficulty na nag-upgrade every single week, but it became a bit more digestible, in comparison sa schedule ng iba. So that gives Comeback Friends a lot more leeway para makapag-adjust dito, kontra dun sa ibang mga team natin na unang linggo pa lang sasalpakan mo na kaagad ng Team Stallions. So I don't know if that would be having a bearing din dito, sa tapatan nila against Execration, but I also think that this might give them a bit more confidence moving forward, lalong-lalo na that they're on a really, really good place right now sa ating standings.
I feel like the best way to describe that, yung recent journey nila dito sa Masters is it was just a better matchup para dito sa Comeback Friends. They had more power. They had more power up against those teams. Plus, it's pretty impressive din, na Comeback Friends is still in building form just like Execration, pero they're able to perform just like this. So, if Comeback Friends is looking for a jump start, I feel like it already started nung palang sa qualifiers natin, nakalaban nila dito yung STS, nakalaban nila dito yung VP, So, they're in full form nonetheless. Kailangan lang lalo mabigan ng todo itong full roster nila, especially dito kay Wolves para talagang wala nang butas. Or hindi ko naman butas si Wolves pero parang same caliber lahat ng players.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you mean, no? I guess it's the better term is to just polish everything more, no? And lessen the
polishing na
avenues
lang,
of
yeah.
mistakes din natin, especially individually. Kasi parang may pagkadamay si Billion ba, oras na merong magkamali na isa. Pero let's see, ang ating head-to-head, who would be the players who would be contrasted against each other. It would be NBA and as well as Yaba, which is quite interesting to say the least. Pero ano ba nga thoughts mo dito, Bipolar?
I told you, look at the right screen muna. Yaba is a force to be reckoned with. He is an unsung hero. Meanwhile, MVA, he is a leader now, coming in towards Execration. These stat lines are almost too close, no? Too close for comfort, though. If one of these players does get shutted out dito sa ating first two maps, well, set it a day already for that team, no? Na talaga nagsha-shutdown ng mga crucial players natin. This head-to-head is gonna be one side to look at later on because MVA now has to actually realize that he needs to instantly put his pieces into place, especially in the GR side because there's sometimes kahit na nag-iba naman na dito ang anyo ng Execration that they became more calculated now, there's still some spurts na parang lalagpas na naman dito yung players natin just like CBN, lalagpas na naman dito si Folex and they might just be over complacent kahit na CBF yung kalaban.
Let's see if they would be complacent indeed, no? Sabagay, that also happened here against matches, so we cannot parang yan na natin yun, no? That might also be a possibility, pero baka naman they already learned their lesson. But let's see, no, kung ano nga ba ang meron para sa ating mga mapa na paghaharap-harapan nitong ating mga players ngayon. Would there be some chances na mayroong katas ng pagiging makta nila? We have Ankara, Eagle Eye, and as well as Black Widow para sa ating decider dito.
Yeah, I would have loved to actually see sa base. Pero sabi dito na Execration, let's just not play there. CBF's more better. Pero New Compound is a good ban nonetheless kasi Execration actually has this in their bag in terms of map pool na parang if this did come out into their first pick ng Ankara, first pick for Execration, baka ito pa pinili ng todo-todo. But just like from recent thoughts, no, even for our casters right now, na parang it's what we expected. Ankara is a 50-50 map that does give a lot for Execration. Nakita naman natin GR side Execration now has been in full form na nakita natin 2-1 to set up Yotib on Yotib dito sa may high mid, dun sa may tower mismo, or dun sa may 2F. Kasi ako pupunta doon. But Ankara, I feel like BS side is just gonna be parang a warm-up lang dito sa Execration. Their GR side will be better. Pero for Comeback Friends, they have good both sides, honestly. Especially up against Execration. But Eagle Eye 2.0, eto, maganda yan. I would love to put all eyes on Comeback Friends though because for me, mas maayos yung Eagle Eye ng CBF compared to Execration. Just because they have more surprising powers than Execration right now on that map. But if we do go towards Black Widow, well, it's another Black Widow for today. So magiging masaya tayo lahat.
Yeah, that's true. And I feel like that's also quite of the leverage nga dito ng CBF though. There will be a lot more chances for them to do a lot of unexpected but also highly fast-paced stuff, which is yun yung kanilang overall strength na meron sa kanila ngayon so far, no? I remember us saying na I feel like they just need a bit more structure moving forward because yun yung nakikita nating lacking based from their last time na natalo sila dito. Pero again, Execration would be their trial kung talaga nga bang hindi na sila magiging kumpiyansa masyado, no? Knowing that this is just a new qualifying team patungo dito sa ating group stage, especially na ilan sa kanila dito ay meron ng angking experiensya dala ng kanilang history from our previous teams as well and mga kasama nila dati. So again, I feel like lalapag na natin dito yung mga predictions natin at maya-maya malalaman din natin ang say ng community. Pero sa ngayon, puro 2-0 tayong lahat pala, no, na pabor dito for Execration. And I feel like this already quite obvious na naman, no, na lagay na naman natin yung mga pieces natin and ma-amplify pa yan later on. Pero CBF, if you can prove us wrong, that would be great because there are a lot of surprises na naman nangyayari. What if maki-join na rin kayo? Nawa sa akin lahat ng predictions namin. Hindi naman kami gagalit. Sa totoo lang, matutuwa pa kami.
Yes, we'll be very happy with that. No, but I actually predicted na, hindi naman predicted na 2-0, predicted na some of our talents dito sa ating map pool sa ating talent pool right now na baka meron tayong pupunta sa CBF pero mukhang 2-0 tayo lahat dito towards Execration, no? Mukhang mapapaisip tuloy dito ang CBF ko. Habang vendetta ng mga casters natin towards us. But it is a 29-71 split in favor of Execration. I would like to add this thought though na if ganito nga yung naiisip ng ating mga casters, if ganito yung nakikita ng ating community, nakikita ba natin yung once teammates, now rivals natin, mas malakas nga ba yung nalipat sa Execration? Is that something to look at as well? Para baka rin may ganun, or is it just really the full form of the team na parang mas malakas against CBF? Again, CBF still has a lot of hosts, pero they're just tampering it every time just because of their sheer amazingness mula dito kay Aldrin kay Aiden pati kay Yaba, no? But all eyes na, not really all eyes, pero all hands now para dito sa Comeback Friends kung paano nga ba nila identify yung odds and to give this 29% a little bit of a breathing room para naman sumaya at gumanda lalo yung yung pagsuporta ng ating 29% sa community.
Of course. Pero that is actually quite of a really intriguing thought, no? The fact na pagdating sa individual level, no? Na pagtapat-tapatin natin ang mga players natin dito, no? Sino nga ba o kanino kaya ang merong mas may kaangatan dito? Pero I guess we'll know more about that later on. Sa ngayon, let us discuss muna kung anong meron sa parehong teams natin further. So, let us welcome ang ating mga magiging casters para sa matchup nito. It is going to be Salvatore and as well as Nikki Frog. Hi. Hello and good evening muli, no? At sila ay nagbabalik sa ating desk, saying this, no? Hi. At ayan, no? Si Frog and Salvatore, no? Hugutin nyo na yung inyong lore book kasi I'm pretty sure kabisado nyo to. Pero start muna tayo kay Sneaky Frog, no? Ano bang masasabi mo dito sa tapatan natin ngayon, Execration at CBF?
Well, first of all, di ko in-expect na sasabay kayo dun sa prediction ko kasi guys, kung di nyo alam, naghahabol po ako sa prediction ngayon and I'm really trying to, get it right. Hindi yung 0.5 lang, of course, dito sa labanan natin. And ayun nga, it is an interesting bout between yung dalawang teams natin. I feel like Execration definitely more prepared going into the series, especially after the humbling na na-receive nila from last week, no? And ayun nga, Ankara will definitely be an interesting first map considering na I feel like CBF have barely played it, no, with the exception of that 1-2-0 that they did up against itong matches na 30-11. So, ayun nga, it's not much in the line dito ng CBF or at least in terms of officials na dito sa group stage yung kanilang yung kanilang dalas na paglaro nga dito ng Ankara. But at the same time, I feel like CBF's record right now is kind of bolstered by yung kanilang schedule, which they truly deserve, no? In all honesty, kasi kung nakita na lang yung dinaanan nila nung Swiss stage, I feel like you would be saying the exact same thing as me as well. So I feel like itong CBF, granted na they did 2-0 yung matches, but that was not the matches na activated na yung prophecy, no? Yung kagaya na sinasabi ko, 0-4 back to the ropes pa yan. It's still a matches that is still trying to figure out yung kanilang identity nga dito sa group stage. So I feel like CBF, granted na they have been very amazing dito sa Swiss stage, very amazing dito sa group stage, pero may mga downs talaga sila dito sa ating tournament, especially with that yung pinaka first na series sa ating tournament with them going 2-1 up against Acceptance. And granted, yun nga, with the recent result dito na Acceptance, you could say na okay, Acceptance is also a contender dito, but at the same time, yun nga, yung first week ng Acceptance, I mean, they did beat MJ at that time, but you could say na hindi nila naging strongest form yun. So, I am a bit worried sa CBF kasi they're either gonna really take it very close dito sa series natin or yun nga, get slammed 2-0 dito sa tournament natin. And yun nga, I am kind of predicting yung second one, unfortunately, pero hopefully yung first one para maganda naman yung show.
Hopefully, no? It's one of two things indeed, no? Is it gonna be close or is it just quite of a decisive sweep? We're gonna know about that later indeed. Pero how about you, Salvatore?
Well, honestly, this matchup is more catered sa CBF's direction sa tournament na to rather than Execration actually, maintaining their own stand. Kasi nga, they already proven that they're one of the best teams kasi tinalo na nila yung top 1 and top 2, So, ine-expect na natin na Execration will be making a run pagdating talaga sa playoffs, no? This match concerns more pagdating talaga kay CBF, no? Because they have the pieces, no? Pero yung pieces na yun, magagalaw nga ba nila ng maayos? You have the most powerful piece right now in the chessboard being Aldrin, pero nagagamit pa talaga natin ng maayos. It's more of a question para dito sa side ng CBF. You can have more of the pawns dun sa harapan mo but you cannot maneuver itong queen that being Aldrin para mahihirapan talaga ang CBF makuha na panalo na to, considering na it would really prove who was really the best Pacific member dito sa laban nga na to. And I kinda love the storyline right now na talagang para malaman natin kung sino nga ba ang mas angat sa CBF, we have to put the best team right now in front of them. And I love this series so much talaga.
Yep, and I feel like a lot of people feel the same, no? Especially dala ng kung ano yung mga istorya na meron dito kada isang mga player tayo dito, no, for either or both sides. So, simulan na natin, no, na ilapag dito, no, yung mga puntos natin dito, no. Saan nga ba tayo magsisimula in particular? It is gonna be about the MATTJESS Civil War. And I believe ang nag-coin nito is si Salvatore. So, magsimula tayo sa'yo.
Ay, okay. Sige. Akala ko si Bipolar. No? Feeling ko,
gusto
mabibigyan
ko
ng hostisya. Mas mabibigyan niya ng hostisya to,
Hey,
Mochi. Sige
Salvi,
muna kay
take it away.
Bipolar.
Salvi, take it
Sige.
away.
Sige, no. I really love the title, no. Kasi it really brings me back to the MCU. Pero ang pinaka talagang point dito, no, why is this a Civil War? Kasi it really proves na lahat ng dumadaan sa Execration regimen, lumalakas nga talaga, no. A7J, D, MBA, and Justin really had this amazing series against Stallions, no. And meanwhile, Aiden and Aldrin, after their exit dun sa Pacific, where did they really land? Si Aiden na mahinga, Aldrin had like his worst recorded series doon sa loob ng matches stint niya, no? And right now, nahanap na nga ni Aiden and Aldrin yung identity nila. Or, as we all know, no? Hanggang ngayon, parang, is it still a question mark para dito kay Aiden and Aldrin? So, I love the idea na pagtatapatin talaga si CBF and Execration, which really proves which is the better regiment, which has the better overall presence sa matchup ka na to. And is CBF really prepared or did they really over-prepare for the top 1 and top 2 na parang nagkakasakit na nga ngayon ng Execration still? So, yun nga, I love the CBF matchup here, and right now, ang main focal point talaga, no, is more on Aiden and Aldrin, less on MVA and Justin.
I see. How about you, Bipolar? Do you have the same insights as Salvatore here? Since we have a couple of duos here na kinokontas nga natin sa isa't isa ngayon.
I mean, absolutely, no. Kasi parang kung isipin mo, was the roster changes for Pacific really needed? I think it did, pero kasi ngayon na magkakahiwalay yung ating mga players ngayon, who has the better team na? Kasi yes, we do have that the Pacific Civil War kind of mindset, but also it will come into play na the rest of the squad dito sa ating dalawang teams will have to step up. So if and only if biglang hindi gumana yung ating mga Pacific Mata players, well, that's also something to look at sa ating next coming weeks.
That might also be something, no? Pero I feel like imposible na hindi sila gumana. Baka hindi lang ganun ka-amped up siguro ang kanilang magiging performance. So that might also be a possibility. Pero let us discuss this next one that is more about the veteran versus rookie sensation Wooz versus Yotib, no? We already have a couple of wins against the top 2 teams and did not fare well against the matches. At ngayon, si ComebackFriends naman ang makakatapat nila dito, Sneaky Frog.
Ayun nga, no? I feel like Wooz is definitely underrated. Probably the most underrated sniper sa buong liga natin at this very moment. I feel like he's being left out of a lot of conversations na ginagawa nga namin dito, no, dito sa podcast. And it isn't really for good reason. I feel like Wooz really holds together yung team na to. Na kumbaga, pag tinitignan mo yung CBF, you aren't really looking for stability. And I feel like he was one of those few players that kind of provides it, no, para sa kanyang team as well as itong si Yaba. So, yun nga, I am kind of looking forward to seeing how they counter itong si Yotib, no, to be specific. Kasi si Yotib, yun nga, no, he will not be the first guy you run into dito sa Execration in all obviousness, no. In all honesty, ayun nga, is actually low-key playing yung mga lumang spots dito ni ZYK where he's kinda, baiting his entire team. Pero, ayun nga, I feel like his execution pagdating dun sa specific na role na yun, pagdating sa mapa natin, and also being the overseer, paminsan-minsan support rin para sa kanyang teammate, paminsan-minsan entry, he's done a really good job at that. And ayun nga, yung nagpakita ng stats kanina, nagpakita yung stats kanina yung broadcast natin regarding kay Yotib, I feel like it's not really his fault na bumaba yung statistics niya, in all honesty. I feel like gumaling lang talaga malala dito yung kanilang big three na si CBN, Justin, and itong si Folex, and they have been getting most of the kills the entire time. And of course, with being a backline sniper, ayun nga, he is gonna be getting a whole lot less kills. Pero especially, I think nakita ko to dito sa series ng with them up against MATTJESS. Execration, despite the loss, I feel like yung halos magkapantay lang dun si Zach at si Yotib that entire time. Nagkataon lang talaga na medyo nakot sila sa RS dun sa very last round na yun, pare. Pero right before that, I feel like the matchup's pretty much equal between yung dalawang snipers natin. So in terms of form, I feel like kahit mag 4-8 si Yotib sa simula ng game natin, he will still find a way to show up here.
Kumbaga, it just matters depending on kung ano nga ba yung papel na ginagampanan nila sa team and what is entirely the playstyle and how different it would be. But again, both of them still shares the same thing and the same target, kumbaga, which is to be a good sniper for the team. Basically. Pero let us now proceed with the Battle of the Headshot Machines. If already have a sniper to a sniper na contestation, how about CBN versus Aiden here by Polar?
It's pretty interesting, because at least we can look at roles. You have CPN very much on that lurking side, but you have Aiden that is gonna be, head-on first sa ating mga action. Now, I feel like though mas mahirap ang trabaho dito ni Aiden coming in towards this match, just because he'll be actually in front of the battle even more. He'll be looking at Fall X, may kita agad siya ni Yotib pag nag-hybrid sila dito sa Ankara, may kita rin siya dito ng players natin ng todo-todo towards MVA's lineups, even up against Justin kapag pumunta sila dito sa may CA. So this Ankara map actually, may kita natin dito kung paano nga ba gagana dito yung ating mga headshot machines. I feel like, yes, headshots will be there, but in terms of situations, magkaiba. There's a grand scheme of things para dito kay Sipin and Aiden. They will probably, give us a great performance on each side of the map, but they have to look at each other when that time comes na magkita itong dalawang players natin ng 1v1 lang possibly or 2v2 if basta magkita sila, doon natin may kita kung sino nga ba talaga ang pinakamalakas na headshot machine.
Exactly. And I feel like there is some additional points na being a headshot machine isn't entirely enough if that wouldn't be fully utilized in order to secure the rounds that is necessary in order to gain the W's indeed. Pero mukhang ito na ang hudyat na ilapag na natin to sa tunay na labanan. Let's hand it over para sa ating mga casters, Nikki Fragan as well as Salvatore. Rakraka na.
Maraming salamat, Mochi and Bipolar, for that amazing panel segment. Sneaky, grabe nga naman ang storyline na itong dalawang teams nga na to. Pag naririnig mo yung mga teams na Steel Wolves, Pacific, Amelion Gaming, Vanguard Gaming, lahat ng mga teams na binanggit ko, nandito na yung mga players nga na yun. Execration versus CBF. It was all a full circle moment para magkatagpo-tagpo nga naman talaga ang quote-unquote magtotropang to para ka makita natin kung sino nga ang ating ipagdadala sa papuntang Paris. Akalain mo nga naman, Sneaky, 2 years ago kasama mo kung kinakas ang Amelion Gaming versus Vanguard, and right now they're on their way to Paris.
Ayun nga, it's just absolutely insane considering na, we kind of saw in the beginning of their journey, right? And even you would admit this, we kind of didn't believe in the boys back in the day kasi napakalakas lang talaga ng kalaban. But I feel like the pipe dream has now become a very, very achievable moment nga, para sa kanila dito, especially with the form that they have now. Pero it does require, both of these teams to really play at their maximum, pare. And especially para dito sa CBF, this is gonna be a hell of a challenge para sa kanila, especially knowing their, practices and in the back. Pero naririnig ko naman galing sa CBF, pare, that they have been actually practicing as of recent, So we might be seeing some interesting defaults, some interesting sets galing nga sa kanila. But is it gonna be enough to go up against a full game plan dito na Execration? Kasi yun nga, Salvatore, familiarity is definitely a factor na we have to think about.
And based on a few insiders, when it comes to, environment para dito sa side ng CBF, meron na nga silang bagong setting na nilalaruan for today's matchup. Syempre, bootcamp versus bootcamp ang datingan netong laban nga na to, who has the better location, ikaka para sa side ng CBF and Execration. Pero bago nga tayo dumako sa ating laban, we'll be taking a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Pagbalik nga namin, ipagpapatuloy nga namin ang laban ng Execration versus CBF dito lang sa CFS Masters Summer 2026. Salvatore Siki Frog, we'll be right back.
Hindi ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakupuntukan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot. And he
Uy,
makes it a double
grabe!
naman kasi saving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng aksyon, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Fervil and Trace here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Patuloy pa rin ang laban ng CFS Masters Summer 2026. Sabaton Sige Frag nga pala on the caster's desk para sa laban ng Execration versus CBF. Bago nga yun, guys, pasensya nga po pala sa onting abala. Rest assured, onting anomalya lang yon. Pero tuloy-tuloy na nga tayo sa ating Execration versus CBF, no, Sneaky. And I cannot wait, honestly, pre, makita ang ating set number 1 to finally see the fullest of potential ng CBF habang hindi pa nga nila nakikita ang Virtus Pro and Team Stallions. I feel like this is a good measuring stick para makita nga natin, will CBF living up to the expectations na binigay nga natin sa kanila?
Ayun nga pa, we just kind of chalk it up to yun nga, dumating nga si Aldon and then everything went wrong. You know, you can't just use him as a scapegoat at this point. Pero yun nga, no, jokes aside, I feel like yun nga, you do have a point of these two teams being like, you know, almost neck and neck, no, despite yung predictions na nangyari natin kanina. And actually, Salvi, I would actually argue, no, despite yung 2-0 na prediction ko kanina, I would still say na baka it would be like a 13-11, like a 13-12 kind of affair dito sa mapa natin. But at the end of the day, I really do just trust yung endgame dito ng Execration just a bit more. And ayun nga, no, CBF does kind of have the tendency to do, you know, some curveballs pagdating nga sa mga endgame natin, and I feel like if Execration can kind of contain that, pwede pa naman yun. And yeah, I mean, going back to yung conversation natin, no, Salvatore, with the maps, BL side start para dito sa Execration and GR para dito sa CBF, and expectation para dito sa Execration, they will probably be holding at the start of the round, fully knowing na, you know, Aldrin's on the other side of the server, pare. He will try to constantly check yung kanyang position, you know, possibly sa hotel, maybe dito sa may mid side, and we are gonna expect some early peaks, no, galing dito sa CBF. So Execration, kailangan silang maging preparado para sa mga ganun, pare.
Well, definitely, isa sa mga pinakamalalang preparasyon, no, for CBF is for them to anticipate any of the movements ng Execration, kasi usually, pag BL talaga sila yung nagde-detect ng pace. Paminsan-minsan nilalabanan nga nila yung TB. No? HM is usually free for Execration. Ang tanging pakay nga talaga nila is to create as much diversion as possible para mailang ang kanilang GR na kalaban. No? So, will CBF be able to have this amazing setup na hindi nga sila kakagat sa mga bait plays ng Execration, or better yet, baka malurkan sila dito, no, ni CBN, which is a tale of two stories para sa laban nga na to, because you have Aiden who is a second entry technically, no, para sa side ng CBF, na usually hits the headshots. Kumpara mo naman kay CBN dito na inaasahan talaga natin from his lurks to hit those headshots. So it's going to be very, very much a different style for both CBF and Execration. Style clash nga, ika nga, no. Pero dito na nga tayo sa laban ng CBF and Execration.
Pwede ako ulit, ha? Tingnan ko mid.
Tago ka lang yan, Paul.
Okay.
Kita ko lahat. Likod lang.
May kinig lang ako.
Bro, it's round 1. It's round 1, Salvi. And we immediately saw, alam mo naman, pare, sino pa ba? Sino pa ba, men? Ang first blood ng ating series, pare.
Ay, nako, Tetsu. No? Never change, my friend. Never change.
pare.
Ito. Yaba
Straight
CBN, the former teammates. Actually, no, tatapat nga sila dito sa ating market, no, pero magkakalayo na nga sila, which is a fine detail para sa CBF, clearly highlighting their discipline, no. Aldrin, teka lang, what are you cooking? Lumabas ng Vince, sinira niya ang tempo, pero isa lang naman nakuha niya, at buong batalyon ng Execration nakabang sa LA.
Literal na unexpected dito, no, Salvatore. At tignan mo naman, Aiden, sabi niya, it's my turn to peek into Vince. At makakuha ng highlight play. Fallex fully well aware of it na pwedeng may nakapick dito, pero tumalikod sa min. Aiden is gonna get Fallex. How the hell is this? A 3 versus 3. Justin finally getting woos in return. Aiden will be trying to get the trade, fully knowing na nasaan si Justin, but the cheeky jump pick into the wallbang ng EBR will be taking out Aiden and Yaba. You are out in the open, pare. CBF masyadong masyadong uhaw dito sa trades natin, pare.
Sabi men, ito na nga palang welcome to Manila moment para kay Yaba. He really needs to understand na the environment is going to be different, no? And clearly, CBF did not prepare well enough dito sa early game nga natin. Masyado nilang biniliit na i-clear muna yung alley imbis na yung bypass, which is obviously automatically sneaky. May tao palagi dyan. And for CBF to fumble the defense sa loob nga ng floor A as early as, you know, the moment na pumasok ang mid-round really is different no for CBF. Kasi pre, doon ka lang makakita na nakuha ng Execration ang control ng site nang hindi sila pumapasok. Puro sila laban, puro sila tenga doon sa loob nga ng LA, and that kind of paid off no without no entries para sa Exe.
Yun nga lang. I think this is the attempt for CBF trying to get mid-control, no? Na gumalaw dito si Booz. Pero Execration, another idea para sa kanila pare. 3 on the bench side, 1 or 2 dito sa may EA. Pero Aiden first headshot para sa kanya. Folex with his own double kill! USP spray! Oh my goodness me. Pero di pa siya tapos dito pare kasi kasama pa dito si Woods sa kanyang kill feed with the third headshot already para kay Folex. And a single burst on the A site na caught off guard yung dalawang players dun pare.
No, pre, 1 boxes. Lahat top A. If this is an Execration post plant, it definitely resembles an Execration post plant, no pre? CBF, paano nyo makukuha to? Depende na nga lang kung may dala pa kayong anting-anting, pero kitang-kita kayo sa loob ng usok ni Folex for the 4K. Folex, sinarado lahat ng pagkakataon ng CBF makabawi.
Grabe yun, Salvi. Yung second kill dun sa USP, napaka-freaky nun, men. Instant headshot on the top A player na nasa kanan pare, in between the sprays as well. So nothing short of impressive galing dito kay Folex. Who's gustong sumala at makakuha ng isa dito kay MBA. Really good find para sa CPF to try and get back into this game pare.
Sabi men, was all the tracers para kay MBA. No? Good contest sana para dito kay Matt. So nga lang pre, good awareness para nga kay Woos na mapilas ngayon to force the 4v5, pero CBF not playing within sight range pre. Nilalabanan nila kagad ang CA pati ang boxes mismo. Yaba, good control sa may hukay as he finds Yotib, and there goes the headshot. Grabe naman, CBF not playing inside of the sights, pero kita mo kagad sino ang may-ari ng lupa ito. Grabe, Comeback Friends with total control of round number 3.
And ito yung sinasabi ko kanina, Salvatore. Comeback Friends will attempt to go for a 5v4 every single time sa simula ng round nila naman. Granted, it can result in a 4 versus 4, but that's an easier overall round para sa kanila dito na i-defend. And it just seems like CBF, as soon as they got the first kill dito kay NBA, pare, tama yung kanilang kalat dito sa mapa at sinundan lang dito yung Execration. Pero tignan mo naman, Execration on the HM side. NBA gusto hanapin si Aiden, which he will. Spawn player dead. Yaba, mamamatay na rin sa loob ng hotel. Meron pa isa na nasa hotel, and it will be Woos claiming CBN. Tetsu with the spray. Nakita na si Yote pero na dungawan na nga siya dito sa loob ng smoke pare. 2 versus 3. CBF with the retake.
Nipis ng smoke na yun para nga makita. It's all down to Aldrin and Woos. Woos medyo may hirapan nga siya dito with the smokes and flashes. So ibig sabihin si Aldrin mismo na may gamit ng HK. Kailangan niya mahanapan nga na space to. Nagpakita sa radar dito si Aldrin. It's now down to the 1v2. Medyo duguan ngayon si Justin and MVA. The trio of Pacific Bacta ang natitira sa loob ng site. 18 seconds left to work. Dumungaw. Aldrin walang nakita. 15 HP. Nakaltukan nga. Justin playing the perfect timing para hindi nga siya mahuli. 8 seconds left. Aldrin left with no choice. Na-stick na nga lang ang C4 na hindi pumapabor sa kanya ang posisyon at oras. Execration, another amazing entry.
Talk about lead by example, no? Salvatore, MVA, tinakbo lang dito yung high mid natin and instantly got the B side. And at the same time, meron ding pressure na nangyayari galing sa hotel. So it's not an easy defense para sa CBF. And speaking of easy defense, CBN trying to pick apart kung sino naman na nasa hotel. May bawas na nga siya dito.
Nakulis siya. Buti naman, CBN, nakalis ka doon sa sarili mong kagagawan. At nagtawag ka pa talaga ng kuya, baka sakali din. Baka discard dito si MVA, no? Both Tetsu and Yaba wants to contest this na parang round number 1 lang kanina. Sneaky. Pero both teams now priming for another play ngayon.
Pili ko re-hit nila yung hotel dito, Salvatore. Kasi there's already a whole lot of members expended dito sa parte na mapa na to. And I think MBA and CBN still healthy enough na pwedeng i-reswing nila itong parte na mapa na to. It's also very important just in case that they do want to get the B site. And especially knowing no, na medyo bukas pa dito yung TB for the side of Execration. If they can discover na si Woos hindi siya masyado na nagpipik dito sa ating high mid box, then that could be potentially free TB and Hotel. If they can fight for it, pare, that is looking and shaping like a B-take, man.
B-take? Execration? They were priming it, pre. Parang kanina lang, si Yaba lang nandyan. Pero buong angkan na ng Execration na naghimasok ka nito. Justin, naglalaro sa uluhan, no? Not Yotib, na naghahawak nga ngayon na Miniter. This is an amazing play for Execration. Kung mapupull off ka nila to, if they force the rotation dun sa dalawang members na nasa loob ng A-site, that could be good as Yotib has been hitting some amazing shots. No? Tingnan nga natin. Should open up para nga kay Polex. Doesn't get the second one. Good off position para nga kay Tetsu na hindi pa rin mahuli-huli. And Tetsu gets his third kill. Potential ace in the making, no? MVP. So na nga lang, Yotib di pa rin makita-kita at nalason si Tetsu forcing the 2v2. 25 seconds, umatras ang Execration.
Pero may existing information dahil sa push na yun, no? Salvatore, Aiden now aware that NVA is sitting dito sa second mid, pero alam ba nila na naandito si Yotib with an EBR this time? It's been a fair few clutches galing sa kanya, pare, but with only 10 seconds left, hindi na yan posible and it will become more impossible as he gets tapped out by Aiden. So, yun nga, 3-2 para dito sa CBF and yun nga, no, Aiden starting to heat up bit by bit dito sa mapa natin, pare.
Definitely, no? CBF is utilizing every single bit of info. No, from the picks na ginawa nga ni Tetsu dun sa position na kinuha ni Folex, I feel like it was definitely the layering, no? Yung patong-patong na impormasyon na nag-stack dito sa CBF was kinda nice. CBN, good hold. Dito lang sa may bypass, pre, pero nandun si Yaba para palitan nga kagad. Yotib, hard picking, nakitang umiikot si Yaba. And they forced the 2-for-1 exchange. Masyadong masaklap to para sa side ng CBF considering na dedepensa nga sila with 3 members remaining. It's all down to the individuals.
Yeah, I think narinig pa ni Justin na tumatakbo-takbo to si Woos dito sa hotel. So, he is aware that there is that presence on that side of the map. Di nilang in-expect na TRG pala ang hawak ng kanyang kalaban doon. Woos with the kill on Justin. But still, a whole lot more options para dito sa Execration para makahanap ng control dito sa mapa natin. Instead, they are going where the dead body is. Siguro ginagamit nila dito yung deathcam, no? Pang sure lang talaga, just in case na meron pang tao na nasa loob ng hotel. But with the deathcam saying otherwise, they are aware that Woos is now playing site. May unting butas na nangyayari dito sa B-side, pare. And Woos, I mean, it's a good angle, man. Pero makakatama ka ba dito?
Parang higpit, no? Pero pasok na nang hindi alam nga ni Woos. Woos, hindi mo na kailangan pikan. Pero it would be really good kung may makukuha ka ng isa. But nonetheless, kailangan na nalalaroin yung retake dito, no? Sneaky, 37 seconds now. Woos, makakapwesto pa nga dito ng tower. MVA now on TB lookout. Woos, medyo manipis ang smoke, Kaso nga lang, wala naman yung mga tao doon. Lahat nasa harapan ng batteries and one on B slope. Aiden now entering para sa mga kakampi niya. Going to make some space. Kaso nga lang Folex anticipating dun sa flash ngayon. And now parang nadihado pa talaga. Nadawit pa yung ulo ni Woos. MVA with the kill. Another 1v2. Potential here for CBF. Aiden nakita na ka si MVA. Kaso di lumalaban ng patas with the wall bang kill. MVA clears his enemy nang di niya man lang nakikita.
Man, napakadali nun para sa mga players dito ng Exe. Para, I mean, all they had to do is sit and shoot dito sa loob ng site. No attempt whatsoever na pagkuha ng Hotel End or TB from the side of CBF. They just tried to send it with just sheer firepower, which did work for a bit, no, pare. Pero maganda na kasi yung mga posisyon natin on the side of Execration to kind of try and stop them from what they're doing dito. So, Exe, 2-point lead so far. Aldrin, 62 para sa kanyang HP because of that HE. Pero tingnan natin Justin, man.
Now, Justin, napaganda pa nga talaga yung entry nga na yun. Malambot na Aldrin means an easy kill para nga kay Justin. 5v3 na nga tayo. Sneaky, another potential post plant ng Execration na lahat ng members ng Exe magbo-bootcamp sa top A. Pero ito na nga may makaka-entry nga. Tetsu nakalampas. Walang tumingin kay CBN dito, no? Buti na nga lang Justin. He will be able to not move in the right time, no, pre. Justin mauhuli. CBN will actually be the one to angle it off. Execration. Can't believe that just happened in the span of seconds. Hindi na nga nila kailangan pahabain yung oras, no? They just went for the kills.
Yun nga, malala pa dun, Salvi. That was just a one-pop push. You know what I mean? Isang flash, punta agad sa site, and then just the sheer mechanics na dito na Execration. Getting every single top A player in that one. Marami naman na-stuck sa bench pa yung dalawang tropa natin at that very moment, no? Which is not the best spot to be in all honesty. Pero I think judging from the angles na hinahawakan nito ng CBF, pare, that was similar sa nakita natin from Exe actually. Na si CBN at si Folex na back-to-back sila nandun sa bench, pare. Pero I feel like they've seen that play one too many times, pare. At alam nila kung paano i-counter yun. Pero honestly, just a good shot galing sa Exe.
Oh, nice pick from Aiden. And they continue the pick-off game dito, Sneaky. Sa CBF, they want to maximize itong first half nga nila bago nga sila umatak. Woods missing the first, pero buti na nga lang may pangalawang pagkakataon. And all of the duels ng CBF na ipapanalo nga nila. Puwera dito kay Yaba at Tetsu. Higit ay 3v2. At nakita pa talaga ni Yotib, nagkakalat ang CBF sa mapa kanya-kanyang bara. Pero kita mo nga naman CBF losing after winning everything nung simula pa lang nung round na yun.
Siguro na-confuse si Aiden nung nakita niya na, uy, drop yung C4 dito sa long, pare. Baka A-take na to. Tapos tinalikuran siya dito ni Yotib from the Minitair side. Definitely not within the means of expectations. So yun nangyayari sa ating round, pare. I mean, it's obvious casualties from the side of Execration, CDN, and Justin dying super early dito sa ating round. And at the same time, yun nga, no, MVA could not spot the opportunity that he wanted, pare. Pero A-side take na naman. Mag-isa lang dito si Aldrin, pare. If they look, Vents at the right time, pwede pa to. Pero Aldrin mapapatakas na lang.
And that's a good choice here for Aldrin. Kaso nga lang, Folex is forcing the fight. Hindi niya alam paano may paghihiwalay. Aldrin with an amazing flick at the piece. So si Folex, sniper versus attacker. Alam ni Folex kung nakapiso si Woos. And Folex did not bother planting the C4. Ganyan kataas ang swag ni Folex para sa 1v1. CBF. Na 3v5, natalo pa sila sa palagay na yun.
Man, and I just had a conversation with Angno not too long ago, pare, about yung pagka-hold ng angles between kung sniper yung kalaban mo o hindi. You know, keep it close when it's a sniper, keep it far when it's a rifler. Pero pagdating kay Folex, pare, hindi mo talaga alam kung saan siya manglalanding dun sa crosser mo. Kasi, you know, he's the type of guy to crouch halfway randomly, no? Dito sa baka fight sa gaya nga ng ganun and try to confuse the opponent. Sayang na sayang dun yung CBF, man. Woo's already having the angle but not the shot, unfortunately. Execration. Parang bebasican lang nila to, Salvi. Five-man take on the A side. Tamang setup lang. May flash pa ba? Well, there is, pero it's only gonna be one.
Justin Yotib setting up. Kaso nga lang Yaba with bad intentions kasama si Aldrin. Amazing defense from that high-low Sneaky. Napakalinis nga naman nun. Util good para sa Exe, pero the shots were very nice para sa CBF. 4v1 na nga lang tayo, Woos. Nangangarag. Alam na alam. Nakita ang puyo at tanggal ang bunbunan ni Yotib. What a team ace para sa CBF. And amazing play for the side of CBF. 6-3. Not bad of a half, pero kita mo nga naman ang lamang ng Exe sa opensa.
Yun nga. The funniest part din dun, Salvi. Wait lang, let me hit the comms.
Okay, walang hukay. Pagka ano mo, gitna ka lang, diyan ka lang.
Oo, lalaban lang ako, tol.
Okay, tol.
Aking kanan mo tin na. Pag may benta, tatakbo ako, tol. Aangat ako, ha?
Ooh. Paul ka na cookie.
Night and day. Now, sabi ni Tetsu, may hukay. Sabi ni NBA, diyan ka lang sa gitna, pre, ako na bahala. Tapos si Justin making his own play and then inuutusan niya rin si Paul to make his play.
It's very macro.
Clearly.
Parang ganun.
The division right now, no? In terms of like, you know, macro level strategies ni grabe. Yung agwat.
Yun nga. It kinda gives you Macta vibes a bit, no? There's not really a definite like call. Siguro may default lang sa start ng round, but then they kinda figure it out midway, no? Kung anong pinaka-solid na game plan para dito sa Execration. And it is kinda helping them in the mid-rounds, especially up against itong CBF. Also tries to abuse yung, you know, mid-rounding nila dito sa mga sitwasyon na ganito. And they can't really abuse it any further, no? Considering Execration. It kinda just feels like they have their number every single time dito, pare. Pero ayun nga, CBF Buti na lang, men, hindi sila naloko dun sa mga nades na nangyari kanina. I think that was supposed to be a fake flash, but that one is anything but fake. Those are real bullets flying to the head dito ni CBN, pare. Pero si Aldrin, gustong habulin kung sino man na nasa loob ng B-side. USP sa kanyang kamay. Yotib is down at makakaalis pa siya. And NBA still looking for the trade, pero naandito na yung CBF. It is just a 3-man force galing sa TB. Justin finally gets one back. Madami ng low sa CBF, pare, but still it's a 4 versus 2.
Apparently, communication is not everything para nga sa XA. No? They might have gotten the very good setup, pero natalo sila sa usapang entry at depensa ng CBF. Post-plant and entry. Kumpletos recados dito ang CBF. Justin with 10 HP. Literal na hinahanap na nga siya dito ni Aiden, ang dati niyang kakampi. Comeback friends. Can they make this comeback dito sa second half? I feel like that's just the start. But there is hope at the end of the tunnel dito, no, from the amazing plays ni Aiden and Tetsu.
Yeah, but at the same time, Salvi, kung kayo Execration, you also have to expect these early peaks galing dito kay Aiden at kay Tetsu kasi ngayon nga, they're actively trying to find that 5v4 para masimulan na nila yung checklist nila papasok ng site. And as soon as they got the first pick sa second mid, tingnan mo yung nangyari, parang instant take dito sa may TB, instant take dito sa may hotel, and they just attacked immediately. Hindi na sila nag-hesitate, pare.
Pure bliss para sa CBF eh, no? Parang napahiga na lang talaga sila dito sa sa foam. Kasi naisip nila, uy, napakadali naman natin kunin yung site na yun. What more pa kaya yung post plant. And that was a huge comfort play para sa CBF na gulatin lahat na nag-iingay dito lang sa may HM. I-contest si Yotib as much as possible and let Folex just rotate, no? Kasi feeling ko CBF, they want to play with the numbers eh. Talagang pinakita nga nila yun with Justin in NBA getting picked off. What an angle by Yotib na anticipate yung crouch pick. Woos gustong umalis and still out for more. Alam niya nga bang may lulusob dito potentially sa loob ng Ares. Justin in a familiar spot. Sakaling mahuli si Yaba. Pero Yaba actually, abay, pupush niya to. It's going to be really good. Pag hindi alam ni Folex, what a disciplined play. Wait lang. Yaba, di mo pa binaril. Double kill na, naging bato pa. 5v2. It would have been top A control para sa CBF. That slight hesitation costed CBF a round. That would alter ang chances ng CBF makabalik sana ng laro. Execration. Papaangatin ulit ng 3 ang lamang.
Hindi naging aware si Yaba, no, na alam na ni Justin na bukas itong spawn, pare. So he will be looking back every 2 or so seconds just in case na meron ka may nakarating dito ng exit o hindi. And it's just unfortunate that that was happening dito sa CBF kasi that would have resulted in a free top A. Possibly meron pa silang bomb plant dito. 3v3 sana. Equal ang kanilang retake, pare. Pero Justin with a nice timing. Turning around at the right time. And CBF, yun lang, napasubo sila dun, pare. It just seems like, the play was already there, but it was very time sensitive, pare. And CBF, unfortunately, having to figure out another way to beat this Execration squad. Kasi yung nangyari kanina, pare, despite everything that CBF did right, parang Execration na nakuha na nila yung read sa simula pa lang ng execute nila eh.
That's a bad look ng CBF eh, no, na ina-expect pa man din natin ang CBF na makabalik paunti-unti, no? Despite the 11 kills from Aiden. Tira mo pre 11 kills ni Folex, 11 kills ni Aiden. But Execration has the lead. It means na Folex really, no, meticulously na nakukuha niya yung mga magagandang picks dito, no? Whereas Aiden, kahit makuha niya yung unang 2 kills para sa CBF, hindi na naman nila nako-convert into a round kasi CBF, I feel like their direction towards entering or even just playing in the first half, kung paano sila dedepensa, parang hindi nila ma-designate yung sarili nila, okay, dito ako tatayo, at eto na yung pinaka-absolute na yun. Tsaka lang ako iikot pag kinakailangan na nga talaga. Kasi meron naman silang lurker, meron namang Yaba, pero parang lahat sila nagkukumahog eh. No? In that play, that very aggressive play nung sa LA, feeling ko, yun ang nagpasakit dito na sa CBF because they have this ego, they have this pride, na every part of the round kailangan may laban talaga to make it a 5v4 or even a 5v3. Kung yun nga yung magiging sitwasyon, no? Who's now tight angle already held dito lang sa may CA entry na nga para sa CBF.
Uy, madami sila dito sa top A, but does it even matter at the end of the day? USP ni Aiden sasala kay Justin, pero di pa nila nakukuha ito para CBN staying alive. Shot para sa kanya, and another one para kay CBN. CBF looking to go down, pero buti na lang na doon si Aldrin at si Woos to get the last 2. it was looking a bit suspicious no dito, Salvatore, considering tatlo sila nakatayo dito sa top A, but seems like yung floor A flash na tinapon dito ng Exe really did nothing in that moment. Tama na yung read, mali lang yung timing, pare.
Kasi lahat naman sila nanggaling ng vents no? So any floor A flashes natitingin kagad papuntang room A is already going to be cancelled. Kung hindi man cancelled, half blind lang yun. Kita mo nga naman hindi yun naging adlang para kay Aiden and Aldrin, two of the primary attackers ng CBF that was able to garner a lot of space during the first half. Pero ngayon, kita mo talaga na medyo nahihirapan nga sila. This means na may respeto sila ng onti sa mga top A players and they do not want to get picked off mula doon sa mga lurks na ginagawa ni Yaba. There is no absolute answer sa isang Yaba na nakakapag-lurk na makukuha mo ba talaga yung patay o siya yung mamamatay mismo. No? So they're trying to lessen the risk na magkaroon ng ripple effect na pag nakapag-lurk si Yaba, may mamamatay din na follow-up. Kasi any pick from Yaba is good. Pero pag na-pick si Yaba, that's added information. Na 4 lang ang entry at pwede nga nila gawin yun as an advantage for Execration.
MVA, he's gonna get Aldrin. At naubos na kayo mga players dito ng CBF on the B-side. MVA still holding strong. Pero si Yaba nanggagaling sa likod. Nakakuha na ng sarili ng double kill. And MVA could not get away in time. Yaba is dead. Fall X versus Woos. 1 versus 1 between the sniper and the rifler, pare. Umakit siya ng tower. Looking unconvinced about his position and his take dito sa site. Pero Woos also suspicious na baka may lumabas ng biglaan dito sa spawn. And he has to get the right timing going. Tamang jiggle peek lang. 20 seconds. Woos now looking towards the other direction. Folex. Tama ba ang kanyang hula dito? Woos, bad timing para sa kanya. Nakita si Paul. Pero si Woos kanan, quick scope, pero hindi malabas ang USP in time. And that is a lesson sa baka snipers natin, Salvatore. Mag-colt na kayo.
Huwag yung ilagay sa knife yung quick switch. Oh my Diyos, Woos. Napakalungkot para ka kay Woos. Binte, braso, either way, piso pa rin na natira kay Folex. And, you know, 1 shot, 1 kill sana, pero 1 shot, 2. Oh, grabe, CBN, double kill. Yaba gets the trade pero MVA now punishes dun sa pumatay kay CBN. 4v2 now, Aldrin and Woos to really use some help right now. Lalo't magkahiwalay nga sila, no? Pero Woos tumidiskarte na para nga sa kanya. Pwede nga sila magduelo dito ni Yotib na nagbobogaan nga talaga sa isa't isa. Woos aalis na nga, not forcing the fight, and Yotib, amazing anticipation no? Nahanap niya kagad dito yung ikot ni Woos and as well as Aldrin. And Folex might be able to see this pag in-scoutan niya nga tong CA na to. So, huge challenge para nga kay Aldrin na maklear ang HM. Woos still playing the anti-lurk. Napakalalim nga ni Aldrin. Is he in a position for a trade? Folex! Hindi ganun kalalim. Pero dito mama yung crouch pick. Aldrin now with the trade. Buhay pa rin. 100 HP. Can it still be doable para sa CBF? Kaso Yotib nakita! Sa wakas, nagbunga din yung paglalaro niya ng CA dito as he finds Aldrin. Execration ay complete dismantling sa loob ng Angkara.
Yun yung sinasabi natin kay Utib, pare. He doesn't really need big numbers to perform for shots like that. Mas importante sa kanya ang panalo dito. But at the same time, CBN, he's been waiting for that green light papunta na second mid. And speaking of green light, pare, Yotib spotting Tetsu na nasa long. Aldrin is in danger. Pero MBA mahuhulog Aldrin. Pretty good hold from him so far. Pero hindi niya alam si Yotib na andito sa boxes, naka-hold sa yellow angle. Justin will be getting Woos. Pero Yaba, lumalaban pa kay Folex. Aiden all the sudden behind enemy lines. Paano ka nakarating dun, pare? A 2 versus 1. Hayden looking for the C4. CBN mapapapick na lang and they are just gonna use their superior numbers and the superior bodies on the side of Execration. And it's a 10-5. Angkara will go their way. CBF could not guess their way out of that one, pare.
Pero manghihinayang ka talaga sa performance ng CBF no? Considering ilang rounds yung nabitawan nga nila para makuha na Execration pabalik nga yun no? Kind of sad to see na CBF is faltering from over their own pressure and as well as their own mindset, no? Na baka naninibago lang talaga sila sa matchup. No, this is not a different matchup para kay Tetsu. Lalong-lalo na dito kay Aiden, it's definitely familiar. Pero kung meron mga pinagkaiba, it's definitely the gap of the two snipers. Woos did not have the best time sa loob nga ng Angkara at nakita ni Yotib yun bilang advantage. And Blue team was just hitting some insane shots para ma-force kagad ang 5v4. That is the distinct advantage na meron ng Execration eh, no? If they can play defense, they can guarantee you the pick. Pag hindi ka nila kinakailangan, they can play the retake. Pero pag agahan naman nila yung pushes, they have CBN eh, no? There is nothing that can go wrong para sa Execration na hawak nga nila lahat ng parte ng mapa from both BLN as well as GR. Grabe Execration, what an amazing performance.
Yeah, it also kind of helps no na CBN and Folex are also performing just as expected dito sa series natin. I feel like one of the main reasons why kung bakit natalo nga sila up against itong matches last week was kind of the disappearance dito ni Folex, especially at the later stages ng game natin, and CBN wasn't getting the same opportunities that he was getting dun sa kanilang prior na Ankara map pare. So it's nice to see them kind of come back into the fray and be themselves dito sa mapa natin, let's just say. Kasi it is kind of peculiar to see na naka 0-6 dito si Paul, CBN is also on negative KD. So, this is them kind of, seeing their identity once again as Execration. And just like what I said, this is a good litmus test para nga sa kanila to go into yung group stage na natalo kayo sa matches, but you still have the number 1 spot to fight for, considering na you've only had 1 loss so far dito sa ating tournament. And I feel like that loss was definitely needed, Salvi, para dito sa Execration. I feel like they needed a humbling dito sa ating group stage before they get their britches too big, and nararamdaman ko na yung effects basically na everybody got humbled, everybody got their head down and just grinded dito sa ating mga practice days. And it kind of seems like they kind of solved that bit of a hesitation issue na nakita natin from before, pare.
Grabe, Execration tuloy nga ba ang laban dito, or will CBF still be able to force itong Black Widow nga natin? Puro tanong sa CBF as they still are in the trial period para makaabot ka sa ating playoffs, at gugustuhin na nga itong tapusin na Execration for them to get the last finishing maneuver. Grabe, Execration inside of Ankara was just that amazing, pero feeling ko may mas malalim pa na masasabi ang ating panel sa mga nakita nga nilang aksyon. Mochi and Bipolar, ano masasabi niyo sa laban?
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters, at parang dito lang pinatunayan that Execration, hawak nila ang beat and as well as ang flow dito sa mapa ng Ankara. And unfortunately here for CBF, it appears na parang medyo kinulang ata sila dito ng alas.
Yeah. Parang nakita natin dito CBF just not really winning the whole war, kasi kung isipin mo, umarangkada ating dalawang teams, both generals on each side sabi, tara, laban na tayo dito. This is D-Day on Ankara. But we never saw CBF little bit getting the advantage. Kasi kahit na outnumbered sila, kahit na outnumbered minsan dito Execration, minsan mas maganda pa yung hold dito ng CBF sometimes dito sa GR side. Grabe yung pagpita, just getting some place. There was one crucial point pa nga na parang I believe it's round number 4, round number 6 possibly, na kung saan may setup si MVA. If a flash niya mismo yung side, 3 people coming in from Execration magpupush sa vents, pero yung flash nagmintes, sumabit dun mismo sa may pader, sa taas ng pader dito ng EA, and they still outfrag Paul at that was impressive kasi kahit sa ganung point in time, they don't even need setups. They just need to out-aim itong CBF. Even here for Wuzdo, nahirapan siya dito at least to get some kills kasi sobrang active dito ni Yotim. Right off the bat, right off second half, dumada sa to on that GR side and BL side as well. But grabe din dito yung ating post-plan situation. There was like 3 times dito na 2v1 or 2v2. Ang ginagawa lang ng Execration, mag-hold lang dito sa may hotel side, mag-hold lang dito sa likod ng slope and wait for them to at least stop the defuse, Tapos, if someone dies, they have good retakes. But CBF, still, firepower mo na dito kay Eden, kaso kinulang nga lang, Tingnan mo naman, 13 kills and hit shots, it's still the best. It's still a good performance. Pero for everyone on Execration, they played well. So yeah, big questions coming into Comeback Friends kung kaya nga ba nila mapaabot to map number 3. But man, Execration, you're doing fine. They don't need to change anything.
Yeah, and it appears that there's just a bit more firepower than entering galing dito for Execration, just by basing sa mga moments na kahit na wala nga yung mga setup plays natin, talagang na-out-maneuver lang ng mga tutok. Minsan ganun na yung mga usapan natin dito, to the point that Comeback Friends has been able to do the necessary trades or at least magkaroon ng kapalit or collateral na space, no, para magkaroon ng further map controller, at least utilizing information na nakuha nila kontra dito from Execrations. But at the same time, here though, para sa ating MVP, it is going to be Paul, no? 1.40 ang taas ng kanyang headshot per kill, no? 71% and then 84.6% na rating, which just shows na, again, kung labanan lang ng tutok ang usapan, no, ay sadyang may kalamangan siya dyan.
You know what, Mochi? I have to commend here, Folex. Not just for sa performance niya ngayon, but hindi na ito yung Folex na nakikita nating group stage Folex na tinawag ko lasing na past 3 Masters ago or from the recent Masters, multiple Masters. Parang Folex has been falling, rising, falling, rising. Ngayon, Folex is just rising all above sa ating mga teams, especially kapag makasama niya dito is gonna be top teams just like CBF, no? So yeah, great performance for him. 71% na, or 0.71 na headshot percentage is insane. Especially na puro nga heavy fraggers tong katapat niya on CBF, no? He still gave a great performance. So yeah, congratulations to Folex. Pero tingnan natin kung papalag pa rin ba sila dito sa Eagle Eye.
Exactly. Kaya malalaman natin maya-maya if Comeback Friends will be able to find the necessary equation para masolve itong problemang ito. Malalaman natin yan kung 2-0 na to o dadalhin tayo sa ating huling mapa after this quick short break. ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakapuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets the double. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Kaya pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action. masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Fervid and Trace here dito sa house.
Ano dyan, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP.
Narito na tayo muli, no? It is still our match of Execration versus Comeback Friends. Wherein earlier on, kung hindi mo nakita, they've been able to take over ang ating mapa ng Ankara in a clean fashion, no? Na 10-5. Wherein Paul has been able to become our MVP para sa ating set na yon. At ang tanong natin ngayon is, do you think that it would be pretty much the same here para sa ating susunod na map? Or makakabawi kaya si CBF?
I feel like, ito nga, sinabi ko naman na parang Comeback Friends has a better eagle eye in my point of view just because of the uncertainty that they could give, especially dito up against Execration. And once nasa GR side dito yung Comeback Friends natin, may kita natin kung gagana nga ba uncertainty na yun. Kasi sometimes, it might be pretty hard to get out of your spawn or get out of your angles, no? Dito sa may A side, sa may high mid, or even dito sa may B side now for Comeback Friends. But all eyes again dito sa snipers natin. We have a map, an open map here, shorter than most maps, but it is an open map nonetheless kung saan pwede maging powerful si Yotib, pwede maging powerful si Wu. So let's see kung papalag nga bang ating mga teams. But yeah, it's gonna be an interesting eagle eye.
True, lalo na sa mga power positions na maaaring mailupagan din dati ng ating mga snipers dito, no? Kaya naman, it's time hand it over dito sa ating mga casters ngayon, Salvatore and Sneaky Frog.
Maraming salamat dyan sa ating panel. To no one's surprise, Sneaky, our set number 2 after Ankara is Eagle Eye. No? Para meron talagang kinikilalang pagbabago dito, no? Dito sa taon na to, not just mga pinapatumba ng mga teams mula sa taas. Gone are the days na puro Ankara new compound. Nandito na nga tayo sa era ng punong-puno ng Eagle Eye para sa dalawang teams na to. No? CBF and Execration, they have the same map pool, no? Pero ibang usapan na talaga kasi, no, Sneaks, pag dating talaga sa sino nga ba yung mas malakas pagdating talaga sa laruang namapan natin, no?
For sure, pare. And yun nga, according to statistics, it has been 2 maps para dito sa ating CBF, and obviously with a 50% win rate. Para naman dito sa Execration, they have won every single Eagle Eye na meron sila dito, pare, with a very impressive 6-7% stat line dito sa kanilang BL side, pare. So, napaka-impressive ng kanilang offense dito nga sa ating mapa ng Eagle Eye. Na I feel like it has been kind of the trend for the past few times na if you really have a good offense dito sa mapa ng Eagle Eye, you can get away with almost anything. Case in point yung Stallions natin. And ayun nga, I have a feeling na if Execration can kind of keep that exact same fire na nakita natin from the past few games and then the Eagle Eye, they can definitely win up against CBF. Pero you can never really count out CBF, no? Salvi, sa mga ganitong sitwasyon, granted na 10-5 yung kanilang talo sa first round, you know, you still cannot remove yung nangyari dito sa Swiss stage. Of course, you know, the Stallions versus CBF game where they went the distance, no? With Stallions winning at the end of it. Pero may baka moments dun na masasabi mo, men, malapit na sana yun. So, that's kind of the ceiling of CBF at the moment dito, pare.
And doon pa lang tayo umaasa, no? That is hope. Pero when it comes to hope, no? Yung mga ibang teams na talagang binigyan nga natin ng paubaya, binigyan natin ng plataforma to shine, currently right now resides in the corner of the room, no? Tulad na nga lang din ng FERVID nga ngayon, and CBF right now is just hoping na kung ano man yung napulot nga nila sa laban up against Stallions will definitely work up against Execution, no? Pero isa sa mga stats na nakita din natin dito Sneaky, no? For a map like Eagle Eye na GR-sided, mas mataas pa ang win rate ng BL ng Execration, no? So that just means a lot of flexibility para sa Exe, no? Pero bago yun, guys, comms muna tayo for CBF and Exe.
Nag-bomb rin na, no?
Sa amin. Wala tayong split etal. Gusto niya?
Wala.
Try ko silipin exit niya.
Yeah.
Taga lang. Tara, split tayo.
Smoking na ako.
That was the most words I've heard Yotib say sa lahat ng comms natin, pare. He is gonna peek exit. Pero kalmado lang. Kalmado.
Malipit dito, no? Kind of feels like na Execration has just a different Eagle Eye pag iba yung kalaban nila. For Stallions, there's something specific about sa LB Pero ngayon di man nila ginagawa ngayon. Gusto nga nila na HF control, nakapasok na nga sila ng lane. It's going to be a 3-man defense para sa side ng CBF, but can they make it work? Aiden makakuha nga ng isa. Gonna get the double kill now. Yotib with an amazing position para sa mga umiikot ng bunker, and they make it a 2v2. Sneaky Aiden and Yotib magkakasalubungan. Pero di naman yan mga magkamag-anak, pre. Aldrin parating pa lang ng exit, pero entrada na nga siya pasok ng site. Yotib now is gonna land the second shot with some insane flicks. Grabe naman, Execration. What an amazing decision para makapag-split.
Yun nga, man. That was almost a disaster, no? Kung napabayaan lang dito yung mid player natin to kind of flourish onto the site and kind of block off kung sino man na nasa harap nila dito, pare. Especially itong si Aiden, that would have been a done deal. Pero tignan mo naman ang posisyon dito ni Yotib. He was just a late lurk, actually. Dito sa may doghouse, covering yung buong push natin on the side of Execration. And a nice job he did do, as well as itong si CBN, who's also found his mark dito sa loob ng site. And Execration, tamang swarm lang dito sa A site, no, Salvi. Nothing too complicated. Dalawang players na lalabas, or actually tatlong players lalabas sa mid. At si Yotib nakanood lang dito sa long while there is someone monitoring the other side of the map, pare. So very nicely built yung ginawa dito ng Execration.
Build up wise, Execration once again wants to make this split sa LA na naman. There just needs to be some proactiveness para kay Justin na makuha nga tong kill na to and a potential trade inside of HM. Pwedeng ma-anticipate nga yun ni Justin, who's now good position dito lang sa may room A, pre. One, pero is only really good for one. Justin gets the rotating player. Execration, bukas na libro ang mapa para sa kanila at binabasa lang nila ang pag-ikot ng CBF sa mapa. This is why they have the 67% win rate as the BL side. Aldrin, left alone dito sa may bahay. Dulo na nga lang ng LA, mahihirapan pa siya makapasok kasi lahat ng Execration nasa taas. Bolex now gonna land a shot. Grabe, men. 2 rounds pinakita ng Execration. Paano umentry sa LA?
Yun nga, pare. And as soon as Justin actually got that mid player, no, pare, may kita mo naman yung desperation ng CBF para makakuha ng frag in return. Justin, peek left, peek right, pero may tao na nasa likod mo, pare. Aiden with his revenge. And he finally goes back into the site. Kailangan niya maging careful, pare. Si Yotib nakanood dito. But at the same time, dahil nga dun sa last round nga natin, no, pare, because Justin got that kill, ayun nga, they punish the moves right after. Kahit yung aggressive flank na ginagawa dito ng CBF, kuhang-kuha yan ng Execration. And speaking of kuha, pare, Woos taken out. Wala nang sniper ang ating CBF, pare. Ganda angle. Oh my God! Tetsu through the smoke and mirrors. Matatamaan sa dito ng TRG, pero CBN 1-for-1 with Aiden. Folex is gonna go down. Yaba, not a known entity dito sa bunker A. Pero i-check ko yung CBN. Aldrin, suspicious, pero siya pa nga mamamatay doon. Yaba spotted. Has the better angle. Kumpara nga dito kay CBN. Up, down, left, right. Ang gusto nilang daanan dito. CBN now on top A. Pero yung C4 naan dito sa long. Not much moves that you can do in this position. CBN, mapapahulog. Hindi sa mapapa-headshot. Masyadong magulo ang kanyang crosshair. Yaba with a very nice support timing. Will be getting that one. Nag-aantay lang siya ng perfect na posisyon at perfect na timing dun sa kanyang lugar dito sa A-site. And that will be the win. Pero A-site na naman ang pakay dito ng Execration. A lot more faster, looking like a stallion sa 8-take tapon habang tumatakbo. Dagan itong A-site para sa Execration. Aiden will be getting the first kill kay CBN. Flying USP para kay Folex. Yaba nasa sikip. Yaba will be down. And NBA, Folex just farming the rest of CBF. And 3-1 para sa Execration. 2-point lead para sa kanya. And CBF at the same time now starting to lose steam dito sa laruan natin. We're expecting a lot slower of a play from the side of Exe, pero CBF seems like they cannot figure out yung pacing na ginagawa ng Execration, kung mabilis ba o mabagal or meron bang early peak o wala. Tetsu down. The secondary sniper already out. Si Woos na dito pa sa top A and Yotib is actively looking for him. Uy, Yotib spotting! Wala na nga si Woos dito sa top A, and that is gonna make it entirely easier para sa Execration na mapunta nga dito sa A-site. Folex rounding the corner. Tapping away dito kay Aldrin. Bulag na bulag. Nice flash galing dito kay NBA. And Justin, full swing galing sa kanya. Justin from the behind. Aiden, is he suspicious? He's clueless dito sa second mid. And Yaba na lang natitira. And that would be an easy spray. Grabe, man. It has just been a one-sided affair so far on the BL side. And parang may rhyme and reason nga talaga kung bakit 67% ang BL win rate ng Execration. Pati yung mga hard swings dito ng CBF, their aggression, punished, expected, some might say, on the side of Execration. And CBF, maybe it is now high time to slow down, pero wala kasing slow down sa kanilang dictionaryo, pare. Gusto nila palagi mabilis dito. Aiden trying to send it through the window, pero maka-fail ang kanyang jump dito. Aldrin's gonna go down, pero Aiden, quick trade para sa kanya, pero stuck na siya dito sa loob ng hotel. Justin na knowing na available na yung mid. Woo's none the wiser. Justin, good patience galing sa kanya. Grabe na yung young veteran natin on the side of Execration. And Yaba, the last one left alive. Last time was a clutch, pero napakapangit ang sitwasyon kumpara kanina na nasa bunker A ka. And pakiramdam ko, this will be a dead attempt unless double spray para kay Yaba. 1 HP, NBA na lang natitira, 30 seconds to decide kung push pa to o hindi. But look at the patience galing kay Matt. Nakatayo lang siya dito sa rampa and anticipating na iikot dito si Yaba. Luging-lugi pa si Yaba unless he can get a very nice shot dito kay MBA. Pero di niya in-expect. Full ikot, full ping and a full headshot para kay Yaba. USP. Yan lang ang kailangan din dito para sa clutch natin, pare. 4-2. Welcome back, RB.
Ay men, talagang dinididos na ako ng CBF. Makita lang tong, hindi lang makita tong laro to, pero buti na nga lang nakabalik na ako. Men, CBF, saktong-sakto yung pagkabalik ko. Merong ginagawang malupit dito, no, si Yaba, and he definitely deserves his flowers dun eh, no? Pero did you see a bit of vanguard doon sa Execration and Yotib with an angle doon kay Woos? Men, rule number 1 pagkalapos mo Execration. Why the hell are you challenging Yotib sa mga angles nga na yun? Now, Execration, parang sa nakuha nga nilang space dun sa may LB, LA ang kanilang china-challenge. Grabe nga naman talaga. Tetsu now setting up the double Arctic para dito sa side ng CBF. Tetsu now with a bit of delay. Tetsu another shot dito lang sa basic kay Pre. Folex with a huge kill over to Yaba. Folex makakuha na nga ba ng space? Kitang-kita sa loob ng smoke. NBA now inside of top A. Hayden na lang.
Yun nga, men, dahil hindi nga makuha ni Tetsu itong si Yotib sa kabilang side ng mapa, pare. They instead assign Woos in his position. Pero Tetsu was also getting his 2 kills dito sa mapa natin, but at the same time, Execration, as soon as namatay si Yotib, men, the space was already gained para sa Exe. So it wasn't really a problem them losing Yotib in that situation kasi na-close na nga nila yung distance between them and the site. Sayang yun. It seems like Tetsu, balik tayo dito sa hotel and re-challenging kung sino man nandito, pare.
No way. Grabe naman yun, pre. And syempre si Tetsu, no, this was Yotib only getting 1 and Tetsu getting 2, but Tetsu's team ended up losing. So yeah, it was the presence dito ni Folex and CBN who was able to make those plays intact. NBA hitting some shots as well. At ito nga pala ang series na hindi mo talaga mapipigilan ang isang tarima ni Folex. Both on calling, making those 100% full confidence plays para dito kay Folex. So, buti na alam may mga backup player siya na maasahan mo nga din for the trades. Yotib now, 3 ang makakasalubong niya dito, no? Pero pinagtsatsagaan niya ang pick. Yun lang, sumala si Yotib sa di inaasahang pagkakataon. Now, 5v4. Di nga na-open up to ni Yotib, but there is still a possibility na mahanap na Execration ng trade na to. Kitang-kita sa uso kay Aiden with the fadeaway. Susunod din si Yaba. CBF with the kills. Justin na lang natitira, and it would have been an HM entry kung may mga buhay pa siyang kakampi. Pero naubos ang Execration sa LA.
Yun nga, Execration. He kind of gave CBF a bit of a freebie here at the start of the round. Nobody, you really do not want to give them, you know, the first move dito sa mapa natin. And Yotib will be punished for his sins this time na nakapick siya dito sa my hotel. Opportunity para sa CBF na mag-forward dito sa mapa natin. They're gonna try to create their own snowball, pero si Folex very well aware of this. Pero magiging aware ba siya, men, that there is more than one player pushing dito sa LB. Aiden spotted Folex hitting the headshot sa kanya. And Yaba finding Justin na nasa kabilang side ng mapa pare. They're testing both sides of the map para makita kung sino yung magpo-push. Tama si Folex at si MBA makukuha si Tetsu pare 2 versus 3.
Pero pisong Yaba no? Technically feels like a 1v3 at this point.
That's an H.
But there's a possibility na makapag-spray doon pa dito si Yaba. Fire in the hole para dito kay Yaba. Sa bunker ka pa talaga nagtago. Kitang-kita nga naman. Sa linaw ng mata ng Execration. It was a good clear nonetheless. This was amazing flick. Good for 1v2 na nga ngayon si Booz. Nabalak pa talagang magpa-lane but that is a bad spot. Pwede nga siya makorner nga siya dito with the left and right setup ng Exe. MVA crouch peeking. Sakaling mahanap nga siya. Masyadong alam ko nasaan nga si Wooz. It's just too obvious. Pero Folex nandoon sa dulo. Pero si MVA ang tatapos. Another round ng Execration na ipapamalas nga nila sa CBF na hindi magiging madali ang sarili niyong map.
Yeah, man. It's a really good recovery, especially how the start round went. Doon namatay na si UT, but still, they do the reactions here. The bomb,
C4 base, oh. C4 base.
Meron pa isa sa hotel, yung Aldrin. Meron pa sa akin yung Aldrin. Laban ako nga.
Try nyo labanan, tol.
Tapos si Mato.
Dalawa?
Dalawa.
Yaba tsaka Aldrin, babatay siya.
Ay, may likod.
Matalaw.
Hotel pa.
Wait, Aldrin.
Ako ba narinig ko? Sabi ni Justin, yung Aldrin.
I think alam nila yung galawan ni Aldrin for sure. For this specific angle. Oh!
Yaba, may entry. Pero teka lang, Yotev with his third kill of the round. Habang nagko-coms nga sila, si Yotev nagahasik na nga. Now, MVA finds the rotation. Grabe nga naman yun. Ano pong ginagawa ni MVA sa spawn ng kanyang mga kalaban. Pero syempre, in the most unexpected way, si Yotev mamamatay. Uy! What a challenge, pre! EBR yan! Ginagawa niyo HK! Buti na nga lang may katabing TRG at naging 1v1 pa nga to Sneaky with Yaba. A lot of time in the world para isiping pwede pa tayo mag-A-side.
Siguro nakita yun sa deathcam, no? 100% na nakaswing dun si Yaba para kay MVA hit a bit of cheeky free fire. Ayun lang. Situation at hand dito, Salvatore. It's a 1 versus 1. Yung C4 nasa base as is was repeated by Justin na nasa loob ng comms natin, pare. And the map has flipped on its entirety. Aiden nag-flank siya kanina sa doghouse and then he got flanked and then another guy got flanked. You know, the classic CBF GR side na pare na is it even a GR side in the first place? 48 seconds left. Yaba, maraming papag-isipan pare. MVA, not really needed to think much. Dito sa 1v1 natin pare. The C4 is right next to him.
Ando na yung Arctic, di mo pa napulot.
That's such a hard angle to clear, pare.
Pre, kasi kahit saan actually, no? Kahit Arco, kahit LB, pwede nga makapag-react agad si MVA just based off the HP na meron nga siya.
Wala ba one shot?
Oh, Yaba. Magkakatagpuan na nga sila. Yaba, nakaltukan pa. Now, Yaba, with an amazing reposition. Teka lang, si MVA natamaan nga din, but MVA will be having the last laugh of that bout. Very awkward. Para nga sa CBF na mangyari nga yung ganong sitwasyon na maiwan ng LA. So yeah, nice shot para sa Exe from both MVA and as well as Yotev. Pero napakadikit no round din, ha?
Napakadikit nga pare, Folex. Uy, ikaw na sumasala kay Tetsu pare. Masyado ng confident yan. At masyado kang confident dito, Salvatore. Ano, Folex, man, alam kong magkatropa kayo ni Tetsu dati pare. Pero parang Tetsu moves yung nangyari dito sa hotel. And, alam mo, Salvi, hindi ko siya i-flame. Kasi naiintindihan ko yung push na yun eh. Kasi, syempre, 7-3 na. Kita mo yung score. Mapapaisip ko talaga, try ko nga to. Try ko nga angle na to.
Syempre, no, gagawin ni Folex yun. Ang taong nag-spawn malapit sa exit. Yes, bro. Yes.
Oh my God!
Oh, Yotev, what a headshot! Nakalimutan natin may laro na gaganap. And now, Aiden cleans up the miss with a double kill. And the most randomest of sequences, bigla nag-lock in yung CBF eh, no?
May lumitaw na pangalan dun, Salvi. Tinira na lang dito ni Bossing Yotev on that metal box guy. I cannot believe na meron palang angulo dun, pare. I knew na you could kinda see the head pag di ka nakakrouch, pero nakakrouch yung tao dun eh. Di na nag-push, men. He learned his lesson.
Di na afford, di na kailangan. Huwag nyo nang gawin.
Oh, I like
Huwag
this.
mo nang isipin na mag-hotel pre.
You see the setup,
Just
Salvi?
leave it, man.
Pang-counter to sa sa 3-man pick nila pa hotel sa CBF. Oh, Execration. They're kind of cooking ng practices nila, pare. I actually like what I'm seeing.
Pero teka lang pre, dudungaw si Youtube potentially. Actually, hindi nga. Isasabon nga lang sila magkikita-kita. Aldrin na possible entry. Boga si Aldrin. Now, Folex with the pick. Ayun pre, nakad sila lahat. Dito for CBF's LB entry. Woos, nice anticipation. Masyado nag-init si Youtube. All the information kung saan nakatambay si Folex. Pero men, what a chokehold of a round ng Execration.
And I can't blame Yotib for that kind of risk. Obviously, pag tumama siya doon, it's a 5 versus 2. That's an insurmountable situation at this point. Pero 4 versus 3 is still looking very winnable. And plus, may information rin kung saan potentially paputi baka players natin. Folex. Naku po, tumira si Yaba bigla. Folex will be backing off on the B side. A bit suspicious na merong ibang movement na nangyayari dito. Pero tignan mo naman si Justin sa mid-min. Hindi na tinatantanan yung mid. Parang alam nila dadaan doon si Das.
Pre, ang malupit kasi dito pre, there is so much space na pwedeng kunin ni Justin na kahit saan siya pumunta, magiging maganda to for the lurk. Woos challenging it at si Justin naginit. Not opting for the lurk, kinalaban niya lang dito ang Arctic. Now, aided still with a fast reaction time. Kinakalaban niya pa nga talaga si MVA. MVA not hitting, masyadong gawa sa bakal ang hagdan ng stairs. Hindi iuubra yung EBR niya dito. Now, it's all down to a 2v3 scenario para sa Exe. CBF. Wait lang ha. HM is a possibility. Woos! Pwede mong mahanap yung pick. Kaso ka lang di ka naman tumingin sa corner. And now Execration 2v1 Yaba. Parehong piso ang lahat na wala ng bala ng USP. Meron pa naman pala sa EBR. Yaba, what just happened? The fumble of his life. Execration. Paano? Ngunit dahil sapagkat kayo nanalo doon.
Grabe naman yun pare. Nagbumukhang Black Widow B, no? Tamang patago-tago lang dito sa cover. Pre-fire. Crouch, jump. Lahat nakita natin at that point. Aiden, suspicious na merong push na mangyayari dito at tama ang kanyang suspicions dito. CBN will be falling down. Pero Folex also suspicious. Merong action na nagaganap sa kabilang side ng mapa. After Tetsu pumasok sa maling lugar. Headshot galing dito kay Folex. Justin will be getting woos pero Aldrin finally getting the trade. Yaba, bit of a trap. And Justin will be falling into it. And Aldrin nakita na si Yotib. The proactivity between yung dalawang players natin is unreal. MBA, the only man who can stop this entire round from happening, pare. Winnable pa to, men, in all honesty.
Considering MVA's stature and MVA's clutch performance, no, pwede nga naman talaga 11-6 right now. If there's any player right now in the lobby na kaya makapag-clutch, it's definitely
Reed?
Si MVA. Can he get the read? 1v2. Oh, reload din na bad spot. Bakit ka sa kalagitnaan ng araw? Sa tirik ka nagre-reload, MVA. Makikita pa natin na matagal ang Eagle Eye.
Right read, wrong time, Salvi. Feeling ko alam na ni MVA na nakatrap sa C4 yung or nakadrop yung C4 dito sa base kaya sobrang natagalan tong CBF sa kanilang pagka-plant dito and MVA obviously trying to cut off yung rotation potentially on the A site. And it seems like X has still a long road to go dito sa Eagle Eye 2.0. 2 EBRs and 2 HKs. Para dito sa X at the same time, whole lot more HKs than EBRs para sa CBF. And I feel like Yaba's been very effective with that one specifically. No, pare, 14-8. Sa laruan natin. Whoa, spotting Yote, ball on!
Uli, dalawa. Pero teka na, CBF, hindi pa rin sila matinag-tinag, pre. Grabe nga naman talaga ang pagsipa ng silinyador dito, no, for CBF. 4 down with a burst of fire entry para sa CBF. And those are amazing duels, ha? Para sa side ng CBF. But, teka lang, this is Folex. We're talking about a little bit of fall damage. Bago nga siya makapasok, good clear para kay Folex. But Woos, Crosshair, train, kita ang barrel, and there goes the macro adjustment para dito kay Woos. Now, CBF not faltering Execration forced a timeout para nga sa kanila. Kasi pre, hindi na umuubra yung ginagawa nga nilang pagbabantay lang ng site. No? They still need to be active on the dueling end of CrossFIRE. Can see them struggling. Na wala ngang pag napipila si Yotiv, I feel like nag-i-scatter na lang nga palayo dito ang Execration.
Yeah, and to reference lang dito no Salvatore, 'di ba? This is also the exact same side na nahirapan tong Stallions dito sa CBF. So, there is rhyme and reason no, kung bakit 56% na kanilang win rate dito sa BL other than the fact na it is a slightly more BL-sided map depending on who you ask. Pero, ayun nga no, I feel like yung lakas talaga ng CBF really lies on the BL side more than anything. Feeling ko mas less na papunish yung kanilang opening mistakes. Just like, ayun, nakikita natin galing kay Tetsu and galing dito kay Aiden, no? To try and see if they can kind of open up the map. There's a lot more creativity, kumbaga, pag hawak na nila yung kanilang opensa dito. Kasi when you're holding the BL side, men, kagaya nga na sinabi ni Ninkyu earlier, no? He does prefer the BL side kasi meron silang control ng game. And CBF, when you do have control of the pace, no? And the pace is all over the place, pare. Ay nga, mahihirapan talaga yung Execration to do their usual reads dito sa mapa natin. And you can kinda see the curveballs na nilalabas na dito ng CBF. Earlier, nakita natin Aiden just faking A-site on his own. We already saw that from yung last game dito ng CBF. And that is one of yung kanilang marquee na strat of just Aiden go kill A, dito kami na landing sa mid at B. Whatever the result is, yun nga, no, dun tayo kukuha ng panalo potentially. So, ayun nga, CBF is now starting to pull out yung, the deeper parts of their playbook dito sa mapa natin, pare.
I mean, we went from 8-4 to now 6-8 just because Aiden and Tetsu, no? Naisip ka nila, what if we just entry, no? Tetsu, wag mo nang isipin ng IGL ka. Maki-entry ka na nga lang din sa amin. And guess what happened, no, Sneaky? They got better mid-rounds. They got better vision of the game itself. And feeling ko it took a bit of weight sa likod ni Tetsu, do knowing na ang itang i-report niya na nga lang na, uy, bakante na yung ganito, bakante na nga yung ganyan. And it's an easy call para kay Wus na, huwag ka nang gagalaw dyan, pre, hawakan mo na lang yung angle na dapat mong hawakan. So, CBF is taking less of the efforts, no, para talaga mas maging malalim pa yung comms. But in return, they got very good margins sa kanilang pag-i-entry, no. So, if CBF's direction of winning is like that, I can see them tying the game. Pero alam naman natin ang kalibre ng Execration after their timeouts, no, Sneaky. So, feeling ko CBF trial period to once again para subukan nga nila yung LA pushes na ginagawa nila kanina pa. But hey, nothing can go wrong pag gusto nga nila ng HM fights. No?
Oh, HM fights indeed is what they're gonna get. NBA, kitang-kita na ang buong angkan dito ng CBF na gusto mag-push ng high mid. Aiden with the cut rotation. At ito yung sinasabi ko kanina sa Albi, iniiwan lang nila si Aiden sa A-site. And it's created this very winnable situation para sa CBF and Execration despite the timeout. Still could not figure out what's going on dito, men. Pero, Volex can make it all possible. Spotted na yung Ramps player pero kailangan niya hanapin kung sino man ang pangalawa dito. Second mid is gonna be the way to go. Yaba, Aiden both on the ramp side pero worried si Volex, no, since nakaplant pang spawn etong C4 natin na meron pang paparating sa kanyang likod. Volex tumipat. Pero suspicious naman si Yaba. 13 seconds left. Drop shot. Not gonna hit this time. 7-8. Comeback friends. Staying true to their name, pare.
Definitely, no, wala namang sinasabuhay pa na pangalan dito ang CBF kundi yung comeback mismo, no. They are a bunch of friends pero men, comeback is their number one directive right now. Sabi ko nga pre, HM fights will be good para sa CBF at dapat din nila katakutan yun. Grabe Aiden, maaasahan ka talaga sa mga anggulong yan. Good decision for Tetsu to let him be dun sa may LA, pre. Pangalawa, it was definitely Yaba and Wus just clearly having a very good feel of the game, no? Nahuli si Wus at nahanap nga nila kagad no? Tetsu now going back to the Hydra Pro Team days, entering para sa mga kakampi niya. Aiden with the kill. Now Yaba with another one as well at Execration nahihirapan pahanapan ng butas ang mapang to. Hindi nila masarado-sarado, Sneaky. And comeback friends, 8-8.
Oh, yung mga ganyan mga entry pare. Naalala ko Tetsu, he was showing me his double kills sa new combat with the HK at sinabi niya, galing ko diba no? That's the exact same vibe na nakita ko dun sa mapa natin. Tetsu just trying to prove that he can also entry as the IGL. And speaking of the IGL pare, Tetsu slowly moving forward. Justin expecting pero nagkamali pa nga siya ng tira dito. Volex mag-isa lang dito sa hotel. He's dancing around the bar trying to see if he can survive. Woo's headshot! Folex playing for life at this point. Aldrin playing for B-side. Nakita na si MVA. 3 versus 3. Execration still fully able to have a chance dito sa round natin due to the numbers. Pero yung B-side, nawawalan na sila ng control dito pero wala pang plant na nangyayari. CBF looking for another confirmation before the C4 finally approaches itong B-site natin. And I think hinahanap pa nila yung player na possibly na nagpa-flank. Maybe from the hotel, maybe from the high-mid side. Pero 34 seconds, man. Not much time.
Anything we learned about CBF, it's definitely their post plant no na talagang isang malaking barya lang. Folex tumagal sa hotel and he got the lurk at makakatakas ka si Aldrin with 67 HP. Folex pangat na nga. 15 seconds now. Aldrin hawak pa rin ang USP. Folex repositioning pa 2F pre. 8 seconds left. And all the time Folex niratulan si Aldrin. And Execration finally breaks through.
Yun lang, and that's probably a dead round, pare. We are missing a player from the Execration side, pero okay lang naman yun. Execration finally getting a map point dito sa ating mapa. At nakita mo dun, Min, si Aldrin, parang minsan ko lang makita, Min, na natataranta siya kasi ang pangit ng kanyang position dito sa mapa. And Folex with the timing from the backside, napakaganda, pare. He was waiting for the entirety of CBF to be distracted from all the side fights na nangyari dito. And he got the right timing in that position. One tap pa yung last kill, no? And that was a sure shot para sa kanya. It went golden as well. So, Execration, they have avoided yung curveball ng CBF. Papasok ng ating late game no sa Alvi with Tetsu and the boys is trying to send it dito sa hotel. Obviously, the flank almost worked. Pero Folex is really good at playing for life dito, pare. At nang iniwan nila itong hotel dito sa kamay ng isang player, Folex binalikan na yun. Grabe, men. It was just a good looking round overall para sa kanila, pare. It just is weird na it ended up on a 1 versus 1, pare. Kasi halos equal yung fights nga dun.
Grabe, men. CBF. Mapapa-OT kayo. Kailangan nyo mag-OT. And are we fully aware kung ano nga ba ang kalidad ng CBF sa loob na OT? Merong onting pag-angat actually sa quality of life na meron nga sila for OT and they really need that overtime so bad. Pero may Execration with one heck of a clutch para nga kay Folex na pangawangan lang ang hotel na parang siya may-ari nga nito. It was a good throw-off moment para sa CBF na okay, magpapares yan si Folex, men. Pwede ka nandun tumingin. And grabe, men. Walang nakapansin sa kanya. I feel like nakalimutan nga lang talaga nila ng gusto dito si Folex. And that was a crucial play na talagang pag naging 1v1, you bet itong buong bahay mo no, na Execration nga talaga ang mananalo dun sa mga ganong klaseng labanan. And under the pressure, Execration can still perform. Kumpara nga naman sa CBF, no? They were under the pressure at one point to tie the game. Pero to break itong kanilang kamalasan sa loob nga ng Eagle Eye, that's a different story na mismo Execration na nagpatunay hindi nyo kaya gawin yan, men. It was 4-8, 8-8, and then now 9-8 finally around para sa side ng Execration, no? Pero dito pa talaga sa part na there could be a potential overtime, no? MVA and Justin doing their best, sustaining their lives. Palagi silang napipilas nga dito, no? So, siyempre, saan sila aasa dito para makabawi ang Execration? It has to be Folex, men, with that huge recovery, no? CBF, amazing entries from Tetsu. Ganun pa rin, sneaky yung sakit nila sa Swiss. Tetsu can open up the site as walang nako-convert na mas malaking space pa.
Ayun nga, pare. They were kind of just stuck in their own mud, no? Dito sa mapa natin. And it does kind of suck to see, no? Kasi ang ganda na ng start round nila dun sa Alvi. Not gonna lie. They got hotel control. Nakuha na nila si Justin. Pero si Folex, yun nga, kumulit nga lang dito. Somehow playing for life the entire time. And obviously, I feel like yung call medyo nagpanic dun para dito kay Tetsu kasi hindi nila in-expect na yun yung mangyayari dito kay Folex, no? So pinadiretso na lang dito si Aldrin dito sa B-site. And the whole minimap has gone topsy-turvy for a few times dito sa mapa natin. We even saw dun sa first GR round natin kanina para dito sa Execration na MVA was all the way in the base ng kalaban. So, I think calling this Eagle Eye conventional in any sense of the word, pare, is definitely not the right adjective to do so, no? Pakiramdam ko, we do have to play some weird CF para lang, makakita tayo ng baka slight leads galing sa mga players natin. And yun nga, Execration, you still have to expect that CBF might be doing something very cheeky dito sa mapa natin. I have a guess na it's either gagawin nila yung kanilang Ender strat sana dun sa Stallions, pare, where magko 4 LB sila at I think 4 LB, 1 second mid, and they're just gonna rush on in kung sino man nasa loob ng hotel. Or, I think CBF is gonna do Stallions A, pare. Those are the two options na meron dito yung Execration on the read.
Let's see. There's still a possibility here, no, for CBF to break through dito, no, sa kanilang kinalalagyan nga nila sa loob nga ng Eagle Eye. Pero man, nothing but the best para dito sa boys ng CBF kasi they still have a match with Stallions tomorrow. At wala nang mas nakangailangan pa ng panalo dito kundi CBF pa mismo kasi isang malupit na gasolina to para sa CBF na makuha ang Eagle Eye and eventually Black Widow, no? And remember, Black Widow up against Virtus Pro? Yes, pre. Ganun na naman no? So, this set of maps na nilalaro ngayon ng CBF is definitely familiar pagdating talaga sa pressure, sa mga sitwasyon, at sa mga kinakailangan gawin para talaga manalo, no? And CBF right now is in a mix of what should we do. Men, parang blessing in disguise na nga tong dead round na to, no, for both Execration and CBF, pero mas kinakailangan tong blessing ng CBF because the allotted time para isipin tong play na to na it's going to be a hit or miss, pre, na it's going to be a hell in a cell para dito sa CBF, no, hanggang hindi pa sila nakakatakas dito, pre, it's going to be pure hot, parang pure hit talaga rather, no, for CBF. And if there is going to be any movement, no, it has to be the start of Tetsu again, pre. Dalawang rounds yan na pinapakita na maasahan siya sa entries. Despite the absence of Woos and Aldrin dito nga sa mapa na to, it's incredibly close, Nikki. No? At yun yung may bibigay ko dito kay Tetsu at kay Aiden. No? They're making this game single-handedly close para sa side ng mga kakampingan nila. No? So, CBF, let us continue the stride para sa potential overtime round. And for Execration, let's see kung ano nga bang iuubra ng kanilang play nila dito. No? Because Execration right now, parang you can always bank on MVA or even kay Justin dun sa rotation nga nila to make sure na mapapasakan nila yung round na yan.
Ayun nga, no? I feel like it really is up to the veterans, low-key, on both sides of the map, pare, no? Kasi napaka-tense na ng situation natin dito, no, pare? And I feel like it was very fitting na si Paul pa yung nakapanalo na 1v1 dito sa B-side natin. Kasi I feel like, you know, you'd be kind of down in the dumps, no? Especially considering your performance from last week. And I feel like, you know, that kind of shot will definitely give you a boost of confidence bilang isa sa mga more aggressive players nga dito na Execration, no? So I hope to see maybe something galing sa kanya in this, you know, possible final round in regulation natin, pare. And ayun nga, I feel like CBF is still definitely doable, no? Para nga sa kanila, pare, but they just need one really good read dito nga sa buong mapa nga natin, pare. And I feel like, you know, especially pagdating naman sa BL side, no, it was evident the entire BL side na meron nga sila dito. They do have BL sets, pare. They do know what to prioritize dito sa mapa natin, especially when it comes to the A takes. Ayun nga, nagkakamali lang sila dito sa kanilang execution midway, no? And curiously enough, no, Salvi, that was one of the few times na nakita natin, or actually saw this adjustment. Nag-adjust dito si MVA. Siya na yung high mid player instead of si Justin. So, baka may attempt yan to try and preserve Justin's life as much as possible, especially knowing how good he is pagdating dito sa late game natin, pare.
Well, a good call actually, you know, for Execration to make that subtle adjustment, no? Kasi I feel like mas maasahan nga nila, yes, you're definitely correct, no, na mas maasahan nga nila si Justin for the rotation, at kung maalay man si MVA, no, I feel like mas okay yun kay MVA na mapilas nga siya. I feel like he will be able to micromanage the team much more easily rather than, you know, doing two things at once. No, kaya pre, the question is right now for Execration, with the time that we're experiencing right now, no, is it going to be a momentum swing para sa CBF o ipagpapatuloy ng Execration yung naipon nga nilang lakas from that Folex clutch to? So, pure question marks here. And then, para talaga sa side ng Execration, ang iniisip ko na nga lang dito, no, is CBF right now is hanging by the balance. At kailangan nga talaga nilang umangat nga dito, no? Kasi if not, man, that is an embarrassing exit, no, for a 2-0 for CBF, who already has a bit of an edge sa kanilang kinatatayuan nga ngayon, no? Pero bago nga tayo dumako sa laro, mga kaibigan, no, pasensya na po, no, sa ating emergency dead round, at inaayos na nga po ng both CBF and Execration ang kanilang mga technical difficulties. Rest assured po na makakabalik nga po tayo sa laban mayat maya pag na-resolve na nga po to sa both parties nga po natin. Once again, pasensya na nga po sa aberya nga na to. Wag na wag po kayo mag-alala, 9 to 8 kauralan nga tayo para sa side ng Execration as well as CBF. Later on, may kita nyo nga sila maglaban, pero sa ngayon, samahan nyo nga muna kami ni Sneaky dito sa onting daldalan kasi nga there's going to be a mouthful para sa Execration and CBF. Ang dami natin pag-uusapan dito, no, Sneaky, especially from the idea na, men, CBF, humabol nga kayo pero men, di man lang kayo lumamang, no? Grabe naman yun.
Alam na yan ng mamamayang Pilipino natin, no, Salvatore, pagdating ng 8 PM, doon na nagkakasabit yung internet natin pare, and I feel like it's not just XF, I feel like it's nationwide as well na pag tumaas nga yung usage bigla, no, there's gonna be a bit of glitching going on. So hopefully makakabalik sila just in time dito sa mapa natin, especially knowing kung sino yung player na nawala, no. If I'm not mistaken, that was either si CBN or itong si Justin, and you wouldn't want to lose either player, no, especially when it comes to yung kanilang laggy na setups pare. So we're trying to fix that as much as possible nga dito sa ating mapa. So Eagle Eye still has yet to conclude dito sa ating map number 2, and the fact na the timing of this as well, no, is actually very ill-timed kasi yun nga, we're on the 9 to 8, and ayun nga, just gave a bit more time bago pa tayo makarating sa crescendo natin pare, kung OT ba talaga to or will this be finished in regulation.
We've talked about Execration and CBF, no? Pero dito muna tayo sa ating community side. Shoutout ka pala to the homie Boss J. Bites. Suot-suot kayo ng ating reverse stitching ng Sunday Shrooms clothing line. Pero teka lang, Polex lumabas ng HM nang wala man lang papaalam dito. At ngayon sumabog na ka siya sa pira-piraso. What an opener by Execration!
Deja vu, Salvatore, ganito rin natalo yung CBF nung Swiss stage. Ganun din sila natalo, just a mid-peak from every STS member galing dito sa kanilang team men, and it seems like Execration, sinabi lang, we can do the exact same thing and we might just win it, and they might just be right, Salvatore. Yaba and Aldrin, the last two left alive, and tignan mo naman yung Execration, full control of the mid side, and feeling ko wala na silang paki kung makuha nila tong B site. They can just go for a 4-man retake, or si Otip na lang bahala dito. Crouch peek, getting Aldrin on the swing. Nandun na siya sa hagdan pare, natamaan niya pa yun.
Grabe pre, pinapaalala ng Execration ang multo ng CBF sa isang sayang, sa isang muntik na, sa isang sana ito na lang nangyari para sa CBF. Yaba, 1v3, nagawa mo kanina, gagawin mo dapat ngayon, pero si Yotip gagawa ng panibagong kwento at panibagong panapos. Execration denying the comeback of CBF. They close out the series 2-0.
And that is just living proof that Execration has come into this group stage with business unfinished dito pare. Granted, natalo sila dito up against MATTJESS, but the recovery up against CPF was definitely well needed para ka sa kanila dito pare. I don't know if you hold the same belief, no, Salvi? Kagaya na sinabi ko kanina, I feel like Execration needed that loss up against itong MJ. Kumbaga parang wake-up call, no, para sa kanila na, hoy, madami pang malalakas dito sa liga natin. This is not gonna be free. Every single team needs to be prepared for, and they prepared for CBF exactly, no pare. I feel like we kinda got a glimpse of it dito sa comms natin, no, nang sinasabi nila, uy, si Aldrin, mag-Aldrin sa dito, mag-Aldrin sa ganyan. They knew how to counter Aldrin, and of course, Aldrin being one of the key players dito ng CBF, no. I feel like if Aldrin does not work, the entire offense does not work as well, and once it crashed and burned, ayun lang, CBF crash, burned, finished yung kanilang Eagle Eye map dun pare, and it's just unfortunate to see, no, kasi ang ganda na ng kanilang regulation time. It was 8 to 8, the comeback was real, pero once again natalo sila sa Eagle Eye with a mid-massive galing dito sa Execration, similar to STS. That's gotta hurt, man, kasi deja vu yan.
Grabe, no, pre. Isang masakit na alaala ang maaalala dito ng CBF, at napakalala nga naman nun, Sneaky, no, na CBF, it did not happen once. It happened twice. Isang attacker na naisip lang bumaba ng HM, rumekta ng Dormid at ubusin ng lahi ng kalaban, ang parehong sinapi dito ng CBF sa kanilang katapusan, no, sa laban nga na to, men. Grabe, Tetsu, parang hindi ka ata makakatulog na mahimbing sa ganyan, kasi papaalala ko lang din bukas, makakalaban mo yung team na gumawa sa'yo nung unang beses nun, pre, at akalain mo nga naman, no, napaka full circle moment, pre, para gawin ng Execration nga yun, no? Pero that is it for the series, no. Grabe, man, Execration with a huge loss laban nga sa matches, no, entering into the series. May dala nga silang galit, no, at nilabas nila lahat to laban sa CBF. Pero yun na nga lang oras namin dito ni Sneaky, no, ipapasa na nga namin dyan sa ating panel. Pero bago yun, shoutout nga pala Auxilium Clothing as well as Sunday Shrooms. Maraming salamat sa panonood. Ipapasa na nga namin dyan sa ating panel dyan na si Mochi and Bipolar, na for sure marami masasabi dyan sa laban ng CBF and Exe. Kaya Mochi and Bipolar, kayo naman.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters, and boy oh boy, I couldn't agree more than the fact na this could have hurt a lot dito, no, for
Yeah.
Comeback Friends. Kasi biro mo, despite such a clean record, again, the trial of fire unfortunately hasn't been passed against the Execration bipolar.
Yeah. Mochi, it's been undefeated itong Eagle Eye ng Execration. They've been really much flying up towards the skies kung saan hindi nila walang makakatibag sa kanila. But it was closer than expected. No? I mean, we expected an overtime here after seeing CBF's stint dito sa kanilang second half side. Pero wala. After just a clear timeout, sabi ng Execration, uubusin namin kayo to a point na ang makakapatay lang sa amin ay bomba ng granada or bomba ng C4. And what else can we say? It's just beautiful outplaying. Pero I'm just really concerned coming from CBF, no, especially here coming from Moose, kasi para siya ditong first episode ng Avatar. Hanggang first episode lang kasi he vanished and that's it. And what else can we say? It's really it's really tough kasi kung isipin mo yun, meron man double TRG sniper dito on both sides natin. You have Tetsu, you have Woos, you have NVA, and you have Yotid. Pero still, Yotid prevailed so much, Mochi. Ang dami niya ditong surprising kills to a point na I would tell everyone na check nyo nga yung PC niya ni Yotid kasi parang may kung may kababalaga na dyan eh. But everybody, it was just so well played. Just like this, no, BL side for Execration was so unstoppable. Pero kinailangan dito ni Yaba na gamitin lahat ng lakas niya para lang makakuha ng round wins dito ang buong CBF. I would like to say as well, Execration man, I feel like you're heading to placement because I feel, kasi yung ceiling natin, we need to raise it more above. Kasi parang kulang pa rin para dito sa Execration. Yes, there were close matches. Yes, there were close rounds. Man, they did clean up in a 2-0 fashion and that is a very commendable side para sa kahit anong
Exactly. And this map being close, no, itong mapa ng Eagle Eye, just show na hindi basta-bastang team din itong CBF. And I was about to say kanina, no, na baka ma-execute na naman to. Hindi. Magaling talaga si Comeback Friends. And I feel like we can definitely see some of those galing dito sa ating mga highlights, no? But again, it's just that Execration's been able to just finesse them much better, no, especially na mabutay dito sa puntong ito. Pero tignan mo naman din yung stats dito ni Yaba regardless of the loss. 21, 11, 9 and 100% na rating followed by Eden, no, which is entirely not that bad. Pero still, no, ibaling natin yung attention natin dito sa mga nanalo, no, na kung saan para dito kay Paul, kamuntikan ka ng tumrenta, kamuntikan ka ng sumabay kanina, no, sa stats ni Ninkyu. Pero grabe, ang taas pa din yan. Imagine the headshot percentage na meron siya, no? And of course, no, everyone here is on a positive KD except for CBN. Anong nangyayari CBN? Okay lang yan.
Nanood siya ng ABS-CBN. Nanood muna siya ng balita kasi hindi muna siya na. Pero
yun!
yes, yun.
Kasi yung ABS nakikindi.
Yes! Double trouble sila. Pero kailangan natin tingnan muna dito yung the man of the hour. It's gonna be Folex, no, with 100% rating. And sinasabi naman natin kanina, no, na parang, yes, si Yaba yung kailangan pitasin dito ng buong Execration. Pero parang hindi na kailangan yung kung nandito naman si Folex with 100% rating and a kill per round or a headshot per round na 0.80. And despite a 1v5 multiple times na nakita natin, I think it was 2 times, nakakawa pa rin Folex dito na bago siya mamatay, he was definitely getting 1 kill or 2 bago siya ma-take it out of the game or to go to the next round. Man, oh man, this is not the past years of Folex group stage. This is a new coming of Folex, man. He is about to change his name to Rise X kasi iba ang ginagawa nila. Ngayon, it's a 10-5 on Ankara, 10-8 dito sa Eagle Eye 2.0. Amazing though. But nice try pa rin naman sa Comeback Friends pero amazingness ang pinakita dito ng Execration.
Yeah, amazingness indeed, and the fact that they finally had their grit back, I guess, is the safest term to go about it after that loss na nakuha nila against matches at here for Comeback Friends. Sila naman, no, they passed the torch, no. Kayo naman yung talo ngayon at tignan natin ano ang kakalabasan ng inyong laban bukas dahil isa pang kaabang-abang ito na factor din, no. Binanggit na nga rin ito ni Salvatore kanina. Pero let's see sino nga ba ang ating match MVP. para sa kabuuan nitong laban na ito, no, na talagang nagpakita na hindi biro ito lahat. Abay, si Paul pa din talaga, no. Magsawa kayong lahat sa mukha ni Paul kasi hindi yan magsasawa na maging MVP. Kasi ganun lang din naman yung naging upgrade niya dito, no, in terms of the performance here sa ating group stage.
Alam mo, kung makakakuha lang ng 1,000 si Folex kada mag-MVP siya, yung relo niya yan, maging Rolex na yan next time. Baka maging Audemars Piguet pa yan next time. Kasi iba ang ginagawa ni Folex ito, always performing at his best, always performing at the highest. And with that HK na pagdating dito sa ating dalawang mapa na 0.78, he is absolutely insane. Folex, kung naririnig mo man lang ako ngayon, let it rip palagi because you are just online every time. Despite you having the odds outside of your favor, he is still out fragging, no, from Ankara all the way up dito sa Eagle Eye 2.0. There was no one gonna be stopping dito sa dito kay Folex. I feel like any other team cannot even stop Folex. So this is good ups, no, for their next coming matches. Hopefully, tuloy-tuloy pa din yung MVP status.
Exactly. And I think talagang nagre-reflect lang din naman yung title na ito, no, due to his performance na nakuha niya from both Ankara and sa Eagle Eye, no. Minsan, hindi na nga kailangan ng additional assistance kasi siya na talaga yung kumaharap sa majority ng mga nakakatapat niya dito. Idagdag na rin natin na kung paano niya na-predi ko nababasa kung saan manggagaling itong mga katapat nila from CBF, which is definitely great at that. And again, no, parang na-emphasize na rin kanina, no, from our stats na multi-kill after multi-kill, pagkakuha ng isa, lipat naman sa ibang angulo, mag-relocate siya in order to find another, and it just keeps on getting better, no, para dito kay Paul. So, congratulations for securing that title because hindi naman nga din talaga biro ang kanya naging performance dito sa ating laban against ComebackFriends. And I feel like magkakaroon din tayo na chance na ma-interview na naman muli ito si Paul. Kaya i-welcome na natin siya dito sa ating interview desk, our match MVP of Execration versus CBF Folex.
Diyan na ba siya? Hello?
Feeling ko kailangan mo hugutin by Folex.
Folex, nandiyan ka na ba? Yan!
Diba?
Ayan.
Feeling ko kailangan eh. Wow!
Sumabay.
Militant si Paul. Congratulations, Paul. Hello, sino yung kumakawar?
Si Yotib yan, si Yotib.
Si Yotib. Hi, Yotib. Hello, hello. Ayan na, Paul, congratulations first and foremost. We are actually expecting that the Pacific Macta people will be the ones who will become match MVP. Pero ano yung nakita mo sa kanila na naging predictable yung kanilang galawan?
Actually, di naman sila ganun ka-predictable. Kumbaga, ano lang talaga. Nilalaro lang din namin yung laro namin. Yun naman kasi talaga eh. Yun yung nagpanalo talaga sa amin. Kung ano usual na ginagawa lang namin, yun pa rin. Kasi pagka masyadong naging komplikado yung laro, parang tawag dito, nagka-crumble. Kaya, ayun. Yun yung parang naging reason ba't namin sila natalo.
More,
I see. So, mostly yung focus nyo is within the game mismo, not entirely nga yung baka kung ano yung tinatry nilang mga set plays or kung whatsoever, ganun.
Yep.
Mostly ba na kung ano yung nasa harap nyo, yun lang talaga yung i-address nyo?
Yun lang talaga.
I see. Okay, go away, Polar. Ask away.
Let's continue the question, no? Folex, again, congratulations. Isa na namang match MVP para sa'yo. I would like to go back muna dito sa Ankara. First map natin. It was a 3v3 kung saan magpupush kayo ng isang player sa EA. Tapos, naging actually 2v3 pa yun eh. Pero pinatay ni Aldrin yung isa. Ikaw yung nag-trade. So, it was a 1v1 na lang at the end of the day. Pero, parehas kayong low ni Wuz nun. Tapos, low ka din at that time. I think you were only 20 HP. Pero, nasa yung site. Nasa yung bomba. You could have planted. Pero nag-push ka toward exit. Tapos, pinatay mo ng one tap lang dito si Wuz all the way sa respawn nila. Ano yung thinking process mo doon? Alam mo naman siyang low. Pero bakit parang you gambled your way tapos nakuha mo pay round na yun para sa Execration?
Actually, ano kasi yun eh. Yung sa scenario na yun, di ba, yung 2v2 siya. Tapos ngayon, si Aldrin doon siya sa may bandang room ng Ankara. Tapos ngayon nakita ko siya. Tapos ngayon, nung nakita niya na si Yotib, napatay niya. Tapos na-tradean ko. So nalawa ako sa 1 HP ako. Reported yung kalaban na 1 HP na lang din. Eh kasi yung span kasi ng oras na yon sobrang tagal na. Reported na kami dalawa doon ni Yotib. So mataas yung chance na yung player ng kabila is nag-rotate na rin. And kaya ko siya ma-caught off guard.
So talagang calculated na lahat
Gamble siya.
nung nakita niya.
Calculated and gamble.
I mean, it worked out at the end of the day.
High reward.
High reward lang talaga.
Grabe, no? So, Paul, grabe, no? Yung performance natin dito ay... meron ka ba bang follow-up question dito, Bipolar? Kasi for me, I am set. Honestly.
Siguro one last, no? Sige, gawin natin isa muna for now, Folex. Feeling ko naman dadami pa naman yung questions natin at the later parts ng matches. Pero, ito we have to address na galing kayo sa loss kami in for matches. Did it become a little bit of a pressure pagdating sa inyo dito up against Comeback Friends? Kasi no joke pa rin naman Comeback Friends. Or naging fuel lang yun para talagang makita ng buong mundo ang the dominance ng Execration ngayong year.
Actually, yun sa naman sa pressure hindi naman siya mawala kasi syempre big leagues to eh. Hindi siya mawala. Pero yung sa MATTJESS, yung pagkatalo namin sa MATTJESS, actually, we're really thankful na natalo nila kami. Kasi kung hindi kami makakapag-ano eh. Kumbaga, parang tawag dito? Kumbaga, naging wake-up call siya sa amin, yung pagkatalo namin sa MATTJESS. So, ayun, thankful ako kasi, yun nga, natalo nila kami. Yun naging wake-up call sa amin. Tapos, pag-usapan din namin kung ano mga pwede namin i-fix, kung ano yung mga pwede rin namin gawin. And then, ayun, yun lang naman. And so on.
Tsaka at the end of the day, Folex, no, it's only one loss. You can still always win at the next one, no. So basically, that wake-up call really did give you a lot of improvement at the end of the day. At buti na lang nangyari pa yun dito pa lang sa group stage, no?
Yes.
Thank you, Folex. Maraming salamat, bro.
Exactly.
Thank you.
That's actually quite of a really solid mindset as well, no? Pero Paul, no, follow-up question lang din, no? Total na talakay na rin dito ni Bipolar yung point na kung saan natalo kayo dito sa matches. May I ask kung ano kaya yung naging problema natin doon at paano nyo na-adjust yun heading toward dito sa laban natin against Comeback Friends?
I know it will sound as an excuse, pero yung kasi nun yung schedule nung laro namin and yung nagkaroon pa ng interruption. So ngayon yun din yung inayos namin, yung paano kami magpe-prepare pagkahapon pa lang, ganun. Kasi nung time na yun, yung mga players gutom na eh. Actually, totoo yun, gutom na, hindi na makapag-isip na maayos, hindi na rin makapagsalita. Ayun yun parang naging factor nung time na yun. I know it sounds as an excuse, pero yun talaga. Yun yung naging factor talaga.
That's alright.
Naman, no? That is entirely valid. Kasi paano ka nga naman talaga mag-perform up to your fullest capacity kung wala ka sa kondisyon?
Yes.
Diba? So, yeah, sometimes there are some people, kahit nga kami, na mga talents dito, no? May mga ritual tayong ginagawa para makondisyon natin yung sarili natin dito sa broadcast. So, that is entirely valid, no? Paul, hindi yan excuse. And with that being said, no, maraming salamat sa pagsagot ng aming mga katanungan, no? At pasensya na sa abala. The floor is yours. Shoutout mo na yung mga gusto mag-shoutout.
Sige. Isa-isayin ko na kayo. Shoutout kay Bipolar, kay Mochi, kay Salvatore, kay Coach L, kay Sneaky, kay Mike Christian Kagiwa, sa Tiger City Bladers, Attras Esports, sa Execration family, kay Boss B, kay Lucky Ewe, kay Lucky Aterong, and sa teammates ko. Pati sa mama ko, pati sa girlfriend ko, kay Tiffany. I love you.
Yun. Yung tamis!
Sana all.
Sana all naman siya.
Heart post na, wala nang Beyblade post.
Okay.
Heart post na. Okay. Tapos na tayo sa era ng Beyblade post?
Yes.
O babalik yun?
Babalik yun.
Babalik yun.
Next time. Ito na, bumalik na siya.
Maraming salamat po.
Ayan na.
Ayun na. Akala ko naman sa susunod pa. Ayun na pala siya, no? Pero maraming salamat po, no? Congratulations once again. And I'm wondering and hoping and vouching na ikaw ay babalik din dito sa ating interview desk, no? Pagka nakuha nyo pa ang inyong mga future na mga panalo.
Thank you.
Folex. Thank you, brother.
You're welcome.
Ayun, you're welcome, Folex. Maraming salamat. But nonetheless, ito pa rin naman yung makikita natin. Siguro win or lose, we will always see Folex having a smile or having that amazing insight na parang we can only go up from up here. And feeling ko naman after the CBF win talaga, diretso pataas dito ang ating Execration.
Yeah, exactly. And here for CBF though, that is quite of the other road that is not taken dito no ng Execration, no, naman sila sa kabila, no. Tuloy-tuloy na grind lang, tuloy-tuloy na improvement. Pero speaking of grind, ano naman kaya narating ng pag-grind ng ating mga teams for today? We are gonna see our updated standings dito ngayon na kung saan Acceptance is actually in the second place right now. And Execration, tuloy-tuloy lang ang pag-akyat dito sa ating standings, putting themselves dito sa ating 5th place. Nagkanda usod lang naman tayo dito ngayon, pero again, no, keep in mind yung match numbers na napaglalaroan na ng ating mga teams. Kasi yung iba dyan, may pagka-late bloomers, no? Parang ano pa, sa mga susunod na mga linggo o araw pa ang kanilang mga laban.
That actually it took a lot dito sa ating FERVID, no, to go down to number 6 spot with us blazing this team, and alam naman kasi natin what FERVID is capable of, pero iba yung pinakita nila kanina. But yeah, Acceptance, Comeback Friends, and now Execration trying to go up a little bit here. Team Stance and Virtus Pro just going down kasi nga naangat din sila dito ng Acceptance just because of their sheer matches na nalaro nila. But yeah, hopefully tomorrow may kita naman natin itong mga teams ito na titikim na naman ng ups and downs sa standings natin.
True. And that is why kailangan natin abangan kung yung mga laban natin for tomorrow, no? Because we'll have Execration versus Acceptance. Susundan yan ng Team Stallions and Comeback Friends na good luck, Comeback Friends, no? We also have Virtus Pro versus Attras na kung saan, ito na yun. Sabi ni Coach Zero to, abangan ninyo yung laban namin ni Attras next week. Ayan na, guys. Ito na yun, no? Tomorrow, ito ang ating mga magiging laban. Kaya ako sa inyo, markaan nyo na ang inyong mga kalendaryo para namang hindi pa bukas yan, no? Mag-alarm na lang kayo, no? Mag-alarm na kayo sa inyong mga cellphone and abangan ninyo ang mga gusto nyong mga teams na mga manalo dyan. Kahit hindi, diba? Trip nyo naman yan, no? So, again, schedule is gonna be quite of a banger for tomorrow, no? At titignan natin kung magkakaroon ba tayo ng mga lopsided matches or not, or would they be victorious, no? We're also gonna find that out tomorrow. So, bago tayo magpaalam dito para sa ating 8th day ng ating group stage, do you have any final closing remarks? Wow, may closing remarks bago tayo mag-goodbye.
Again, congratulations muna sa ating mga nanalo ng ating e-coin giveaway coming in for the Casters, Casters edition. Meron na tayo ulit week number 3, so you better get on it. Again, continue supporting CrossFIRE Philippines, and big shoutouts to Alex. He's been watching the streams on live, no? So big shoutouts to you, brother. Maraming salamat. Annyeong haseyo and sarange imnida. That's wrong. Pero maraming salamat. Again, guys, the pressure keeps on building, but the teams are getting better every time. So you better keep on watching because anything can happen sa mundong CrossFIRE.
Of course. At singit ko na rin, no, speaking of shoutouts sa'yo, Sheng, no, Heart, and shoutout sa'yo, Boss Arcilia. Ang dahil kong utang na mga shoutouts sa'yo. At shoutout din sa Auxilium Clothing. Thank you so much for the sponsor, no. And hopefully, no, maipang-forma ko na yun sa labas. Ako nang gumala. Lagi ako nasa bahay. And other than that, let us wrap it up. Maraming salamat sa ating production, TNC. Sobrang solido palagi ng inyong mga pinaglalalapag dito sa ating broadcast. The willingness to coordinate with us, though. Thank you so much for ensuring na high-qual lagi ang ating mga palabas. Maraming salamat Smilegate, Boss Alex, and as well as Boss Mark for assisting us and guiding us all the way and putting out this platform para magsilbing pamamaraan para sa ating mga players na talagang paghustuhin or improve further ang kanilang mga identity as a player and being a critical component para sa ating mga teams. At maraming salamat din, no, sa ating mga teams na nagbubuhos ng oras, pawis, tugo, sakripisyo, lahat-lahat na mga effort, of course, and as well as singit ko na rin, no, ang ating OBS. Hindi ko alam kung yung kinain, kung gaano karaming practice, kung gaano katindi yung pinagdaanan ng mga sampling na tong OBS natin, pero sobrang solido nyo, lahat ng mga kill nasa salo nyo. You're insane. You guys are insane. And of course, no, maraming salamat sa'yo. Sa'yo na laging nanonood na simula umpisa hanggang dulo nakikipagkulitan sa amin at minsan may mga bangayan dyan sa comment section pero 'di ba what is a Crossfire stream kung wala yan? It just makes everything much more interesting and much more entertaining. So I guess it is time for us to say goodbye. Always remember to keep the fire burning and for now, mamamaalam mo na kami dahil bukas magkikita ulit tayo for our day 9 ng ating group stage. See ya!
Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he makes it a double naman sa receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Fervid and Trace here dito sa house.
Ano doon, flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP!